This year, we have reviewed 5 films, 12 live-action shows, 8 animated shows. We've had 11 Josh guest appearances for the gaming segments. We've completed 44 character profiles, and not including this extremely long episode, we have waffled for 83 hours and 52 minutes. And of course, we had the Nerd News Network.
And everyone's like, did you say 6 is out? What? And just the industry freaks out. The economic crash of 2025 due to GTA 6 coming out and everyone's stopping work.
Every young person between the age of 18 and 30 randomly said they're not coming in for a week. What's going on?
Yeah, there might be another global pandemic. Half the world's called in sick.
What a shame. Just no one's about. The streets are empty. It's like 28 days later.
You might disagree with me on this, and I don't know if this is a hot take to the comic book fans.
Okay.
I didn't hate the Rhino design.
Hello and welcome to episode 143 of Cutscene Convos, or as we will be calling it going forward, the SUPER-SODE. We have got so much to discuss this week. It is the last episode of the year, hence Santa's hats and all of the good stuff. We have got Dune Prophecy episode 5, Creature Commandos episode 3, Skeleton Crew episode 4.
Yeah.
We've got the rest of part 1 of Secret Level.
Mm-hmm.
We've got the entirety of part 2 of Secret Level.
Mm-hmm.
We have seen and are ready to discuss Kraven the Hunter.
We have seen.
We're going to be giving out our personal awards for 2024. We're then going to have a recap of the entire year.
Mm-hmm.
We're then going to get into the gaming news with Josh, who is going to join us. We have got to discuss the gaming awards, the awards given out, but also, as always, so many announcements, lots of fun games to talk about. Then the big fat gaming quiz of the year, followed by a year in review for gaming. And then, as always, the Nerd News Network.
So wait, who's my celebrity partner for the
Your beard?
And is Josh dressing like Jimmy Carr? Suit and the awkward laugh?
He's Tory like Jimmy Carr.
He would hide money like Jimmy Carr.
But for like good stuff, for example, how's your year been?
How's my year been?
Yeah, man, how's your year been? It feels crazy to be doing like a New Year style episode on the 18th of December.
You say it's weird, but I mean, it will soon, like the 1st of January will soon be here.
Yeah.
Because Christmas has rapidly approached, and I'm like...
Scarily approaching.
Yeah. Thankfully, I'm now all organised on presents. I just need to wrap at some point.
So am I. I'm right there with you, buddy. I'm ready. It's literally just a bit of wrapping to be done.
How has my year's been? I mean, it's been a weird one, ups and downs. As kind of, I think
we've both had quite a busy year.
I mean, you can't complain, really. It could, like, things could be much worse. I am very lucky in my position and being able to try and do freelance and stuff and have the support of my parents. So, I mean, yeah, it's been overall a fairly good year, I think.
Yeah. You got to introduce some new family members to the world.
Yes, I did. Got a new niece.
Yeah, so I think overall, we've had a decent year, but them low points when they're happening just fucking hit like a ton of bricks, don't they?
Yeah, and it's just, I mean, it's just the motions of the world we are now in these days.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, overall, great year. I mean, we've had a great year of the podcast, some great shows, some great games this year.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, next year is probably going to be just as good, if not better.
Indeed,
which we'll be discussing later. So yeah, just looking forward to Christmas, spending time with family. You know how it is.
We both come from very big Christmas families, so I know that we're both like, I'm ready to be done with any kind of actual responsibilities and just drink and eat and have a great time with family and catch up. And like, this is the first Christmas since we moved out, so like we've been moved out for coming up on like 8 months now. So, organising this Christmas has felt so much weirder. There's so much more like discussion about who's going to be where, doing what and when. But then it's also like, I'm not going to... It's going to be a lot more of like, I'm here for Christmas Day and Boxing Day. Let's do some stuff. I'm here. I've not seen you guys regularly for 9 months. We actually do have stuff that we can chat about that we've probably not told each other already. So I'm actually very excited for Christmas.
That's just made me realise this year I'm going to my sister's. She's having everyone at hers for Christmas.
Oh, really?
This will actually be the first Christmas I've not spent in this. Well, okay, I moved into this house when I was 1.5. And
I think that counts.
I've had Christmas every year in this house.
That's crazy.
So that's actually a wild thought that this will be my first Christmas away from home.
The only rule I have when it comes to where I am on Christmas Day is wherever I wake up is where I'm spending the day. Don't travel on Christmas Day.
My parents have done that in the past and they said they would never do it again.
Yeah. I will do Christmas Day basically anywhere as long as everyone that I'm spending Christmas with is happy with it. But I'm not sitting in a car or a taxi at any point on Christmas Day. Not doing it. I refuse to do it.
How's your year
very
been?
Excited. Mate, this year has been fucking chaos.
I feel like yours has been non-stop.
Honestly, I don't know how it's December already.
Honestly, mood.
At the beginning of the year, I was getting used to my grandmother moving in and living with us because that happened last Christmas.
God.
Then it was, we might be moving out, we might not. We had, as I'm sure you can remember, Hori, about 3 months straight of not knowing if this was going to happen or if it was going to fall through. And then it's happened, and it's just, I mean, don't worry, it's been great. There's been some rough times, more just like internally than anything else. I'm sure people have discussed it before, but turning 25 is a bit weird.
Can
confirm,
and I didn't think
it was going to be a bit weird. My 25th birthday was actually one of the most excited I've been for a birthday for about a decade. But then straight after that, I had 3 weeks where I felt like a ghost in my own body. It was weird. But yeah, I'm good. I've had one of the most settled years I've had in about a decade, which is weird considering I literally moved to an entirely new property.
Yeah, but you moved into your own.
Yeah, I feel a lot more at peace than normal. My finances are probably the most in control of them I've ever been in, and most comfortable I've been. Relationships going great, family's going well. I feel closer to my siblings now that I don't see them as often, which anyone who lives away from their siblings will understand that feeling because you're not there to constantly drive each other nuts.
Yep.
I've stuck to all my goals for uploading content on my YouTube channel.
You have.
I'm up to 2 years straight of a short every day. I set the goal of 52 live action long form videos on my channel this year.
They are
and
live
by
action.
the end of the year, I'm doing like 3 videos a fucking week. I've been really proud of myself there. I've been having a great time. I've been killing it. I go fucking subscribe and here as well, everywhere. I'm loving it. It's been great. Very, very busy year and more to come next year. I'm very excited for next year. I feel like this year, you know how we talk about sometimes in films, like, oh, it was very much a setup film where like it was entertaining, but like nothing really happened. I feel like that's what this was, a setup year.
I get you.
I've got all the parts in place. I've got comfortable with them, and now I'm ready to kick ass and take names in 2025. I think.
I get you.
But no character profile this week because there's too much already.
If you want a Christmassy character profile, we've already done Santa.
Yeah, we've got Santa, we've got Jesus, we've got
both
Marvel
Santa,
and
DC,
yeah, all of it. It's all on the channel. They've all done pretty well. They're good. Go have a little rummage. Fun fact: Marvel Santa is a mutant. There you go. Dune Prophecy, episode 5, the second to last episode of Dune Prophecy.
Yeah, the penultimate of season 1. I fully stand by my point now of this is as long as there is a season 2 and the season 2 is good, it will be a case of just get through season 1.
It is bad, but that is our best hope of not being robbed here. Yeah. Because you're completely right. The only way we look back on Dune Prophecy in 3 or 4 years' time and go, oh, that was a good show that we covered, I'm glad we covered that, is if season 2 comes around and we're like, oh, it made that pain of season 1 worth it. Because it's not that season 1 is bad.
No.
But it's not good. it's very there.
Yeah, and it's not bad. It's just we're on the penultimate episode, and I'm like, oh, this is interesting now, and I'm like, oh, but next week that's it. It's like they've waited just too long to kind of hook you in. Which
I feel like you're trying to bait me into going on another rant about how 6-episode seasons are fucking
well,
dumb
no,
and shouldn't exist.
we've talked about that many a times. Like, that's the thing. If this was a 10-episode season, we're halfway through now, and I'm like,
I'm like, yes, they've got it right. Yeah, it was a bit slow, but we've got 5 episodes to fucking ramp this shit up and make it worth it. But yeah, no, you're completely right.
I wonder if maybe if the next episodes are really hooks you and you're like, oh, we need, people are like that have managed to stick through, like, oh, we need season 2, then they go, okay, season 1's done all right, season 2 you can have 10 episodes now, you can do a full length, like maybe this because it was like a pilot season, I don't know,
Maybe,
or they're just so stuck on this new format, which is the worst.
Do you know what is even more my bigger concern with this though? TV now takes 2 years to film a season of what is considered a big budget show, which Dune Prophecy would be.
Yeah.
Which actually gives you even less wiggle room on you've got to get through season 1. Because if season 1 doesn't land, they've got to commit to 2 years of spending to get season 2 made, and you've got to hope enough people remember the first season and give a fuck about tuning into a second season. So unless they got permission to do 2 seasons off the bat,
and they've already
they film them back to back, so that it's only going to be like 6 to 9 months until the next season, I am a little bit concerned. I don't know if season 1 will have done poorly enough, but will there still be the interest for season 2? Especially because you'll be another year removed from Dune Part 2 and still another year away from Dune Messiah. You might just have people going, I couldn't care less right now.
Yeah, it's in a bit of a rough spot. Because the thing is, this episode, I actually feel was like we said last week, it started to feel like it was getting juicy. This episode revealed some juiciness, especially at the end. I mean,
should we talk about that?
Yeah, the fact that Desmond Hart, this mysterious twice born again prophet of the reckoning, is actually both Atreides and Harkonnen descent, which I'm sure you've pieced together makes it Tula's baby. Who she obviously got pregnant on that night with the Atreides lad, who she then murdered in the morning after murdering his entire family. Then gave the baby away because she was in the sisterhood, which now explains why he also hates the sisterhood so much.
Exactly. The interesting part about that to me is, however, that means blood-wise, he's the same as Paul Atreides. Because Paul Atreides isn't Atreides, but obviously his mother was a Harkonnen.
What if that's why they didn't want Paul's mum having a son? Because they didn't, did they? Because
in their records, they know Harkonnen and Atreides' blood go crazy.
Yeah, there's this worry that the person might not be this prophet messiah they want. It's actually could become another Desmond Hart, and they're too scared of risking that.
I think that's a very logical take to make. It is very much a case of the Bene Gesserit want to be in control. The only time in their recorded history they weren't in control was when this Harkonnen Atreides boy came in and could set people on fire with his mind. We can't have that ever happening again.
Especially, and the fact that obviously Paul was going to Arrakis, they're like, this is setting up something bad.
You understand why they were so scared, so far ahead of the curve. They were like, don't like that.
Which, this is the thing, this is what the show is meant to sort of be doing, is setting up the sisterhood and kind of where they're, obviously, why they control things so well.
Can I make a confession?
5. Go on.
This is going to expose me, but I think it is indicative of how difficult the show's been to follow for no apparent reason. I didn't realise until this week the sister who stayed on the Bene Gesserit planet was the Harkonnen little sister.
Did you not?
No, I didn't twig that at all until this week.
Oh, I'd figured that out a while back.
Literally, it was this week when she'd said I realised that she said in like episode 2 that babies get taken away from mothers, and then that he was the Harkonnen Atreides. I went, oh, so he was the Harkonnen's little sister and the Atreides dude baby. And then it cut back to her, and I was like, oh shit, that's why she's so close to the Mother Superior. She's her little sister, and she went and joined the Order after killing off the Atreides boys. But it was only this week that all finally clicked into place, which shows why it's so important for me to actually know what your fucking characters' names are. Other than Kieran and Desmond, I still don't confidently know any names.
Yeah, no, I get that. I think I picked up on the fact that they were sisters because when early on we got the flashbacks of them in the early days of them being at the sisterhood. They were obviously, we knew there were sisters there, and then we get these two older ones, and like, oh, that's the same sister because she became Mother Superior. So I was like, oh, that must be a sister because they're like side by side. She trusts everything she says.
I think part of the problem is like all of the language inside the Bene Gesserit is sister and mother and stuff.
Yes, yeah.
Which means like them legitimate familial ties sometimes get a bit muddied.
Yeah.
Maybe I wasn't paying enough attention, but I am very good at paying attention to what I'm watching.
Yeah, no.
While there is always you need to focus on what you're watching, I would argue I'm very good at focusing on what I'm watching. If that's managed to slip me by, there's probably a lot of people who also haven't pieced that together.
Yeah. I thought we've had no other information about the shape changing sister that we forgot to talk about last week that the episode ended with. Like, we have no idea what she went in or what she was doing.
Yeah,
strange. Apparently that is a thing in the books. They have a term for those sorts of people that have that power.
Okay, so it's something that exists.
Yeah. And apparently the Bene Gesserit did learn what gene that comes from and kind of selectively
slice it,
create them every so often when they need some. The whole thing with Lila was quite interesting, with her getting
incredibly interesting,
taken over.
Very good acting performance.
Yeah.
From the actress to really be able to sell that she was a much older, more mature woman who was in charge.
Yeah.
Very difficult to carry yourself that way when you're not.
Yeah. And obviously like the little nods to show to us, the audience, that she knew, like we could then, oh, this is the old Mother Superior, because she's like, oh, and your sister, she's still doing as I planned. Like all the things the final thing she'd set in motion, she's just asking for follow-up on. And you're like, oh, okay. She's
you must feel like
in.
a bit of a Chad when you come back 2 generations later and you're like, everything's still going according to my plan.
Yeah. The whole plot getting... as soon as the mum said, protect those that pretend to love you or that do love your sister from them as well, I was like, oh, he's gonna work out the Atreides lad is a rebel spy, and yeah, I mean, he's gonna get... Do we think he gets burnt alive by Desmond?
I don't know, because here's the thing, as far as I can tell. These are the only 2 Atreides in the show we know about, so I've got to assume the Atreides line continues from one of them. So, otherwise, what's the point of them being in the show?
Yeah, but you say that. So the way I look at it is, the Atreides that's the swordsmith, if he was the older son of his dad, he'd be with his dad and would take over. So he must not be the older son, because he's been sent off to be the Emperor's swordsman.
Yeah, but the Emperor's very important.
Yeah,
maybe it's more about buying favour. Maybe him being with the Emperor is how the Atreides gets to such an influential house.
I think there's got to be other Atreides. Not that is it Kieran? Not that Kieran. He speaks of any of his family. Also, that's the thing. He didn't speak of his family. It could be that he separated himself from his family. and
he's
he's
not
just
even
used.
Atreides at all. What if he's lying?
I think he's an Atreides. I think he's, like he said, he worked so hard to get into this position. He's definitely used the Atreides name as kind of like a work his way up the ladder quicker.
Yeah, I do also wonder, like, how does the Atreides clan in general feel about his deception?
Well, yeah, that's the thing.
Is he like a name? Is he like the dark sheep that they go try and clean out the history books?
Possibly. Is that's also something I thought. Is like, is this now going to backfire onto the Atreides family? Is that why the Emperor doesn't really trust them ever going forward?
But that's the thing. Does the Emperor begin to trust them because Desmond is also an Atreides?
That's if he ever finds that out, though.
Yeah, no, but it's what I'm like. Does that get revealed?
But here's the thing: all these mysteries now that we have questions for, episode 5, it's too late.
Yeah,
we're going to be left hanging with most of these unanswered.
Absolutely. But they can leave. But bear in mind, we know they have to leave us hanging. They can leave us hanging in such a way that we're like, that was a good end to the season.
Yeah, true.
But I've not looked into it. I don't know if they've been greenlit for multiple seasons already or what. Because it will piss me off if they leave us hanging on basically everything, and then it's like,
it's cancelled.
HBO will not be renewing it for a second season.
You'll be going to buy the book.
Sick. Yeah, I'll be like, that was sick. The show's, it's not inherently bad.
No.
But it is not good enough.
Yeah, it's been, I think the mistake they've made, it's tough because there's obviously, they've had to do a lot of this setup. Like when you look at the overall story, it's like they have needed to do these flashbacks and different things to kind of set things up. But unfortunately, that takes time. And with a season only being 6 episodes, it's like you're burning a lot of time for setup that then ultimately, like, it's tough to keep a viewer engaged through all that.
Yeah, I completely agree.
So we'll find out, I guess, if there's a season 2, whether it was too little too late, or if they're confident enough that the viewers will come back for a season 2. Who knows?
Yeah, that is absolutely going to be what it comes down to.
Yeah.
Creature Commandos, episode 3. I'm not sure if you saw too much of this. This seems like the kind of thing that might have managed to spill into your Twitter feed. Did you see people discussing the political implications of episode 3?
No.
Okay, so we'll do a quick TLDR of the episode. The episode very much is focused on GI Robot.
R.I.P.
GI Goatbot. And we get kind of flashbacks of him.
Yep.
And the big crescendo of the episode is we get a flashback of him having been adopted by a man named Sam. Sam takes him to meet their friends. Turns out they're Nazis. He kills them all, and then he goes to prison for it.
Away.
Yeah, and then he takes him. He gets taken to prison for murdering 37 people. The response on Twitter was nothing short of hilarious. I didn't get too involved because it was too funny. But basically, a lot of people misunderstood it, in my opinion, because it is art. There is interpretations. I happen to think their interpretation is dog shit.
Okay.
So you had people going, see how sad it is that GI Robot treated the one person who treated him nicely and killed him because he had different opinions.
I'm sorry, what?
And they're like, and basically the whole idea was, see, like, this show's saying if someone's nice to you, respond to how they treat you, not to what their opinion is. And I sat there, I laughed to myself. And just so we're completely clear, so that people don't think I'm getting this confused in any way, my interpretation is, it really sucks that we're no longer in a world where killing Nazis isn't celebrated.
Yeah. Like, it's
GI Robot, that robot did nothing wrong.
That's wild to me that someone that tells me if in real life their friend was like, oh, I'm going to this like community meeting, you should come along, and they're like, okay, cool, and they sat in there with their friend and then it's revealed it's a Nazi thing, they'd be like, huh, well, you've got a different opinion, but I'm not going to hate you for it. It's like, what?
You've always been nice to me.
Like, no.
Like, that's not the fucking point.
Mate, as soon as he was like, oh, there's a a bunch of boys. We're all kind of like into military. Like we have these meetings. I was like, this is going to be white supremacists, isn't it? And then it's like in the meeting,
I was like, this is going to be neo-Nazis.
And I was like, oh, this is and I was like waiting for the reveal. And it was just like, the way they did G.I. Robot, and he goes, oh, they're Nazis. He just starts like, I was like, it was so perfect that was the case.
Yeah, I think you are batshit crazy if you think the commentary from that scene was you shouldn't kill people because they have a different opinion to you. That was not the point he was making. James Gunn was going, within our living relatives' memory, they were sent off to war to kill Nazis, and now we're letting Nazis just cut about fearlessly.
It's also very
it's a self-report.
The guy that bought the robot, right? If he knew anything about that robot, it killed Nazis, and then he's taking it to it like, bro, how dumb can you be?
The one thing that really, I think, was even more telling of it's not just they have a different opinion. He said to the guy who was hosting the meeting, I think GI here could really help out our cause. You've gone and bought a decommissioned weapon and then said you think it can help your cause. That isn't just a difference of opinion. You're planning an attack. GI Robot should never have been in prison. He should never have been part of the Creature Commandos. He should have been given all of them robot hotties and a very good pension.
Here's the thing. Like, I get, at the end of the day, sort of, yes, you need to go to prison because you murdered. You gotta keep a certain precedent in the world. You can't pick and choose. Morally, he did nothing wrong.
See, here's the thing. I think you can put a loophole in the law of, if they're a Nazi, it doesn't count as murder.
The tough thing is, the funny thing is, if America was technically at war with Germany, it would be fine. But because obviously they're allies, and obviously don't get me wrong, like, I know Germans, I don't want to be saying that Germans are all Nazi, but like,
the Germans watching that scene probably went, robots based as fuck.
Yeah, I mean, it's just funny that people, it's wild that people took that take. I thought this episode was great. R.I.P. G.I. Robot. I was very sad that he got blown up. Maybe they try and rebuild him.
I don't think he's gone. I refuse to believe he's gone.
I think they might try and rebuild him, which would be cool, but...
Now that we've got like the controversial bit that was had me chuckling on Twitter out of the way, let's talk about the episode as a whole. It was interesting because the episode ended with Cersei kind of being defeated. But there was a bit of panic in her voice, like they've royally fucked this up here, which kind of leads into the idea that maybe the princess isn't the princess.
Yeah, there was like a weird moment. Yeah, ended in the tone of her voice with those final lines was sort of like, you guys have, no, you're doing the wrong thing. I'm not actually evil. I'm trying, but like, you've just ruined this world or something.
Yeah. No matter how bad you think I am, what you've just done is worse.
Yeah, and it's like, whether that means she's Clayface, I don't think so.
Oh, yeah, I don't know exactly what the I guess we're not supposed to know what the context is, but it is because I like what we both picked up, that it wasn't a no, you foiled my plan, and it was a oh fuck no, the world is screwed.
Yeah, you've just stopped me saving the world. She wasn't just like the Suicide Squad and the British Commandos. They're not legally doing the right thing. She was legally not doing the right thing, but she was trying to stop something evil.
It's one of them themes that we saw in James Gunn's Suicide Squad film, where the idea is just because the government sent you there to do the thing doesn't mean it's the good thing.
Yeah, it's
because
like,
if it was the good thing, why would they be sending criminals to do it?
And it's Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know if this like theory that she's Clayface, because I feel like that would have shown up with her getting beaten the shit out of.
I feel like we would have got a little
Like, even if it was
tease.
just like a shift of her jaw, like something to show that like something's going on there, but there wasn't.
But Clayface's entire thing is he's like a dedicated actor.
True. Who knows? It was a very good episode though, and I did enjoy the whole
action was phenomenal.
The whole GI robot backstory was cool.
Seeing him become friends with the World War II soldiers
yes,
was so wholesome. Like after the battle where he saved them all, they're all cheering, and he's just stood there with a pint. He doesn't know what to do with it, but they clearly bought him a drink out of instinct, and he's just stood there with it, like
and just smiles. Yeah, cheers for the Tin Man. The when he's like booted up later, like 20 years later, and the scientist, and he's like, "Do you know?" And he lists off all the crewmen. And he's like, "I'd like to see them again." And
so,
like,
did you catch one of them names was Sergeant Rock?
"Oh, I did." Oh,
who is the rumored project starring Daniel Craig?
That's imagine we get a live action GI robot.
The other really cool one was, I don't know too much about these people, but that scientist was apparently instrumental in creating the Metal Men, which was another kind of superhero group of advanced androids.
Interesting.
Which would make sense why he was studying incredibly
early
powerful robot for the 1940s. Which I guess kind of leads into this idea of what James Gunn's been saying he wants the DCU to be, which is we're not at the beginning of it with Superman. The world's already gone on, the world's already existed, and it's not going to be one continuous story. It's going to be you watch the stuff you care about, but no, the world has kept spinning in the background.
Yeah.
And I think having this project already starting to sprinkle this person does exist and this person does exist is showing that world building in effect very, very well.
Yeah. It'll be cool when we get the first kind of cross from an animated character into live action. However that is.
It is incredibly brave what they're trying to pull off with wanting actors to cross over mediums from animation to live action to video games and anything else they might choose to do. And I want it to succeed because I think it will make it very, very cool if it does.
Yeah.
But it's not easy to pull off.
No, it's not. But I have hope. And I mean, like we talked about it last week, but this show has been actually kind of like a nice, fun little warm-up for the DCU. It's actually, I think,
nice to have DC products again.
Yeah, it's a good way to like. Yes, they could have just come out hit hard with Superman as their first thing, but for like the DC fans that have been like wanting and like aren't you're just casual fan who are maybe just waiting for Superman that aren't watching this, they're getting this like, okay, we're getting a little bit of like early tease. We get something to keep us going.
Yeah. And I also think it helps with the idea of this world isn't starting with Superman. We're just jumping in with Superman because there's all. It's like, well, that happened before Superman. That's all good. Just crack on, do whatever you want. I'm very, very excited. Apparently, episode 4 is about Weasel.
Oh, that could be fun.
So obviously, episode 1 was kind of just not a nothing burger. It was like, here's the team, here's what we're doing. Episode 2 was more focused on the Bride. Episode 3 on G.I. Robot. Apparently, episode 4 is focused on Weasel. I kind of like this idea of the story is progressing and you get to know a bit of the characters each time.
Yeah.
What I will say is, episode 2 finished with it looking like the Bride was dead.
Yeah.
Episode 3 ended with it looking like G.I. Robot is dead.
True.
Is that going to kind of lean into the idea of them being expendable? Like they're all hanging on for dear life, and maybe sometimes they don't come back, or maybe that's the thing. They come back after each episode, and then at the very last episode, they all get done.
Yeah, maybe. That's kind of why I was like, oh, rest in peace, G.I. Robot, because I'm like, they are expendable. Like the whole thing of this crew is that they're probably not going to survive whatever mission they're sent on.
Yeah.
Some of them are going to die.
If you have been enjoying this, I will once again urge you to go and watch James Gunn's Suicide Squad, because it is a very similar vibe in like what they're capturing.
Thinking about it with G.I. Robot, do you know what I bet is more likely?
Go on.
He is dead. Obviously, the government collects up the parts because he is a government asset. We don't see him. Actually gets put in a lab and they start working on rebuilding him. And then down the line, he crops up again.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Very, very cool episode. I'm looking forward to the next week. I believe this is an 8-episode season. I might be wrong on that, though.
I think so.
I'm very curious to learn more about our fishy friend and Dr. Phosphorus.
Yeah. Dr. Phosphorus seems fun.
Yeah.
The animated shot of him burning the bullets was so cool. That whole animated fight in the castle was very sick.
So do you remember last year? No, it would have been earlier this year. When I was talking about the fact that people were a little bit upset that the people who did the Invincible trailer didn't do the show.
Yeah.
It was different animators. So the animators who did the trailer are the people who've done Creature Commandos.
That's cool.
So, like, the animation crew that everyone was like, no, why didn't Invincible keep them? Have gone on to work on Creature Commandos, and they have absolutely nailed it. I love the colours. I love the animation style. It's all coming together very nicely.
Oh, yeah.
Couldn't speak high praise of it right now. Do I think it's a masterpiece of modern art? No, not at all. It's not supposed to be, though. It's supposed to be fun, and it is.
Exactly. Right. That's what the DCU's gonna be.
Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of fun. So
exactly.
Skeleton Crew. Yeah. Episode 4. The show is good. So
4 episodes in, I am now confident saying this show is what we wanted it to be, which was different.
Yes. There's still a little part of me that is like, please don't fuck this up. Like, don't do something that turns the fandom against you. It up. Because right now the fandom is behind you fully. But yeah, this show is so much fun, like we hoped it would be, and like you say, such a different take. I've realized now with Star Wars, we always said there's like 2 sides to Star Wars, and we like, our favorite is the opposite. You like the political, I like all the mystical. There is sort of a third one, which is key to Star Wars that we haven't actually had in a long time, which is just a kid's adventure story. And it's like, that will use, but don't get me wrong, there's political stuff mixed into this.
Yeah.
There's mystical stuff mixed in, but it's very grounded as like, this is for kids.
Do you know what I
ultimately, it's actually just for all Star Wars fans because that's what we love.
Well, I think you've hit the nail on the head there because you're right. Yeah, traditionally it's the We've got mystical Star Wars and political Star Wars, but when you're a kid, magic and politics fucking feel the same. It's a bunch of stuff you don't understand that makes stuff happen.
Yeah.
Like if you actually, because I feel like although this show isn't directly from a kid's point of view, it kind of is from a kid's point of view because the main characters are all children. You're seeing the experience the way they're seeing it for the most part. So yeah, politicals, like, they don't know what their parents do. They don't understand what their parents do, but they're getting ready. They know they're going to do their parents' jobs, but they don't know what that is. They want to go on adventures. They know Jedis exist, or they think Jedis exist, but it's all adult stuff to them.
Yeah, and also like there's the kid that's acting like a leader, like the cool one that knows what they're up to, but actually they haven't got a fucking clue and they're struggling.
Yeah.
Like, the deep stuff like that is what then hits, like, the adults that are watching this. They're like, oh, shit, okay.
It doesn't get any easier. You'll never know what you're doing.
Welcome to the real world, unfortunately.
But amazing.
So hooked on what the fuck is going on Aten.
Yes. So we ended episode 3 with them getting coordinates back home and shooting off and avoiding the New Republic. And that was where the episode ended. And we come back to the kids going, that's home. I recognise that planet. I don't know how they recognise the planet from outer space when they've never left the planet before.
Well, I think when they were saying that was they were going through the clouds and they saw the housing layout. You could see through the clouds, there's like all the houses. And that's the thing. They kept pointing out when they were on the planet, like, oh, that's the school. That's the school. oh, my mum works in that building, which means all the planets were essentially copies. I wonder if this is less the planet is valuable and it's an experiment of
Yeah, maybe.
what happens. You have 5 identical planets set up the exact same way with the housing, and then on each one they've introduced something, and they're just locked away, and it's like, what happens on those planets when they're locked away from the rest of the world?
Maybe.
And this one's become like they're forever at war, but actually don't know why they're at war anymore. They just keep stealing off each other.
I'm really interested in all of the planets having that at prefix.
Yes.
Because that's not something I can think of any other Star Wars like planet consistently having 2 words, let alone a prefix,
Which,
that's
again,
like for
experiment.
a galaxy.
Experiment.
Yeah, AT something rather than Atin.
I didn't think about it as like 80, like.
I think the reveal is going to be that they're saying Atin and at this bit's actually like letters.
Oh.
So like AT, ATINA or whatever.
Possibly.
There's something going on there that's very interesting to me.
Yeah.
But this episode was really cool because of the amount of character development we got.
Yeah.
This was we're halfway through our adventure now. People are starting to realise some things about themselves.
Yes. This is the leaning into the coming of age themes of the story.
So much. Neil realises that he wants to stand up for what he believes in and becomes a bit braver. Fern realises that although she puts on this big brave facade, she's terrified.
She isn't this cool leader that you all think she is.
Yeah. I also enjoyed Jack kind of
Jack Jord, whatever his name is.
Yeah, he still believes he's in this for purely selfish reasons. But it's not purely selfish anymore. So and I don't think he's aware of that yet.
Yeah, so something I saw after last week, because obviously then everyone's like, oh, Scarlet Jack. Apparently that was a famous pirate who looks nothing like him. And as we're learning, he doesn't often tell the truth. Probably, again, just a name he's stolen from someone else and he's using. I still think in his head, he is like trying to get his big score. Absolutely. Because he knows that essentially buys his freedom. I do think there's some, whether he was a Jedi or not, whether he'd actually trained or if he's just has a bit of force power because he's one that would have been a Jedi if he'd been found as a kid or whatever. I think with that, there's some sort of like moral sense of good hidden deep in him of these are kids, he does actually want to help them. Like he's slowly, they're wearing away at him and he's now starting to like actually look out for them a little bit, not just use them. Yeah.
Like when he was offered a reward instead of like whatever he wants for returning the things, he just instantly was like, I'll have the kids.
Yes, but I think that's also still partly because the kids get him to at-in because he knew this isn't the right planet. There's still the chance of finding the treasure. The kids are technically more valuable to him in his head, not knowing if he's actually going to get there. There might be no treasure.
But he was also really proud of himself for like coming and saving them. That was the thing. Like I said, I think he thinks his decisions are being made purely for we're going to get to our task. But I think without him realizing the moral kind of I want to be better is starting to seep in. And I do think we see an end to this where he ends up either as like a Robin Hood style character or settling down on Atatin if it's not like a creepy planet to just kind of have a nice life.
Here's the thing. We've essentially seen this at Atchin and being like derelict. And we're learning, oh, that's the supervisor tower. And in this supervisor tower, there's literally a pillar for each planet's coordinates. Which in my head, if all these, like if the buildings are copied, that is the same on every planet.
Mm-hmm.
Which means whoever's in their supervisor tower knows they are part of a collection of planets. Now, we still don't know. I'm still stuck on this point I was saying last week of, obviously SM-33 we now learn was told by his captain to forget everything about this, and they finally worked that out and get it out of him. But then unfortunately take down the protections, which is so funny.
That was such a good twist of like, hey, they finally worked out the puzzle. Like you've DM'd stuff and you've been part of D&D campaigns. That's such a you solved the puzzle, and then okay, cool, you've now entered combat.
Yeah, it's now you've just broke the spell on him, and they are of their right mind, and they are an evil person, and you're like, oh shit. So I think SM-33 they're gonna end up getting more information out of him.
I believe so as well. Yeah.
But like the thing is, he was obviously turned off on the ship on Atatin when they found it.
Yes.
There were skeletons, so I think that's part of what he mentioned of the crew. Anyone that knew the coordinates was killed. So any of his crew, they probably arrived, Captain killed all the crew, thinking, oh, we're here, I'm going to go get the treasure.
No, but he said he killed anyone who saw it on the bridge. Sorry, in that building, and then ordered him to destroy it. What I think happened was he got a new temporary crew for the voyage to Atin, and then when they arrived, killed them.
Well, yeah. Whatever crew, the skeletons.
I think it's 2 crews.
I think the skeletons are the crew, and he left the robot turned off. And this ship, because this is the thing, like I said last week.
Oh my god! What if he's the supervisor?
So this is what we were saying last week. I was like, there was a ship found at Atin and never left, which means whoever was on that ship, someone got off that ship alive and never left the planet. Now, the supervisor, I have 2 theories. Well, 2/3. One is it's whoever this pirate was.
Okay.
Found out there is no treasure, but somehow took control as a supervisor.
Got ya.
Maybe that's Hando. Could be a cool.
Would they change Hando and make him like that brutal and obvious a murderer though?
Yeah, but what if it was a case of he found this planet, everything's sort of peaceful, and he's like, I can just live here away from all piracy and not be caught, and just gonna let him keep running things as is.
See, here's the thing. I know, like, it's never alluded to that Hondo's against murder, but he doesn't come across as like I will slaughter my entire crew. I feel like that would really hurt his perception if we found out he'd slaughtered 2 entire crews potentially.
Don't get me wrong, the Hondo idea of that being who the person is a stretch. I think there's potentially, though, this captain is now in charge.
Like the captain being the supervisor, I can see.
The other is sort of what I was saying last week, where I think maybe a droid is kind of just running things on an old protocol. What if it was, whoever the supervisor was, in that tower, essentially never left the tower, and it's all droids that assist them in the tower. So if people try to make an appointment, they speak to a droid. What if the person is just dead from old age because this planet's been hidden away for so long, and it's just a droid is stuck on its last orders of keep this thing running?
Yeah.
So it's just droids running it because they have no person above them to tell them otherwise.
Yeah. So the real things we need to try and work out for the greater mystery is these hidden planets. Were they all designed to do the same thing, and Atatin was the lucky one that survived?
Maybe.
Or is it more like potentially what you're saying, a kind of Fallout situation where they're running a kind of nature versus nurture type thing on each of these planets to see what the outcome is, and Atatin is the only one where society prevails?
What if it is like a Fallout situation and At-Atin is essentially the control one where they keep it all perfect and all the other planets were, well, we got told they were destroyed. So Atchin, that's another thing. The owl lady said, oh, all those planets were destroyed but one, and it was lost forever, and that must be at Atin. She got coordinates thinking she was sending them there, but it sent them to Atchin, which means that planet wasn't destroyed.
What if, like, they all exist?
What if none of them have been destroyed?
Place?
Oh, what if it's the same planet, just a different section of it?
Kind of. What if it is the same planet, but because of like light speed travel and stuff, there's like a weird. This show's fucking weird anyway, and I'm just gonna get weird with it. What if it's kind of like a time travel kind of vibe?
I get you.
So it's actually one planet, but it's because of where it is in the universe. Depending on how you approach it, you arrive at a different point in its history.
Thinking about it though,
which would make it incredibly valuable.
It can't be the same planet because they would have recognized. Oh no, the barrier only shows up at night.
And also, he said that the tree's grown too much, which was the first thing that made me go, is it the same planet? But they've been like...
Well, that just to me is like this idea of they were all made identical.
No, but the tree still wouldn't have grown more unless more time had passed.
Well, is he thinking the tree's grown more, or is it a case of because the house became dilapidated, like we've seen nature takes over, but obviously on their planet, it's kept pruned, kept in check.
It's a difficult one because like Star Wars has never dealt with the whole, if you travel in space, time dilation happens.
Yeah.
What if this is their way of kind of fucking around with the idea of time dilation and going, this is actually one planet that's affected by that, and depending on how you approach it, depends on what period of time you go to. I think it's weird, but there might be something like that occurring.
I think it might be some sort of like Fallout situation where actually none of the planets got destroyed. That's a rumor that got spread around and is a lie. All 6 of these planets, or whatever, 5, are still running, and it's all the same, like at Atchin and at Atin, and they're all actually still there, but different levels of society collapse or like flourishing. And who knows what they're being made to do?
Yeah, I'm really curious, but I love it. It's so nice to watch a Star Wars show and not be going, oh, this is how this ties into this, because this is a well-documented part of Star Wars history.
Well, yes and no, because it's in the Mando era. So it's like, I think the advantage we've got is we've got plenty of history documented before this time. So we kind of know what's been gone on in the world. This is a gap where really our only understanding is what we've learned from Mando, which has been quite a lot. And then obviously you've got the sequel films, which are way ahead. So there is like, it's a good place to be like, oh, we can get away with something and people won't really question not knowing about this. And the way they're setting this up of like, these planets were hidden away works perfectly. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. And I'm so intrigued to learn, one, who George, Jack, whoever he actually is, and what this planet is doing. It's going to be an intriguing reveal, I think.
It's so much fun not having a fucking clue what direction they're going to take this in. Because we can sit here and we can shout ideas for hours, but we're probably not even in the same wheelhouse. But I don't get the idea that whatever they're going to land on is going to be a case of, oh, that makes no sense. I just feel like they're just holding one little bit of information, and once we have that, we're going to be like, oh my god.
Imagine it's a certain person in control of all these planets still with a purple lightsaber.
Imagine White Mace Windu's been hiding out there just so he can pretend the Republic's alive. Comedy. Yeah, Skeleton Crew has been the breath of fresh air from Star Wars I needed.
Mm.
And hopefully this tells Disney they can tell new stories that have nothing to do with the Skywalkers.
They've kind of managed to do the, like, Acolyte was a whole new time, but they sort of fed in some lore stuff. People weren't happy with that. This is the opposite of like, oh, it's in this time period, but we're not tying it to anything right now, other than little things like the Republic and like those general ideas. They're keeping it separate in a new way, which is working, and fans are actually behind this for once, which I think is also great.
Yeah.
Especially like,
good.
And to look at it as well as like, Star Wars fans have not necessarily been kind to child Star Wars actors in the past.
Famously horrific towards them.
So to see them actually being behind these kids and showing love for the show is a great thing to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've all acted phenomenally. Just
oh, yeah. Secret level.
So, the second half of part 1 that we've not yet discussed is Unreal Tournament.
Yep.
Warhammer 40k.
Yes.
Pac-Man.
Yes.
Crossfire.
Mm-hmm.
And Armored Core. Now, this is probably going to be an unpopular opinion.
Oh.
I did not enjoy the Warhammer episode.
At all.
I think that is purely because I know very little to nothing of the Warhammer universe, but didn't do much for me, especially compared to the other episodes.
Damn. I mean, I can understand if you have no concept of the 40k. It's so. The 40k episode is by far, out of both parts, we'll get into rankings later after we've talked about both parts, but it is by far my favourite. I've watched it more than once.
Awesome. And that's all I can do. Like, the beauty of an anthology series like this is not every episode's for everyone. If 40k fans are happy with the episode they got, fucking sweet. I'm so happy for you guys.
From the 40k point of view, like, before I'd watched the episode, it was already showing up on my socials because obviously people had watched it, and I was like having to dodge it because I didn't want to spoil it. But all I'm seeing is people losing their minds at how good it is. So for a little bit of extra lore knowledge here, I think I talked about it when I've talked about Space Marines 2. That there was an animated thing on YouTube called Astartes by a solo guy, and he ended up getting a job at Workshop Games.
Yeah, I do remember you saying this.
People saw this episode, and even I felt this straight away. It was like, this has a strange Astartes vibe to this animation, which is a good thing.
Okay.
And everyone's like, either they've taken inspiration from that. Turns out he got to work on it. He actually has worked on this episode.
That's so awesome.
So he'll have been a small cog in a big machine of a big team. He obviously wasn't like directing or anything, but I am sure they know how much the fans loved Astartes, and he nailed the vibe of what people wanted in a Warhammer animated, and they've probably pulled from that. But as a Warhammer fan, everyone's like, this is what we need as a full project.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, visually, it was gorgeous.
It's, all the lore, like, just the way they managed to visually sell the Space Marines. Like, they are that brutal. They move that fast. Like, a Space Marine in full armor can run 45 miles per hour. So, like, they've managed to get that weight and power across in the animation, and it's just so much fun. But yeah.
The Unreal Tournament episode.
I enjoyed that one.
Was fucking awesome. Now, it's no secret if you've watched probably more than 2 random episodes of this podcast that I love a little bit of Fight the Power vibe.
Yeah.
However, the way they did this was so much fun.
Yeah.
The notion that the robots have just spent forever getting their ass kicked on one robot's like, fuck that noise no more, is awesome.
Yeah, I loved the way that it was like a robot. They smacked it because it wasn't working properly, which then messed up its coding, and then suddenly it's like, oh, I broke through the firewall. I can now control things and think for myself. The chains are off. And then it's like this idea of, oh, we put on a gladiator-esque show, but we actually really control how this goes. We want a bit of fight, but not much fight. And then suddenly it's like, okay, this guy needs to die now. And it goes
the
wrong.
notion, the beauty of of it is like the woman who's controlling it all. It's like, no, don't pull the plug yet. Let the people begin to root for them, so that when it crumbles, they see how people who get above their station are dealt with.
Yeah, it's all
And
just
then
like a.
She leaves it too long, and the robot becomes unstoppable, and the other robots start to almost believe in this robot, which
Well,
is
he starts
also
like
really
unlocking them as well.
Yeah.
And it's like suddenly this robot is the classic underdog story. The crowd get behind him. They're like, oh yeah, and then it is basically like watching Gladiator.
Yeah.
But in sci-fi form.
I also enjoyed like some of the ways they showed the combat of him improving. Like I love the drop down from the ceiling and shoot the people. Like awesome.
Yeah.
Just
like
so
learning
good.
I also enjoyed, as someone who's played some of the Unreal Tournament games in the past, like the iconic weapons were shown really well. Yeah, no, I think that whole little story was really well done for the Unreal world as well.
I completely agree. It was a lot of fun to watch. The action was great. The animation was smooth. Really, really worth the watch. A controversial one that I feel like we both enjoyed. Pac-Man.
Okay. Oh, I loved Pac-Man.
A lot of people were not big on the Pac-Man episode.
Really?
Yeah,
I loved it because it was
the most controversial episode.
Exactly as we've been talked about. Was like, I was like, the fuck was that? But that was a very cool take on Pac-Man. Like the ending moment of it, I was like, because at one point I'm like, oh, they're really stretched kind of what Pac-Man is. This is interesting. And then it kind of ends in such a horror-esque way. And I'm like, oh shit, this is like horror Pac-Man.
Yeah. So a lot of people like, this isn't Pac-Man at all. And to them, all I can say is, what do you mean?
Yeah. What is Pac-Man?
Like, what did you want a Pac-Man episode to be?
The only, I guess, thing that they could have helped make it feel a little more Pac-Man is if it was more like walled maze at times.
Yeah.
Like, so maybe. You feel like you're in the lanes and still do the same environments, but show like, even if it's like this, that it's a big open gap, but there's like, you can see in the distance big, giant, tall walls. And there's like maybe yellow fruits or like little dot things or something that kind of,
yeah, maybe
they flavored. But overall, like they've said in interviews, which I guess a lot of people won't have seen pre-show, but like they said they wanted them to go, and Bandai wanted them to push the limit of what is Pac-Man.
Absolutely, and they definitely did that.
Yeah, the ending of Pac-Man buzzsawing his way into this guy's back,
so brutal,
to then take control of him.
So yeah, obviously it's not spelled out for you, which is the beauty of a good version of art. The vibe I got was this ball's trying to escape, and the ball is terrifying. It needs to be kept in this what seems to be a prison designed just for it, but it needs a human to get it out. Well, yeah, or a living being to get it out.
Well, so my thing was, it's like, it isn't strong enough to get out on its own. It needs to eat something powerful so it can fight the things to then escape, which is essentially what Pac-Man is. Pac-Man needs to eat the random fruits so then it can actually kill the ghosts. In this turn, the fruit is this guy.
Yeah.
So this guy gets stronger and stronger. The Pac-Man is trying to build him up to be more and more powerful so that when he eats him, it's a stronger thing that it's eating. But obviously, it seems each time they fight back, and this thing's stuck in this, like you say, it's in a prison and it's trying to escape. So then it's like, well, back to the pods again. We go again.
I also really enjoyed the ghosts having obviously like the coloured like sprites on their head there,
to match the colours of
and
the
then
ghosts.
they come out of the shadow,
Mm.
and it's just a massive monster, and you're like, holy shit!
I liked the little comment of, you eat them, but don't eat their eyes.
Yeah, you can never eat their eyes.
Which I guess, I don't know how they didn't show any of that, but yeah, the whole like we saw the floating like coloring, like, oh, that's one of these ghosts, and how they're going to show him in this. It's the colors, everyone recognizes the different ghost colors. But yeah, the then reveal of this is a huge creature, and it just absolutely wails the shit out of him.
Yeah, terrifying.
I just really enjoyed that it was like a horror take, a very stretch of a Pac-Man world, but like, that's the fun of being creative. It's like,
yes,
they've taken the essence of Pac-Man and told it in an entirely new format.
That is exactly it. There is not really much else you can do like that isn't very different from the game.
Yeah.
So if you're going to have to be very different from the game to make it worth making anyway, why not get different with it?
Well, yeah, and even the line that the Pac-Man orb thing is saying is eat or be eaten. If you distill Pac-Man down to the basic game mechanic, you would say you need to eat or you get eaten by the ghosts.
Yeah, this is exactly
it's
that.
Eat or get eaten. So
I don't think you can do anything less than that without kind of then the question being, what was the point of even doing Pac-Man?
Yeah.
One episode that seems to have not been reviewed particularly highly, but I thought was great, was the Crossfire episode.
I thought it was a good kind of military-esque story.
Bearing in mind, Crossfire is like a Call of Duty style game in the sense of you play an objective against another team. I think they kind of distilled that. There was clearly an objective. The match developed, and everyone thinks they're the good guy.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they got that flavor of a team versus team shooter.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was well animated. It was a cool story. I think just the nature of those sorts of games, in a world that is so diluted with just military media, it obviously just feels like, kind of a generic military-esque.
Oh yeah,
animated
it was
thing.
nothing mind blowing, but it was enjoyable in my opinion.
Yeah.
The acting performances were really good. Very good face and motion capture, whatever they did.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of like some of the bits that you get. We've all played shooters together. I kind of like that they distilled the idea of you shot my friend, and he was like debating whether to like kill him or like get back to the objective.
Well, yeah.
And we've all kind of been there. It's like, oh, get my trade. It's like, no, just play the objective. Play the objective.
Yeah. You got one person playing objective while one's trying to get trades because the only thing it was missing was a cheeky little teabag on a body.
It would have been so funny. It was cool.
If one of them killed him and dropped a teabag as a calling card.
But not other than that, no, it wasn't anything special, but I don't think it deserves to be rated a 6.4 out of 10, which is what it is on IMDb.
Oh, is it?
I'd say every episode's above a 7 comfortably.
Yeah. Armored Core.
Oh my god.
Another one of my favorites.
Was amazing.
I mean, you know, and I've said many times on this podcast, I'm a sucker for mechs.
You are a big mech loser.
So as Armored Core as a game, though I've not played the recent one, I love just the IP and the idea of mechs is sick. To then have mechs with Keanu Reeves,
big value.
Yeah, it's like you've just blended. You've got animated Keanu Reeves and mechs, and I'm like, oh, so you've taken Cyberpunk and Armored Core and slammed them together.
Yeah. Now I don't know too much about the Armored Core lore. Is it kind of understood that the pilots of the cores are a little bit fucked up? Or is that a
I
little bit of
don't
creative license they've taken?
remember. It's probably also a bit of a play on the idea of like players in the where
Got
humans were like we are the pilots.
The action of like the player character kind of being understood to be Keanu, and him just fucking decimating other cores that he was fighting was so cool.
Well, yeah, it's like it was very much. I liked the whole him being, oh, I'm the best, which is like a classic. Like in the newest one, which like those games are very
famously never said that
Souls-esque.
while playing a game.
It is a case of like Souls-esque. You have to beat the bot. Like in any of those games, you have to get to being better than every enemy so you can keep progressing the story. So it's like
exactly
him outplaying all these enemies, but then that like story reveal that they are also human and just like him. But then he's like, but it's better to be alone, and he crushes the guy with a mech finger.
It was what. So obviously you got the famous painting of God and David touching finger.
Yeah.
So it was like it was definitely invoking a little bit of that.
It was almost like he was gonna hold it out and like help the guy out, and then he just keeps pushing slowly.
Yeah, crazy. Such a cool episode. I wasn't. I thought I was going to be in a similar boat with this as I was to Warhammer, because I'm aware of the universe, but I've not played it, so I didn't know how much I'd be able to get and enjoy.
Yeah.
But Armored Core had more of a story in the episode that didn't require you knowing too much else, that I think made it more digestible to me.
Yeah, I think it also helped. Like the 40K one didn't have a lot of dialogue. It is all action, and if you understand visually sort of what you're looking at, you know what this sort of story is. Whereas this, obviously, you've got Keanu Reeves talking to this voice in his head because he's a bit fucked up mentally. And the action is obviously like you're watching robots fight. The actions,
you can't go wrong with mech beating the shit out of each other.
Like this and the 40K were my two like favorite. But yeah, like I mean, for your context for the story of 40K, you have the Titus is from Space Marines 2. He's in that game. He's your main character. So this is, as people predicted, at the end of the Space Marines 2 campaign, you're told as Titus, you've been assigned to a mission with another squadron, which people are presuming is this mission. Essentially, Space Marines are drop-shipped onto a planet which is full of heretics, which is these creatures and they are of one of the Chaos Lords, which is like an evil demon lord, essentially. Worshippers of that. Seems like they were going to destroy I forget what that giant statue has a name for it. That was probably like a sealed creature, essentially, and they were going to destroy it. The thing that dropped on them, people don't really know what it is. It's a bit of flavor they've had fun with. Titus being the one to survive it makes sense because he seemingly can survive a load of fucked up shit. But like just the stuff that people loved the most was them dropping in and that fight up to it and them just being like brutal because
the action was kick-ass.
The action was exactly what 40K action should look like. And like him walking through a tank as it drove at him and it just exploded. That is everything a Space Marine should visually seem to be. And they nailed it. And that's why like the fans are loving it so much.
Awesome. But yeah, so that's the end of the first half of Secret Level. And then Secret Level Part 2 dropped. We managed to get through all of it this week because I knew the episodes were shorter. I was like binging some of them last night into like this morning and then a couple more when I got home. The second half was really interesting to me because it felt like the games I knew better, and the games I didn't know, I knew even less of.
Yeah, I get you. I get what you mean.
My only real complaint about the second half was the Mega Man episode. Just because it was too short.
Yeah.
I thought it was so awesome, and then it just ended, and I'm like, damn.
Yeah, it's one of those where I'm like, you gave us like, it's like if a start of an episode and then it ended as if the title card for the episode would start, and we got none of the rest of it.
It felt like an amazing cinematic for the beginning of like a relaunch of the Mega Man universe.
Yeah.
Like if they were to make like a new gen Mega Man like AAA game, I feel like that'd be the opening cutscene, and then you take over.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it was like felt very abrupt when it came to an end. It, like you say, was visually great, but yeah, that one felt a little short.
How did you feel about the Outer Worlds episode?
So, obviously, I haven't played the game. I know of it. The animation style was a bit uncanny valley-esque for me. And it might have been intentional, and it also could just be their style of animation. Like, the animation wasn't terrible. It was just something about it felt a bit uncanny valley.
I think that's fair.
Why. But the actual little story of that, I thought was actually quite good.
I really enjoyed the story of it.
The whole build up of this kid.
Yeah, the vibe you get when playing Outer Worlds is very, it's kind of a frontier world, but there's also like the cyberpunk corporate stuff is existing, but instead of like a futuristic tech overlay, it's more of a frontier western overlay.
Yeah.
Which gives it a cool visual style. I do agree that it felt a bit uncanny valley at times, but I do think you might be right that it's a little bit intentional.
Yeah.
To kind of just turn up the uncomfortability a little bit.
Possibly.
But it was a really, really cool story that feels like it would be a side quest in the game.
Yeah. I was like, obviously I don't know the game, and I was expecting it to be like, is that test object someone that you came across in the game?
I mean, maybe. The game is... I feel like the game has so much going on that you couldn't possibly find everything. So... I really enjoyed that episode. I thought it was quite cool.
Good.
I feel like I enjoyed a lot more of the episodes where it was in the universe, but they didn't really care about the main plot of the universe. They were like the more world building stories of this was also happening. I really enjoyed.
Agreed. I'm trying to remember the order of which.
Exodus Odyssey. So is this based on a game that's not actually out yet? Because I feel like I saw a trailer for this earlier today.
I swear there was an Exodus game from like years back, but maybe not.
This is the new game. This is a new game that's actually not out yet.
Possibly then. So this is them world building for us, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed this.
That episode was so fucking cool. I do think it asks the viewer to kind of understand time warping.
Yes and no,
because a little bit too much.
It did keep
explain
this is how long it's passed for this person. This is how long it's been for this. So they made a good job of
they did a very good job in that respect,
making sure you didn't get confused. Which then also it constantly reminding you was such a good storytelling point of this, reminding the viewer he's only done a year, but his daughter's now going to be even older and even older, and when they eventually obviously meet, as someone who loves Interstellar, there's a time that time shit happens in the film, and obviously he then ends up speaking to his daughter that's way older. So knowing from that film how that kind of worked also helped. But I mean, the whole world building that we got to see of how space travel works and all this seems really cool.
Yeah, it's definitely, once I found out it was a game that wasn't out yet and I'd never heard of, I was like, I'm going to keep an eye on that because that actually seemed quite cool. And I like the full circleness of no, you can't go and explore, it's too dangerous. he chases after his daughter, and then at the end he comes back to kind of achieve his daughter's goal of bringing like heat to this cold planet, and then he goes out to do more adventures.
Yeah, he
It's
ends
like
up doing exactly what
his daughter wanted.
Yeah, I also liked when he came back to the his home planet.
Yeah,
and it's now the granddaughter, and he's like, "I owe you a debt. Here you go." And it's obviously some like reactor that's super expensive.
I really enjoyed that. I figured I owed some interest. There's like a little joke about how long he'd been away.
Yeah.
Really, really cool concept. I don't know how much it's going to translate into the lore of the universe. I don't know if they might have like missions you can pick up on planets, but you've got like a certain amount of time to do it because of the way time dilation happens.
Yeah, I wonder if it'll be. Well, I wonder if it'll be a case of like, if you go back to previous planets, things might have changed.
Yeah,
like if they had that in it.
They have a similar effect in Starfield, where depending on what planet you are, changes how fast time goes, and then they have a universal constant time, so you have something to like be relative towards. But that doesn't affect the planet as much. That's just so that you know how much time's passed for like resetting vendors and resetting missions and stuff.
Got you. I think then we had Spelunky.
Yeah, so I believe Spelunky's like a Facebook game.
Oh, I don't know.
Or was that a different? Or was that a similar?
But
one?
I know Spelunky's like a side-scrolling little like dungeony pixel sort of game. And
no, there was a Facebook game that was, by the looks of it, a rip off of Spelunky.
That makes sense. But yeah, Spelunky's like a side-scrolling, like almost Terraria-esque looking, like that pixel platformy.
Okay.
If I'm going off what this episode was, and I haven't played this game, I'm going to guess that each time you go in, it's slightly different, and you got to keep figuring it out.
Yeah.
The concept of this episode was really cool.
I think it was also quite sweet as well.
Yeah.
Like, it actually had a little bit of a message of like every day's a big fucking adventure. Go out there and experience it.
Yeah, the messaging and the constant trying was it was really well done. It was like, yeah, I imagine people that played Spelunky were like, "Oh, this is a really cool way of showing the game." And to me, it was just like, it's a cool little story. I enjoyed the messaging. I don't really know the game well.
Yeah, it's one of the ones that, if I was asked, you need to cut 3 or 4 of these, it's one of the ones that's going to get cut, but it's in no way a bad episode.
I know what you mean.
I wasn't as big a fan of the animation style.
I didn't mind the animation style.
Don't get me wrong, it wasn't bad, but I think on all facets, it's definitely lower down on my tier of where I view them. But it's by no means a bad episode. Concord. I think they should have kept the game alive till this episode came out.
So, okay. I don't think this would have helped the game. Well, maybe it would have a little, but it honestly, this needs to be studied, because from what we've seen of concept art, of characters and worlds, and like from the concept artist, that shit looked cool as fuck. What was in the game did not, like, it. Somewhere along the way, we lost all this lore, all this like cool world building, and it just was lost in the game and not presented well, which is why it flopped. And that needs to be looked at, because how the fuck did that go wrong? Because this episode, I thought was a lot of fun. Like the world building that we got to see was really cool.
I assume that this is kind of setting up the lore of the game. I assume this is setting up how the world got free, and now why there's loads of fighting happening over the universe, because everyone can travel now and the guild is trying to get control over the lanes. So I assume this is like how we got to the point in the game, but we'll never know.
But yeah, it's one of those where it's like, it unfortunately makes the flop of that game feel worse, because it's like, how did you fumble this IP so badly? Like, this seems like a fun, cool IP, and the world building we've seen through concept art and this, it's like, this is a really cool kind of looking sci-fi world. I mean, the visual effects in this with how it ended with them going into this raging planet or whatever it was, was really cool to see. But yeah, somehow they lost that essence with the actual game. Maybe it was a case of it should never have been a hero shooter and they should have done this as a different game, like an RPG game or something.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Yeah, I think it was
very interesting world. It kind of sucks that it's probably gonna not have anything come of it for at least a couple of years now.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if they want to bring it back, some more of it in season 2 of Secret Level, and just make this an animated show thing, I'm okay with it.
It does seem like a shame that we're losing this universe. I hope they find a way to resurrect it. Maybe an RPG is the way to go. I'd kind of fuck around with like build your own crew as a guild route pirate, and you have to like complete missions to unlock new routes so that you can do more pirate. Like there's an RPG in there waiting.
There is, for sure.
Honor of Kings, the Way of All Things. So this is like a Dota 2 League of Legends style game this is based on?
I think so, but I think it's a mobile.
Yes.
It's like a mobile MOBA. So I have no
knowledge of this game whatsoever. Because, as I think most people who watched this show did, when they saw an episode that they thought was particularly cool, they Googled the game afterwards. And I was like, oh, what the fuck?
The funny thing is, as soon as I saw it was like a mobile game, I was like, it's the classic epic cinematic and then mobile game. But actually, I think it's the idea of this, from what I saw of a screenshot of the mobile game, this must be one of like their main flagship sort of like characters you can play.
Yeah,
and this is obviously them showing backstory idea. Bit like League cinematics show that stuff. I mean, it was cool. Visually. It was
really cool. I really enjoyed it. The story was kind of cool.
Yeah, the story was quite interesting with the whole time loop sort of knows the future sort of thing.
Yeah. I know what you're going to do because you have to do it. So he does something that no one would reasonably do and therefore breaks the loop.
But then it ends
was a bit
with
weird, but I kind of liked it.
That and starting a new loop again.
So I took that to mean that part of the game they were playing was a game of the MOBA. So the loop starts again because you just queue for another game.
Possibly. Just shows
and it's like, going. Oh, you can never win. I'm always going to beat you.
Oh,
but
I looked at it as like, it's this thing of like, if we can always see the future, it's a time loop, and then time loops become loops and loops and loops. So like everything just gets stuck in a loop.
It was definitely a cool.
It was a cool concept
to just kind of watch and go, wow, the animation was gorgeous.
Oh yeah,
there's some really cool set pieces in there with like the moving around of stuff. Really, really enjoyed it. I thought it was for something that I would. If like someone asked me to choose the 15 games they were going to do, never in a million series would this game have made my list. So it's cool that I got to see it, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, it's introduced me to some games that I'm like, didn't know anything about them.
Yeah.
Then we ended with playtime.
Yeah, so it's just a PlayStation episode.
Yeah, it's a PlayStation. I thought it was from my understanding, because I'd heard a thing about someone say I really enjoyed in the interviews. Like one of my favorite episodes is the one that really just invokes what being a gamer is. And I presume now this is what they meant. And it is. It's like...
I think so, yeah.
They're basically trying to be like, this is what gaming is. You get to run wild with your imagination. And it's just have fun and be creative. But the way of doing it, of like, I love you've earned the ultra legendary upgrade. Burnt orange. And it's like, this is so classic of like, oh yes, I've got the next battle pass. I'm like, and it's just a skin of the same thing but different color.
It was fun. I feel like with the quality of PlayStation IPs, the ones shown in there and the ones not really shown in there, they could have done more. Yes,
but I mean, like Shadow of Colossus is a classic fan, like strong one. They obviously show God of War. I'm surprised they didn't.
Helldivers episode, man.
Helldivers would have been cool. I'm surprised they didn't show Last of Us though.
So cool. A Last of Us one would have been great.
Yeah, having the Helldivers in that though was quite funny.
Well, at first, before I'd kind of worked out what was happening, when the Hell Drivers arrived, I was like, wait, we're on Super Earth? Oh, this is going to kick ass.
That would have been funny.
And then she runs away, and then Kratos appears. I'm like, oh no, it's just like a PlayStation episode.
Yeah. I thought it was really cool, and the way that they were doing it.
I just think we could have got more out of the IPs that were chosen in a way that would have allowed us to really get more out of all of the brands that PlayStation's cultivated. But hopefully in future seasons we can see maybe some of them explored as individuals a bit more.
Yeah, or like I'm happy to have the same thing again, but like Xbox.
That'd be really cool. I really hope they get some Xbox IPs in next time.
Yeah, that would be cool. Get like a Halo. God, give us a Halo one.
A Halo one would be so much fun because you
honestly,
could make it like a red versus blue kind of vibe.
You either do red versus blue, or you do like it can be Halo, and you just show Spartans and actually like how strong, and like do like a 40k one where it's like 4 Spartans take on an army.
But think about some of the ones that they like. Did we even get like a fighter game? Like we could have a Tekken, a Street Fighter, a Mortal Kombat. They have such a good cast of characters that are so stuck in 2D that you can like release them and have a lot of story going on.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's overall so many games you could do.
Secret Level was exactly what we hoped it would be. I think is fair to say. Amazing anthology series, lots of cool IPs. And with how good this was, lots of other games will be waving their hand going, would you like to do an episode on us?
Yeah, here's my thing. Because I know we'll talk about it in the news, I think, but they've been renewed for a season 2.
They have. Great news.
I hope they do sort of similar to what they did with Love, Death and Robots, whereas a couple of episodes got like a second part in the second season, but they did... They did loads of new ones. But yeah, like, I'd love to see a Mega Man follow-up.
But give me a 20-minute Mega Man episode.
You could do a D&D follow-up if you wanted.
Absolutely. Make it more... You can make that like a comedy bit in a bar where they're trying to like work
telling
out
the tale, or they're telling the tale of what they...
Yeah.
40k, you could obviously do another one of them. Yeah. People love them. Also do like a playtime, but maybe it's Xbox instead. Like, feels like a second one. But yeah, I don't want them to do... a couple is okay, and then I'd love new games with new stories. Like, don't obviously do seconds for a lot of these.
Yeah.
Have you got a rankings of episodes?
Oh, okay. Let's hear it.
Because I have my top 5 favorite, and then I have like my middle sort of like, I enjoyed these, but they're not my top 5. And then I've got the ones that like, they were great, but they're not necessarily my favorite ones. More of like a rough. Okay, my top 5 goes 40k at number 1, Armored Core, Pac-Man at number 3, Exodus at 4, and then D&D at 5.
I think that's completely fair. I haven't thought about it too much. I can't put them in any particular order, but my top 5 would be probably Unreal Tournament, Pac-Man, Armored Core for sure, Outer Worlds, and maybe Exodus. But there's definitely an argument for maybe Sifu getting in there as well. But overall, phenomenal. Like, let's not get this twisted.
The
only episode that I'd be like happy going, get rid of that straight away, is maybe like Crossfire or Spelunky.
And like Mega Man, I just wish was longer.
Yeah, just make that the intro to a 60-minute Mega Man episode.
Or a film. Just make a film.
Yeah. Mega Man was so cool.
I have to say, like, a lot of the people are doing ratings and stuff, obviously. I don't think there is no correct top at the top end, because it all comes down to
play and all that stuff is going to affect it so much.
It's massively down to what games you enjoy. So, but yeah, this series has been great, and I look forward to it.
Couldn't agree more. A lot of fun, and a series 2 is great news. Kraven the Hunter. Okay.
I feel like I lucked out.
Go on. It is infinitely better than Madam Web.
Yeah, this is why I feel like I looked out.
And I'm going to give the writer some credit before I rip them a new arsehole.
Okay.
They respected the relationships between Chameleon, Kraven, Calypso, thank you. It's been a long day. And people like that really well. I know a lot of people might be like, does Kraven have superpowers? Which I was the same. When he has Calypso's potions in the comics, he does have superpowers.
So I looked that up when I got back.
Yeah, that all kind of tracks and makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
The Foreigner, they nerfed. I'm not sure if you knew about this.
I don't know anything really about the Foreigner.
I didn't know much about the Foreigner either, which I wanted to Google. So they've kept him very, very much the same.
Okay.
Apart from one major difference, and it was a huge nerf. In the comics, when he makes eye contact with someone, he like hypnotizes them so they can't do anything for 10 seconds.
Oh, instead of 3.
They made it 3 for some reason. I assume it was just to keep it going. But
yeah, I was going to say it'll be a pacing
I read that
thing.
and I was like, that is so funny.
Yeah. Also, like, I imagine it's a pacing thing because it's like the way that they were doing the 1, 2, 3. If you had to wait all the way to 10, you would have been like, for fuck's sake, just get on with it.
Yeah. I did just find that funny when I looked at it. I was like, you want to be weirdly accurate about what he can do and use an obscure character, but you just nerf him for no reason. My issues with the writing are majorly only actually in 2 places. However, them 2 places are the entire tone of the film.
Okay, well, before we get into ripping it apart for anything, I also agree. It was, from what I understood of Kraven, I looked up the powers thing and I was like, oh, okay, that does make sense. Because in the film, I was like, is this right? This feels maybe off. It seems like that stuff with his brother and those relationships were kept fairly to point. I will say we were wrong. He isn't vegan. He's pescatarian.
Yeah. That was clearly something that was changed, I think.
That feels like they made a point of showing him eat a fish, but then nothing else. And I'm like, okay, so it's pescatarian. Cool. He just doesn't respect fish. You might disagree with me on this, and I don't know if this is a hot take to the comic book fans.
Okay.
I didn't hate the rhino design. I know we've talked about it from the trailer, but I know in the comics it is a suit that is like fixed to his body. I didn't hate the idea behind his design and this like idea that it is controlled through medicine.
So, I don't hate that. My issues with the writing are based on the characterizations of Rhino and Kraven, though.
Well, yeah. I mean, Kraven
Rhino's entire motivation to get the suit, or in this case, the surgery, is he's a guy who can't do anything because he's a bit dumb and he just wants to make money. So he becomes an enforcer for the mob, and they convince him to put this suit on so he can be a better enforcer, and they don't tell him it'll never come off.
Got you.
And then he just gets angry about it and goes on a rampage. And then he becomes a villain. They've changed that completely to, I was weak, I was scared, I wanted to be strong, and then I have to use this medicine to keep it in check. And they could have kept that kind of the medicine. Like, I wouldn't have massively been a fan of it, but I wouldn't have hated it as much. But they made him some intelligent mob boss who's managed to convince all these people to follow his ideas.
I get that.
And operate from the shadows.
And
that I don't like.
Okay, yeah. I can agree with that. I think had they just kept him more henchman-esque, it could have been like he gets told by his boss, we can get you this surgery, it's going to make you stronger, it's going to make you better. He's like, okay, cool. But they don't tell him the side effect.
Exactly.
And he,
And with Kraven, it's fundamentally misunderstood Kraven as a character. I get they wanted him to be the protagonist of the film, and therefore they had to make him more appeasing, but they could have done Here's the thing: this story with maybe an hour with me, just like telling them that makes no sense. They would have actually made, I think, a watchable film because they weren't far off the mark.
This is the thing. I came out, I was like, this didn't feel as bad as I was expecting, but I was like, something felt off. And I was like racking my brain for the next day of like, what was it with this film that like, obviously there's the obvious things, but ultimately what we actually watched was, what if Kraven was Punisher?
Yes. But here's the thing, I think they could have made this story work.
The mistake.
What I would have done instead, without changing an insane amount, he goes on the hunting accident with his father, he gets attacked and he gets mauled. As a result of the syrup and the blood, his dad becomes a bit more protective of him and stops him hunting, which pisses him off no end. So he starts hunting in secret and this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
And then he enjoys the thrill of he might get caught by his dad and the hunting. And you build it up and he loves hunting and hunting and hunting. And then it gets to the point where it's like hunting animals isn't enough of a challenge.
Yeah.
Then you make it so he hears about this rhino dude who's fucking over his dad's business. And he wants to hunt the rhino.
Yep.
You don't have to change too much there. You can make Rhino just a massive henchman who's going to be fun for Kraven to target. You can still have his brother as a sympathetic point. Heck, you can still have the minor story arc of him hunting bad guys for his dad. Because his dad's like, hey, I need this guy dead and he's locked in a prison. I bet you can't kill him.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think that's why I'm like, this is just what if Kraven was Punisher, because you got rid of the whole, we said it from the trailer, you're getting rid of the hunting part of Kraven, and Kraven is called Kraven the Hunter. Like, even with not change, like you say, not changing too much, the point where like he was face to face with a lion, or like before that I was talking to Brooklyn, he's like, oh, yeah, but it's not really fair when you're not fighting them on a level playing field, isn't it? You could have played that into like, he kills this lion with a gun or something, and then he's like, no, I'm going to learn to kill these things with my bare hands, because that's on the same level.
Exactly.
But this whole protection of animals,
and that is purely from a marketing point of view, because it's so difficult to sell a hero who kills animals.
Yeah, I also
and that's the problem.
It felt like it became the Punisher because of that.
Absolutely.
Because it's just, now it's a moral thing of like, these guys are bad, so I'm going to kill them because they're not getting punished. And it's like, okay, that's...
Like I said when we watched the trailer 20 fucking episodes ago, if they cut all the superhero branding from this and just made him the Hunter...
They basically did.
Yeah, no, but you know what I mean? Like, if they got rid of that entire idea of Ryan and was like, oh, look at this Hunter dude, and made it just a straight-up action film like Triple X, I'd have been like, was it a great film? Not really, but for 2 hours it weren't bad.
Yeah,
the bit that pissed me off, no end. This bit was dumb. Really dumb. The fucking hallucination juice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? Start seeing all the spiders.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's supposed to be alluding to Spider-Man. That makes no sense because he's never fucking met Spider-Man because Spider-Man doesn't exist in this universe.
That scene felt so
This man,
odd.
20 minutes ago, was wrestling a fucking tiger like it was nothing.
Yeah.
And now he's freaking out over spiders. It makes no sense.
Yeah,
they could have played that off as a who gives a fuck about Spider. And that would have made him seem more badass. But they needed him to almost die so he could be saved and have the rest of the juice and come back stronger. But it's just...
Yeah, no,
I don't think it was ever going to be a great film, but it could have been an okay film.
I think with what it was, like, if you ignore it being Kraven and Marvel, and you're like, okay, this was kind of like a mid-level action film. A few story changes like you suggested, you'd have been like, this is a solid action film. I can get behind this. I think that the spider thing felt so out of place, and like you say, it was clearly like they couldn't afford to redo a hallucination thing, because obviously that's all CGI. They're like, well, we're stuck with this, even if we want to change the story up. Also, did you realize that from the trailer, there was a scene shown in the trailer of him in the Kraven jacket.
Yes, I did
with
realize
a torch and the forest. All that's cut, and he only gets the jacket at the end.
That,
which
I
again,
think was the post-credit scene.
See, I don't think it was. I think he got the jacket sooner. And I think they changed the whole story because people were like, so then they made it out like, oh, this is him kind of pre-Kraven properly.
The only subplot I genuinely thought was well thought out was the chameleon subplot.
Yeah, his story was quite well done.
They did that pretty well. They didn't fuck with it too much. For those who care, Warren Jackal, the doctor who was mentioned by, Warren, whatever his name is, he's the Jackal. And the doctor mentioned by Rhino and then the chameleon was inferred to have gone seen, is a Spider-Man villain known as the Jackal, who like created all of Spider-Man's early villains essentially. So like that made sense. Yeah. Like he followed a weird amount of lore to then completely change motivations for characters.
Well, yeah, he stuck to lore to then make it Punisher, which is like, well,
a fitting end to a disappointing universe.
Yeah, and I mean, I still stand by the fact that his dad felt more like Kraven.
Yes,
than him,
absolutely.
Which
absolutely.
Also, then with him leaving
the
jacket, almost then makes me think he was Kraven when he was younger, and now he's kind of
that was the jacket from the jacket from the lion he killed.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So the line that almost killed Kraven is now his jacket, but I dislike that he didn't kill that lion himself. I get they don't want their protagonist, who they thought was going to be the thing to take over from Venom, to be an animal killer, because people wouldn't have liked that. But why pick Kraven exactly? Yeah. So the rumor, I told you there was a rumor going around about a post-credit scene, but I had to wait just in case it was true. It wasn't true, thank the Lord. But there was a rumor going around that with how weird Sony was, I thought was believable.
Okay.
That apparently the post-credit scene was Kraven adding a name to his list, and the name was Null.
Oh no.
And I was like, there's no way they do this. Please, for the love of God, don't do this. And then when in the actual plot of the film, he does have a list. And like it ends with like, I can use my abilities for good here. And then he gets given the jacket. It's like, you have to go hunt bigger and better things. I was like, oh my God, are they actually gonna try? And then there was, I watched all the credits, there was nothing, and I literally went, oh, thank God.
Oh, the only other thing I would say, maybe with like character changes, from what I looked up about Calypso, she seems to be more manipulative in the comics of Kraven and a bit more voodoo.
Yes.
So they kind of dialed her back a bit.
I get the impression they dialed her back, and if there was more films, she would have got more manipulativity. Because she was a little bit manipulative at times. And a little bit sneaky. But I like the idea that they went, oh, she was a manipulative witch. What if we just make her a witch, but a lawyer instead?
True. But yeah.
Yeah. They followed weird amounts of lore to then just ignore other parts.
Yeah, and it's, I suppose, like Madam Web, the suit-up was brief and not even really in the film.
It's a trope that Twitter likes to talk about a lot, but earning the classic look is annoying.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that
that's
looking like it's gonna go. But yeah, that's the end of Kraven. It was nowhere near as bad as Madam Web. Nowhere near, because in Madam Web, one of the main characters' entire speech for the entire film was ADR done badly. So, but it wasn't good.
Yeah, it was kind of just mid. Take Kraven out of it, like that whole branding, few story tweaks. You actually have a solid action film with Aaron Taylor-Johnson. So it's like,
yeah, exactly.
Did you? This is like separate to us reviewing Kraven.
Go on.
Your trailers. Did you get a significant amount of trailers with Aaron Taylor-Johnson in them? Because I swear about 3 film trailers included him, or at least 1 advert and 2 trailers.
I think I got a trailer and the Cologne advert.
Yeah, I think I got another trailer with him in as well.
I wasn't paying a lot of attention, to be honest.
I also got a Coca-Cola Christmas ad that wasn't AI. Yeah, I was like, wait, Coca-Cola, this is not AI. Why have they given us an AI one if they've got this? It just made me more mad.
Oh, should we get into our year in review?
Yes.
So, this is the 2024 Cutscene Combos year in
Right.
review. This year, we have reviewed 5 films, 12 live action shows, 8 animated shows. We've had 11 Josh guest appearances for the gaming segments. We've completed 44 character profiles, and not including this extremely long episode, we have waffled for 83 hours and 52 minutes. And of course, we had the Nerd News Network. We covered some stuff this year. This year started off, to cast our mind back to January.
God, that's a
with
challenge.
the end of Percy Jackson Season 1.
Oh, yeah.
The Echo miniseries.
God.
The episode 100 end of Season 1, beginning of Season 2.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
We then moved into Madam Web. Then we had the Holy Trilogy of Bad Batch, the second half of Invincible, and X-Men 97.
Oh, God, yeah.
We then created the brand new segment Pop Culture Powerhouses.
We did.
We had Fallout, one of the big,
Yes.
what are we going to get here? We had Tales of the Empire. We had Fancast for the Future X-Men.
Yes.
We watched The Acolyte.
We did, and we enjoyed it.
We did. I finally got caught up on The Bear. And then we watched The Boys and The Bear Season 3 together.
Yeah, because I got caught up on The Boys.
Yeah. We broke down our favourite ever film and TV moments. We covered San Diego Comic-Con, Deadpool and Wolverine, Batman the Caped Crusader, Rings of Power Season 2. We put out some hot takes. We covered The Penguin, Agatha All Along, Vox Machina, Joker Folly of Dirt, and Venom the Last Dance all within 6 weeks.
Jeez, stacked week.
You got caught up on Reacher and on Dune.
Yes, I did.
And then more recently, we had Cross, Dune Prophecy, Skeleton Crew, Creature Commandos, Secret Level, and Kraven.
Yeah.
We have covered so much this year. It's some of that stuff I completely forgotten about. I couldn't even remember that we started the year on Percy Jackson.
Yeah, same. I had in my head that was like, we did that last year.
Yeah, simply incredible year. I've had so much fun this year. I can't believe that the total of our episodes before this one was 83 hours and 52 minutes. Like, that's insanity.
That is a lot of talking.
That is so much.
And that's all down to Josh and his games.
Yeah. Josh and his goddamn gaming segment. Josh. Do you have any particular highlights? I know we're going to do our awards in a minute, but is there any more eras that you were like, then they were a fun, crazy couple of weeks?
Well, I mean the Penguin, Alex Cross, Agatha, like that period of those 3 shows was insane. That we said that was like a incredible few weeks of triple stacked shows.
Yeah.
I completely forgot we'd had the triple stacked animated time.
I've got looking back at the year, remembering back to watching the finale of Bad Batch, the second half of Invincible Season 2 and X-Men 97, it really felt like animation was starting to get the respect it fucking deserved, because all 3 of them were phenomenal.
Yeah. I mean, we didn't discuss it on the pod because obviously it's not your sort of show or you haven't watched it yet, which is Arcane, but that also was another incredible anime. We've had some amazing animated projects this year.
Yeah. And I know we don't have a lot of reach, but we do talk very fondly about animation needing more love and more respect.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels like it's starting to get there. Don't get me wrong, it's not happening quickly, but feels like, especially in my mind anyway, started with Spider-Verse and then moved into more animated projects, and now stuff like Arcane, which is incredibly successful in the mainstream, the resurgence of childhood favourites like X-Men 97, Invincible doing so amazingly well, Vox Machina, stuff like that. I feel like we're finally getting to the point where more boomers and that kind of generation who look down on animation as cartoons for kids is really starting to get a bit of love and respect like it deserves.
I get what you mean.
especially when on the other side of like the more highbrow stuff, you've got stuff like Love, Death and Robots, which is winning critical acclaim on a TV scale, which is even more difficult for animated projects.
Yeah.
And then when you consider stuff like The Outer Wilds as well this year, which was a phenomenal animated film, it really feels like we're getting somewhere with animation being treated with a bit of respect. And we both got caught up in a lot of shows.
Yeah,
we did
that's
so
true.
much catching up this year.
I
finally caught up on The Bear. Yeah, you were caught up on Reacher and Dune. It was great. We're all ready to go for next year.
And The Boys. And
The Boys.
And in my own time, I've binged Yellowstone. That's now finished and wrapped up.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've watched a lot of TV.
So much TV. Like the amount of times people have been like, "Oh, what you want? Have you watched this?" And I'm like, "I don't have time."
Yeah, is it? It's not nerdy. Sorry.
Can I fail to monetize it for the podcast? No. Okay. Well, what do you want from me?
Also,
the only other show that I've been able to watch even sporadically, and we're still getting through it incredibly slowly, is The Sopranos.
Fair. I mean, I had House of Dragon season 2 was also this year, which I watched.
So much TV, man.
And I also got you into Dropout this year.
Yes, Dropout. I've not watched Dropout in like 2 months now. And it's
I hadn't, and then obviously now I've got some spare money coming in. I was like, just to lock it in, I'm buying the full year subscription.
You should have just asked me for my login.
It's fine.
Dropout literally the only streaming platform that says share passwords.
Yeah, but I want them to have money.
Just so we're clear, CEOs of Netflix and other fuckface organisations, this is how you manage to make more money from not password sharing. You make your price reasonable, and then you treat people with so much dignity and respect that the response is, yeah, but I want to make sure they're making enough money. Yeah. And also, just to shout out Dropout a little bit more, they also, for the second year in a row, have been able to engage in profit sharing with talent and cast because they've had such a good year.
Great.
Shout out Samurai, Brennan Lee Mulligan, all them goats over there. If any of you want to come on here and waffle about whatever nerdy topic you choose, we would let you on the heartbeat and we would just sit here in awe.
Yeah, like the Dropout crew have been, especially with all their live action content as well. They've been putting out like the improv shows and stuff.
And I think we're due the next season of Game Changer in like January or February.
I'm currently getting caught up on Make Some Noise.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can't wait for the next season of Game Changers.
Yeah, it is arguably the best £45 I've spent, and I've not even got through some of the stuff I want to watch on there yet. But just that and stuff that I have watched, I'm like, I've already made my money back. Already. Sure. I look forward to catching up on some more of that over the Christmas period when I have a bit more time. It'll be really good. And we've still, although we won't be discussing it until next year now, we've still got What If this year.
True. Yeah, that's coming out. Just it just
didn't get in under the deadline.
Yeah, well, everything's got cut-offs. So
yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's been a great year. We've got a lot of films to cover next year.
Yeah.
There will be more live-action shows, more animated shows, at least one more Josh appearance. We'll see where we can get to character profiles, and we'll try not to waffle too much more. And of course, we will still have the Nerd News Network.
Yes, we will.
Right, should we talk about some awards, Hori?
Yeah,
because everyone has their own fucking award show now, and I want one too.
So we'll do the Cutscene Convo Awards.
Yeah. What I was about to come up with a name of and a very bad word almost slipped out there. Yeah, nothing cancelable, just a C-bomb, but it is what it is. I know Americans exist and they're very peculiar. So I'm just going to list off the categories we've got quickly, and then we'll go through. We've not got loads, but we've got a few. So we have got Best Live Action TV Show, Best Animated TV Show, Best Live Action Movie, Best Animated Movie, Best Performance, Best Voice Performance, Surprise Project of the Year, Biggest Flop of the Year, and Most Anticipated for 2025. Would you like to start us off with your nominations and winner for Best Live Action TV Show?
I will. So my nominations are The Penguin from HBO, Alex Cross on Amazon Prime, and Shogun over on Disney Plus.
Because I'm amazed that something didn't make your list there.
Oh no, I'm going to have forgotten something that I'm
Okay. Do you want to tell us what your winner was?
This was tough. I was very between Penguin and Shogun, but I think ultimately I land on the Penguin taking it for me.
Fair enough. So my nominations were Cross, The Penguin, and The Bear Season 3. And my winner was The Bear Season 3.
Oh, even if I put the Bear one over. I forgot about the Bear. So
When
many
you
shows come out
said
this
Cross
year.
and The Penguin, I was certain you were about to have the same 3 nominations as me.
Here's the thing. If I'd remembered the Bear, I would have taken Cross out.
Yeah.
Obviously, that would have made it very difficult. I'm kind of glad I forgot. It made this much easier for me. Sorry, the Bear. You won. You've got your awards. You've won enough.
So for Best Animated TV Show of the year, I once again have 3 nominations: Vox Machina, X-Men '97, and Invincible.
Okay.
My winner is X-Men '97.
That was what I expected from you.
Invincible would have had a better chance if its entire season came out this year, but it didn't. Some of it was around this time last year, so I didn't feel like it deserved to win, but it did deserve a nomination in my opinion.
Okay. Mine are my nominations: X-Men '97, Vox Machina, Arcane Season 2, which I'm sure you're not surprised.
Bet on your winner.
As much as I loved X-Men '97, Arcane Season 2 takes this easily for me because it is such an incredible show.
Yeah. That's fair enough.
Okay, next up, best live action movie.
Okay.
Now, obviously, we didn't have a lot of films this year.
No.
One of my nominations, I'm just going to put out there, I haven't seen, but I've seen enough reviews and discussion around it that I know it deserves to be nominated.
Okay, that's fair enough.
But we have Dune Part 2.
Fair enough.
Civil War.
Okay.
And Gladiator 2.
Fair enough.
I'm going to award the winner as Dune Part 2. Because even though I didn't see it in a cinema, it was incredible. And I can only imagine what it felt like in a cinema, especially on IMAX.
It did fuck hard. My 3 nominations are Dune Part 2 also, Joker Folie à Deux, and Deadpool and Wolverine. I don't think I really saw anything in the cinema we didn't cover on the podcast this year. I know Dune 2 didn't get a whole segment, but we spoke about it bits and pieces. But with moving and stuff this year, I've not got to the cinema anywhere near as much as I'd like to. And just know that pains me more than it pains the cinema's pockets. However, these 3 films I enjoyed all for very different reasons. I know Joker Folie à Deux was a little bit mixed review-ish. Deadpool and Wolverine is just seen as a cape shit flick. Dune Part 2 is, I genuinely believe, one of the greatest films of the 21st century. And for me, it absolutely has to win Best Live Action Film of the Year. It was nothing short of a masterpiece. And Horry is absolutely right, seeing it in IMAX was an experience that I think everyone should be given for free by someone. Because it's phenomenal.
Fun.
Best Animated Movie. Now, do you have any nominations for this?
I have one and I haven't seen it. But it comes highly recommended from a certain someone also on this podcast.
Yeah. So I'm going to be completely clear. This is on here because we want to show love to animated movies. But yes, I absolutely made sure it made it in this year because my potentially favourite movie of the year, very tight in contention with Dune Part 2, is The Wild Robot.
That is who I'd put down.
And it absolutely deserves, even though it's the only thing in this category at the minute, it absolutely deserves the recognition still. I am not someone who is particularly weepy at anything. I have cried, I can count on one hand, at media, songs, anything like that. I'm dead inside, sue me. The Wild Robot made me tear up a little bit. It was very powerful. It was very beautiful. The voice acting was stunning. The animation was gorgeous. The story was phenomenal. This film is a film that I think should be like the gold standard. I know we grew up with stuff like Lion King and Toy Story, which are amazing films. This film should be the next generation's equivalent because it is gorgeous. It teaches a lot like Lion King and Toy Story did about emotions and growing up and things like that in a very beautiful and safe way while also tackling things. And I loved it so much. My mum, you won't believe this, she doesn't really watch films. She's watched maybe 6 films ever. I am desperate to get my mum to watch this film because I know she will love it.
I mean, I know you've been recommending it loads to go watch
I
it's
could not recommend it enough.
The only other animated movie I can think that was a big hit this year was Inside Out 2.
Yeah, Inside Out 2 absolutely blew the box office away. And shout out to that. And if I'd have seen it, it probably would have got a nomination. But it wouldn't have beat The Wild Robot for me. I don't think any animated film this year could have. And like I say, if we were just doing a film overall, I would have a very difficult decision to make between The Wild Robot and Dune Part 2.
Fair.
Best performance.
Yes. Do you want me to go?
Would you like to talk us through your nominations, Mr. Sontal?
Okay. So I have Colin
This is
Farrell.
film and TV, by the way, sorry.
I have Colin Farrell as Penguin.
Mm-hmm.
I have Aldous Hodge as Alex Cross. I think that's how you say it. And then I have also from the Penguin, Renzi Feliz, who played Victor.
Okay.
I mean, Colin Farrell's performance was incredible with all the prosthetic and what he went through for embodying the Penguin. I think also Renzi, who plays Victor, did an incredible job of performing, like doing the stutter and that performance of that character. I mean, obviously, Aldous Hodge as Alex Cross. We both loved Alex Cross, and he was really incredible in that, I think.
Yeah.
Who've you got down? Oh, well, I mean, winner, thinking about it, I probably would go Colin Farrell, I think, is my winner for that as Penguin.
That's completely fair. My nominations are Lady Gaga for the Joker. I thought she was amazing as Harley Quinn. I really enjoyed the performance. Again, I know that's controversial because the film's got a lot of mixed opinions. Yeah. I think it stands very well as art. Colin Farrell as the Penguin in The Penguin, he was phenomenal. The work he put into that role is phenomenal. My last nomination and my winner, Liza Colin-Zayas for The Bear.
Fair.
She was phenomenal. She had an episode that was all about her character before starting at The Bear, which is one of my favourite episodes of TV. She was amazing all season long. She plays one of my favourite characters. Massive shout out to her. She was amazing.
I completely forgot about The Bear.
You completely forgot about The Bear. I thought I was looking at some of my awards going, The Bear's winning a lot here, and it's probably Hori's going to have a bear on here a couple of times as well.
I love you, The Bear. It's a great show.
Don't invite him to the premiere. Invite me. I remembered you.
No, my master, I'm a #1 subscriber on your YouTube channel. Best voice performances. Go on. What have you got?
So I've got Lenore Zan, who voiced Rogue in X-Men '97, especially for that heartbreaking performance.
Yeah.
Sean Gunn for G.I. Robot. I know it's very late in the year, but the comedic voice performance I found so endearing that I wanted to give him a shout out. But my winner is Lupita Nyong'o for The Wild Robot, in which she played Oz, the main character. Phenomenal, so full of life. I couldn't believe it. Other people will, of course, know her from the Black Panther films and a number of other projects she's been in. I believe the Jordan Peele horror film, Us, is it? I can't remember. Amazing actress. I didn't know she was this talented a voice actress as well. The Wild Robot it's deep in my heart. I look forward to watching it again, which any long-time viewers will know I'm not a big rewatcher. I can't wait to watch that film again.
So I have Ella Purnell as Jinx in Arcane.
Of course,
Jinx
I forgot she had a great year. Arcane season 2 and Fallout.
That character went through so much in season 2 of Arcane. So
she's going to be up on the stage at the Game Awards no matter what, wasn't she?
Yeah. I also have Lenore Zahn as Rogue in X-Men 97. How can I not, after the whole character arc that she went through?
Yeah.
And I also have, from Arcane, Harry Lloyd as Victor.
Okay.
Who, his character is a big part of season 2, and he is my winner because some of the moments from that season 2, from his character specifically, are incredible. So yes, he'll be taking my best voice performance.
Awesome. Do you want to tell me about your surprise project of the year nominations?
I only have one because I really struggled to think of like what really surprised me.
Okay.
And this is my one because it would have won it anyway, even if I'd come up with some others. Civil War from A24.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, it was on my list and I just never got around to watching it, which really sucks because I think it looks amazing. I just couldn't get around to it.
The story they actually told really caught me off guard, and it really was an enjoyable film and a really interesting, not what I expected from a film called Civil War.
Yeah.
And it's from A24, who we know are great, have been producing some great films recently. So that was my surprise project of the year. What about you?
Awesome. So my nominations are Cross, Agatha All Along,
fair,
and Fallout.
Also fair.
3 projects, 2 of which I knew were coming out this year, but I really didn't know if they were going to be unwatchable or just okay, and they both ended up being great. And then Cross, which I didn't even know was coming out until September this year, and I got very excited for it very quickly, and then it was amazing. My winner is Cross, purely because it went from August 31st, didn't know it existed, to me going nuts in the chat like, wow, this is amazing, I can't believe this.
Yeah, fair.
Agatha All Along was a worthy runner-up, with us really having no clue what we were going to get, and it being arguably one of the best MCU shows.
True.
Fallout, I had a bit more confidence with, but there was always a danger it wasn't going to be good, but still a worthy position there. But Cross, I think, is absolutely my surprise project of the year. I had no idea how much I was going to enjoy that show. Now, we like to stay positive here, but it's always fun to have one little negative award. Tell me about your biggest flop of the year, Horizontal.
I only have 2 nominations that I feel deserve to be in this. One is Madam Web. The other is Borderlands.
Okay. You know what? Borderlands was such a flop, I forgot about it.
It's so hard to pick between these. And I lean on partly just pure monetary loss. And I think I pick Borderlands as the biggest flop of the year.
You know what? That's probably a fair choice. And if I'd remembered it, I'd probably been right there with you. My biggest flops of the year. I have Dune Prophecy on here because for what I thought it was going to be, it has fell massively short of that expectation.
Can understand that.
Kraven has made no money. It's not done anything. It's the last gasp of a dying universe. And then the absolute biggest flop of the year for me, Madam Web.
Very understandable.
I don't know if it comes across. I worry sometimes that I come across as insanely negative on here, and I do try and be really positive about projects. I thought there was a chance that Madam Web could be entertaining, even if it wasn't good. But the entire thing was a mess, start to finish, and it made me not even angry. It made me past that. It just made me sad. I'm like, the money spent on this film could have funded so many good films. It probably could have funded 2 The Wild Robots.
Yeah.
Like, it sucks so much, but is what it is. Borderlands probably was a bigger flop than Madam Web, however, because Sony are adamant that Madam Web didn't make a massive loss. I don't believe them.
Whereas
But that's what they claim.
Borderlands doesn't even get talked about anymore.
Yeah. Borderlands was such a big flop, I forgot about it. So I think overall that probably is a bigger flop. Now let's back to go to positive stuff.
Yes.
What are you most looking forward to in 2025?
Now, I know for a fact that 2 of these we definitely share.
Almost certainly.
Superman.
That's fair.
Fantastic Four.
That's fair.
And I almost put a video game on this for the memes.
Oh, okay.
But I chose not to because we've done our gaming we've got our gaming stuff coming up next. I nearly put GTA 6 on here, but I thought that's a bit unfair.
You know what? I would have let that slide so quickly. Yeah.
I would probably say, because this is also tough to decide what else to put on here because I'm just so focused on Superman and Fantastic Four. But I actually think the next season of Invincible is also something I'm very much looking forward to. I will say this is tough now to pick my most anticipated, because we've got 2 very big hard hitters coming out within a month of each other.
Mm-hmm. It could be a really good 30 days or a really sad 30 days.
Yeah. I think when I think about which am I most excited for to see, I think it is Superman, purely because I know this is the start of the DCU and I'm so intrigued to see how well this kicks off.
That makes sense.
So I think Superman will just edge ahead for my most anticipated in 2025. And I'm sure you're somewhat similar.
I am. Superman.
There we go.
Fantastic Four.
Mm-hmm.
And season 3 of a Prime TV show. Reacher season 3.
Oh.
I got Jenna to sense check all of my nominations, just in case, because I know I talk a lot, and I don't know if there was something I've been waffling about and almost slipped my mind. So I wanted her to, and she was like, "No." I'm like, I am excited for Invincible season 3. The gap in season 2 and how long ago it was now makes it feel like a million miles away. But having Cross and then the trailer for season 3 of Reacher and knowing it's coming up in March, I'm just like, wow, I want Reach season 3. But you, my most anticipated project is by far Superman. I cannot wait. This trailer is going to heal the world. No pressure, James Gunn.
You've joined me in forgetting something.
What?
The next season of The Bear.
No, that's not in my most anticipated. I know it's going to kick ass.
Fair. I'd completely forgot. For whatever reason, I've completely forgot The Bear existed.
No, I was aware of it, but I was like, that's not my most anticipated because it's a great show that I rely on.
Fair.
So it's not a nothing kit. It's just kind of like, I know it's going to come. I know it's going to be awesome. I have nothing to be excited for because all it can actually do is let me down. Whereas Superman, I haven't got a fucking clue. I'm ready.
Yeah.
Ready for greatness. Look up. But that does close the 2024 Cutscene Convos Award Ceremony. Congratulations to your winners. If you'd just like to email and come do an interview, we will send your award out to you. And now that the film and TV awards have been given out, those that matter anyway, let's bring Josh in and we'll discuss the Game Awards. Welcome back, Josh.
Merry
Christmas.
Merry
Happy
Christmas
New
indeed.
Year.
I love to see all the hats and the Christmas jumper. It's a solid effort from you.
Yeah, little Mando jumper.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. But yeah, indeed.
Suited and booted.
Suited and booted. Game Awards, mate. Coming out looking like Jeff Keighley. Obviously, we had the big night last Thursday. Going into Friday for us in the UK. I believe both of you have caught up now. I stayed up to watch it live. Didn't go to bed till 3:30 in the morning. Got up for 8 o'clock at work. That went down well. But a great show. Possibly my favourite out of all the Game Awards over recent years. But we will come on to discuss that. Obviously, the main part of the show is the actual awards themselves. We went through beforehand when the nominations got announced a couple of weeks before the Game Awards. We went through, gave all of our inputs for most of the categories. There was some fighting games, for example. All three of us don't really play fighting games, but we put a prediction down just for the sake of it.
Yeah,
we did.
We're going to go through now, see who got what right, who won. A lot of people probably know who won what awards, but we'll just do a recap. Is that good for everyone?
Yeah, let's do it.
We'll do esports as a whole because they, as always, brush through this pretty quickly. I feel like
I was
the
a
Game
little bit
Awards,
disappointed with some awards not even getting the main stage.
Yeah, there's some of them where, and that again was another yearly complaint where they didn't fancy getting some of the people on stage to, which is the whole point. It's literally called the Game Awards. But they did a lot better than previous years, giving people more time. They didn't let one person just stand there for about 10 minutes rambling on.
True.
which was quite nice, and we love to see that. But esports was one that they dished through pretty quickly. We had best esports team, best esports athlete, and the best esports game. Game wise, all three of us got it right. League of Legends was always going to win, realistically. Val at one point I thought could do it, but then it sort of died off. Whereas League's just so big every year, it was realistically out of League and Dota, I think.
I also think with League having such a fun Worlds tournament and the storyline of Faker and T1 doing it again, I think probably got them over the line against Dota. Whereas if the Worlds had been like not seen as an entertaining Worlds, Dota probably would have come in and swept it up.
Possibly.
Well, I mean, it was a clean sweep pretty much because the best esport athlete was Faker and the esports team was T1. I mean, I feel like them three were the most dead set, and the one that I'm gonna go on to in a minute was sort of like dead sets. I don't think some of the other people like Zywu, obviously great player, Alexi B. Obviously, I'm coming from my CS background here, but like it's just Faker and he's the goat.
Shovey was the person Faker was playing against in the final in mid lane, so it's like
okay, it was like a little rivalry type thing.
I just feel like when Faker got like, I don't even follow League. I've never played League. I never will play League. But when I'm so keenly aware that Faker is the undisputed GOAT and he's gone and done it again with T1 at Worlds, I'm like, cool.
Back to back.
Faker, T1 and League are going to win all of them awards. Not a problem.
Another one they sort of skipped past because technically is part of the Game Awards, also not quite at the same time. Content Creator of the Year. We all put Queso.
Love Queso.
He was one of the only ones I really knew out of the nominees. I've heard of Typical Gamer.
Yeah,
so Typical Gamer was the first gaming YouTuber I ever watched.
Okay.
Which is a weird bit of lore, and I forgot all about him. I forgot all about him, and then Fortnite started blowing up, and I came back to start watching stuff, and I was like, why is this random guy in my subscription feed? I'm like, holy shit, that's Typical Gamer. I know him back from his GTA 5 mod days. If you know, you know. If you don't know, get to know, you know?
So yeah, Queso took that one. I feel like fair enough. We all
he's had an insane year. I don't think that's a shock.
Most anticipated. This one, I feel like if this particular game wasn't there, it could have been a pretty interesting. Could have gone over where we had Death Stranding 2, Ghost of Yotei, Metroid Prime 4, Monster Hunter Wilds. So out of all of them, it could have gone anyway. I think the Nintendo people would have gone for Metroid.
I feel like it would have landed on Death Stranding 2 or Ghost of Yotei, but I do agree it would have been an interesting discussion.
Yeah, because obviously the Nintendo fanboys would have gone Metroid. It could have gone either way, but obviously we had GTA 6, which is it even going to come out next year, or is it going to be pushed back to 2026? Who knows?
It's coming out in 2025. It's part of my 2025 perfect summer.
When your game trailer, like you're not giving a release date for that or a release date for the game, is affecting other games choosing when to release, it kind of automatically makes you the most anticipated game across the board in inside the industry as well.
100%. I mean, we'll come on to it, but almost all the games that were given a time frame in the Game Awards were just 2025. There was no date. No one wants to put a date out until
right now.
Rockstar
I'm
come out
telling
and
you,
do something.
Rockstar are ready. That they've already gone whatever it's called, golden or platinum. They're actually 100% ready. They're just such trolls. They're enjoying watching everyone else go. Do we know when GTA 6 is coming out? Can we announce a date? What I want GTA 6 to do, and I know it means we'll wait a little bit longer than we want to. I want them to make their announcement kind of mid-September, so that it fucks with all the yearly release titles.
That's just
not
good for the industry, though.
I want them to fuck with FIFA and Madden and Call of Duty.
They'll come out regardless.
Yeah, but they'll have their worst year ever, and they might have to listen about complaints.
This is never going to happen because they'll want pre-orders. But I would love...
Oh, what Shadow Drop?
Just if it was just like, we get a trailer in January or something, and the trailer ends and it goes, out now. And everyone's like, GTA 6 is out? What? And just the industry freaks out.
Everyone and then Nan on the phone going, sorry, boss, I need next week off. I'm not coming in tomorrow.
All of my annual leave.
The economic crash of 2025 due to GTA 6 coming out and everyone's stopping work.
Every young person between the age of 18 and 30s randomly said they're not coming in for a week. What's going on?
Yeah, there might be another global pandemic. Half the world's called in sick.
What a shame. Just no one's about. The streets are empty. It's like 28 days later. GTA
we
6,
will be there.
We will be there. GTA 6 did indeed win that one. And I think that was the last one where we went for the majority. As of now, we do start mixing up the votes a little bit. Next one, right up your guys' street, and the whole premise of this podcast itself. Best adaptation.
We had Arcane. Seeding.
We had Arcane, Fallout, Knuckles, Like a Dragon, that should say, not Life a Dragon on the sheet, and Tomb Raider. Fallout was the winner, which me and Con both went for.
I know my stuff. What can I say?
Hori, was Arcane snubbed?
So, some people will probably say yes, it was. I voted Arcane because I love Arcane. If you're being logical, Arcane has only just come out, which has meant probably for a lot of these things, it's missed. It kind of gets missed off awards things because it's just too late. Don't get me wrong, Fallout is the only one on here that I'm fine with it losing to because Fallout was incredible. They did a great job. It's just I'm biased towards Arcane. But I think, unfortunately, had Arcane come out in like the summer, it might have actually won it. But
I agree with that. I do think that Arcane came out too late to really have a good chance at winning this.
Yeah.
Next one was one that we've all dabbled in a lot of the games.
I can't believe you got this wrong.
I just thought the recency bias and everyone bigging it up, it might happen. So it was the best multiplayer category. We had Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Helldivers 2, Super Mario Party, Tekken 8, and Warhammer 40k, which, Hori, I thought you might sway towards too at one point. Helldivers 2 was the winner. I went for Black Ops 6 just for recency bias purposes. Got great reviews this year. Obviously, great to see Helldivers win it.
It's not very for Super Earth of you.
Yeah, it's not at all.
If Marvel Rivals hadn't waited till December 6th to come out, it would have won this award.
That's a solid shout. We're all having a great time playing.
Well, it'd have to come out a lot sooner, but
if it had come out in September time, it probably would have had the perfect amount of time for everyone to be in love with it and win.
I didn't vote Warhammer 40k because like the story and that game is incredible. The multiplayer is it's a bit of PvP. It's not like super expansive, so it's like the multiplayer side is like.
My only concern with voting for Helldivers 2 was the controversy that hurt its player base a fair bit. I know it's recovered decently well and it has a pretty solid player base now, but that hurt its player base. I didn't know how much that had affected the wider voting base.
See, I thought in my head, I was like, because they'd done the huge patch that corrected a lot of fan issues and they've made efforts to to improve the multiplayer again, is why I was like, oh, it's going to win.
Yeah, I get that. And that's why I was confident voting for it, but I wouldn't have been shocked if I would have been burnt.
No, that was Very deserved. We all had a great time playing that. Will you be dabbling in the new DLC that has recently dropped?
Possibly.
I want to.
Yeah.
But Marvel Rivals does have
That's
me
the
by
problem.
the testicles.
Fair play. This one here, the biggest farce of the night. I know, Hori, you're probably didn't give a shit about this one. Con, I can see you didn't actually even put a vote down.
No.
However, right, so I'll go through the nominees before I go on a rant. We got F1-24, EA Sports FC25, NBA 2K25, Topspin 2K25, and WWE 2K24. All the 2Ks. First of all, very surprised college football wasn't on there.
Yes, I can't believe that wasn't included.
Obviously, everyone had been waiting years for that to come out. Finally drops. Very good fun.
It's the only thing EA have released in about 10 years where I've not seen people lose their mind with it.
I feel like the majority of America were playing it, and yet wasn't nominated. A bit of a strange one. Topspin, I really enjoyed. Obviously, it's not the traditional most popular game, but it was really good. NBA, same as every year. F1, I haven't played. I
didn't vote that because from what I heard, it wasn't well received.
F1-24 had a down year by the sounds of it.
Okay.
Especially compared to the last two.
WWE, I feel like they're just the same every year, really, aren't they? But
don't even know how it counts as a sports/racing game.
That's true. It's an entertainment game, but somehow the winner being EA Sports FC25. I'm going to go on a rant. So basically,
yes, please.
Get him a soapbox. Don't get me wrong, because this sounds so contradictory. The game came out September. From September to the start of November, I logged over 150 hours. Right.
But that doesn't make it a good FIFA game.
100%, because everyone knows if you're into Ultimate Team, the grind at the start of the game is by far the best part. I normally drop off around Christmas anyway, because that early grind is just so good. This year, it felt very same. The content, the 6 p.m. content every day was so lackluster. The gameplay, good lord. Touches were heavy. Rivals, and you had to play about 900 million games of Rival. It was 15 wins a week. It felt like a second job trying to get you weekly just to qualify for champs. It was just a shambles, and I've unfollowed all the accounts I followed. Foot Sheriff, bringing all like the updates and stuff. But I'm still seeing a lot of people saying COD killed FIFA this year. There's so much less people playing it, and I'm glad because that game is absolutely dire. They'll continue to make money because people love to spend money on packs, but I have no idea how that's won and who is voting for that.
This is why I don't play FIFA.
I've not bought FIFA since 22. I wait for it to come to Game Pass normally in February because I'm a career mode dude, and if I want to play any Ultimate Team by February time comes around, you can get insane CODs easily anyway. All I saw about this game was that it's potentially the worst FIFA in the last 10 years. And
it could be, like, honestly.
And they added a new multiplayer mode, which was apparently fun. And that was the only saving grace. Was like that new mode was a good
Rush
idea.
was good fun. It was like was it 4v4 or 5v5? I think 4v4, because you have the old AI goalkeeper. Like a little tiny pitch. You can do challenges in there to upgrade your players, sort SBCs out, etc. Rush was really fun. They didn't capitalize on it. It wasn't updated enough, in my opinion.
And I think that's how they've managed to scam this award. But here's the thing. I'm not going to bash the people who play these games too much because I am a massive sport game enjoyer. I just haven't bought a sport game brand new for about 3 or 4 years because they all come to Game Pass eventually now. I just wait and play last year's one. I'm still playing Madden 24. I'll play Madden 25 during the 26 season. I don't give a fuck. But these games are not innovative and good enough every year for FIFA to be getting a nomination, let alone winning.
No.
I'm going to move on before I get too angry about it. Best sim
I'm not the
strategy.
only one who rants on this show. Let's go.
Best sim strategy. This was sort of up Hori's street, and he did get it right. I went for the one that sort of I had heard the most about, glowing reviews. We had Age of Mythology, Frostpunk 2, oh god, here we go. Kinitsugami, that rings bells. Mana Lords and Unicorn Overlord. I think Unicorn Overlord came out too early in the year. Don't quote me on that, but I feel like it been and went. It was quite hyped up at the time, and then I haven't really heard about it since. Frostpunk 2 was the only one that I'd heard and seen on social media sort of still being discussed, and that did end up being the winner. So me and Hori got the point for that. Con went incorrect with Mana Lords.
I mean, Mana Lords, to be fair to Con, isn't a bad...
I'd heard.
I played some of Mana Lords. It was very much enjoyed by people. I think the issue for Mana Lords was it was one or two, like it's a very small indie dev team.
Yeah, I didn't even realise it was an indie game until I saw it was nominated for indie game or whatever.
It was essentially like they did early access, so the content was like, there was good content there, but there wasn't a lot. And for a sim strategy game, it was people playing it were like, okay, this is early looks. We like the mechanics in this sim strategy game. We just need to wait for things to get fleshed out more. Frostpunk 2 is one that kind of, people loved Frostpunk 1, and Frostpunk 2 kind of took it in a slightly new mechanic way that people seem to be enjoying. I haven't played it yet, but it seems like it's done really well.
I've got to be honest, I'd heard of Frostpunk 2 and Mana Lords. The reason I went Mana Lords was a lot of Football Manager streamers that I watch occasionally and YouTubers I watch occasionally, that seemed to be their second game for a lot of this year.
Interesting.
And obviously, as anyone who knows, FM is a massive sim strategy game. It's just a sport one. So when I saw a lot of them going there, I was like, that must have something about it. That's why I thought it might have a chance. But these aren't really my games. My extent of sim/strategy games are mobile phone toilet games. And long may they live.
Long may they live. Best family game. This category is a bit of a weird one to me, because when I think of family games, I'm thinking Jackbox games. I'm thinking Super Mario Party. I'm thinking of like the Switch games that have like 20 different board games built in, where sort of everyone can get involved. So when you got nominations like Astrobot, Zelda, Plucky Squire, which are like single player games, but like
family friendly.
Yeah, family friendly as opposed to like an actual family game. The only one that probably fit the bill the most was Super Mario Party, which both of you went for.
Yeah.
Which didn't end up winning. I went for Astrobot, which got it right, and I feel like I only won because it's Astrobot.
I think Helldivers 2 was snubbed in this category. What is more family friendly than co-oping with your family to fight for freedom of Super Earth?
I mean, with that logic, you can't.
I'm telling you.
Can't go against it, but Jeff Keighley seemed to disagree with me. So.
I do think
just the Game Awards twerking for
Astrobot kind of, because it got put in this category, kind of stole it because of what it is.
Yeah, I feel like I'm not sure what would have replaced it, but then I feel like it could have gone anywhere. But because Astrobot was in there, it just sort of feels like.
But yeah, I'm like you. I think family or group games like Super Mario Party and those sorts.
Did they not release a new version of like console Uno this year? Like, surely that should have been
probably. There's always like Monopoly updates and stuff like that, but
I'd expect one land to
because the description for this category is for the best game appropriate for family play, irrespective of genre or platform.
So
Astrobot being a single player game.
Yeah, see, I wasn't sure if there was any co-op features of Astrobot.
Not to my knowledge.
Do they think that families are sitting down and
watching
doing
one person
pass and play with Astrobot?
So yeah, I feel like the category. There's a couple of categories that I think need to be revisited, and that's definitely one of them.
Yeah.
Best fighting game, another one, or this was the one I mentioned earlier that none of us are really into fighting games massively. Obviously, correct me if I'm wrong on that one.
No, I'm not. I wish I was.
We had Dragon Ball, Grand Blue Fantasy, Marvel vs. Capcom, Multiverses, which I didn't even realize came out this year. I thought that was last year. And Tekken 8.
Did it not come out last year, get shuttered, and then get revived?
It did. It came out in like an early access, then they kind of pulled it and relaunched it this year.
Okay, that makes sense.
And it's been kind of doing mixed, from what I understand.
Yeah. For me, this one was a no-brainer. Tekken, I'm pretty sure, is on like a 94 or 95 on Metacritic.
This is one of the best Tekkens ever, is all I've seen. I don't know how I've managed to do this, but on my Twitter feed, I seem to follow someone from every gaming subgenre. And as a result, I get a little bit. So when like the fighting game people were doing their thing, the people were like, "Oh, this is the best Tekken game we've had in a while." And so that was my thought. I was like, the fighting game fans say Tekken's kicking ass this year. Tekken is the best game.
I know earlier in the year it was on a 94. It's now sitting at an average of 90.
I was like, oh, well, Tekken's usually always a solid game, but people love Dragon Ball, so I'm sure that would have done well. But no, not
I thought as well with Dragon Ball, there might be some recency bias with that one as well, because it only came out within the last couple of months, whereas Tekken, I believe, was earlier this year / summer, because I remember seeing a lot of it at Summer Games Fest, actually, so that would make sense. But no, the big IP with Tekken took that one.
Mm-hmm.
Best RPG, a big category. None of us got it right. I can't actually see. Con didn't even vote. By the looks of it.
I didn't vote. I'm so out of RPGs this year. I was looking at these names and I'm like, I don't have a clue.
Starfield.
That was last. But Dragon's Dogma 2 obviously had a weird bit of drama that wasn't real drama at the beginning of the game. So I wasn't confident that was going to win. Elden Ring, a lot of people were getting angry at because it was DLC. So I had like a sinking feeling it was just going to not win because people were angry. Final Fantasy games were either the best thing ever or they get hated. So I wasn't sure how that was going to do. And I didn't know how this Like a Dragon game was seen, and I hadn't even heard of the game that won. So RPG games were not my thing this year, apparently.
So me and Hori both went for Shadow of the Oak Tree, and this was one where
I feel
instead
logical.
of going, and instead of going, it was the only one I played out of the lot, which was pretty much my reasoning for doing it. I knew it was going to be between Rebirth, Shadow of the Oak Tree, and Metaphor. Obviously, no discredit to Dragon's Dogma and Yakuza. They're just not my type of games. Shadow of the Oak Tree, I loved. I thought it was beautiful.
Just hate dragons.
Obviously, Metaphor absolutely smashed it this year. It's not a game for any of us. I know that for a fact. Obviously, it's by Atlas, who make the Persona games.
Okay, that explains why I've never even heard of it.
So it's like turn-based RPG. It's essentially Persona, just in a different time frame. This one's more fantasy.
It would have probably been my second guess because of that. It's by the Persona people, but I just thought Elden Ring was so popular that I was like, surely it'll win.
I think it being a DLC, getting all these nominations, pissed a lot of people off.
Well, spoiler alert, that is why Elden Ring did not win a single award on the evening.
Wow.
Hate to see it. Another strong category, and one that I think needs re-looking at based on the description, because I feel like anything.
Josh is calling for a recount.
I feel like anything. Well, I got this one right, and you got it wrong. So the description is for the best action/adventure game. Already, I feel like any game could fit into that. Combining combat with traversal and puzzle solving. Is that not just every single player game ever? Obviously, like, apart from like Gran Turismo or something, but
yeah, I feel like it
anything
the
that's
only
not
real
straight
limitations
shooter
are, do you
or
fight
driving.
something?
Yeah. It's the same with the next one as well. Like they just there's so much overlap that it just weirds me out. But we had Astrobot, Prince of Persia: Lost Crown, Silent Hill 2, Star Wars Outlaws, and Zelda: Echoes of Wisdom. Con went for Zelda.
I know Zelda cleans up.
This one wasn't like a mainline title. This was like I'm pretty sure it was like a top-down, different type of game to your Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild type thing. Didn't get the best reviews. Obviously, me and Hori both went right with Astrobot. I feel like Echoes of Wisdom and Outlaws. Obviously, we know Outlaws didn't perform.
You mean the quadruple A game?
Obviously,
how could that not win?
We know that didn't perform. Silent Hill 2, I've actually asked for Christmas. I played the original on PS2 when I was way too young back in the day. My dad gave me nightmares, let me play it. Looking forward to that. Prince of Persia: Lost Crown. I am about 70% into, I think. Gorgeous game, absolutely stunning. highly recommend it. I am going for the plat. It's just taking a while.
I've got to be honest. I put that I thought Zelda would win. I wanted Prince of Persia or Silent Hill 2 to win.
Yeah,
that felt like it would be better for the culture, but I was trying to get it right. I still got it wrong, so I should.
I knew Astrobot was going to win.
We had Astrobot.
What I will say is, it's insane. There's not a horror game category.
True.
Yeah, I feel like is there enough?
Yeah, is there enough that come out?
This is like some of the
Get into the indie games. There's indie horror games every year.
Yeah, true.
just 5 whatever. Indie.
Okay, and let me put it this way: if we're doing a fucking sports and racing category every year, we can do a horror game category.
When the games in that one are just the new version of the
they don't even. I'm telling you, they do not even send out nominations. They literally just update the year and run it up.
And it's update the year, and it's like, right. And for the racing one, what is the one racing game that came out this year?
Yeah,
was it Forza or Gran Turismo?
Forza, Gran Turismo. Next year will be Assetto Corsa's got a new one coming, so that'll probably be the slot for next year.
Yeah, if we're doing sports and racing games as a category, give us a horror game category.
I would, like saying it, Astrobot, I do feel fits that brief of combining combat with traversal and puzzle solving. Probably the best out of all of them, but that might be my bias. Having platinum the game. And then best action game. So we're going from best action to best action adventure, and obviously the brief with this one says it focuses primarily on combat. So there is a bit of differentiation, but again, Prince of Persia's got lots of combat. Silent Hill's got like all the games have combat. It's just I feel like these ones. Oh wait, they've got guns and swords.
Yeah,
pretty much. Obviously, the nominees for this one were Black Myth Wukong, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Helldivers 2, Stellar Blade, and Warhammer 40k Space Marine. Horror, you went for the nomination on that. I went for Helldivers 2. I had to give them their credit somewhere. This was one of the ones I actually went for them. And Con, you went for Black Ops 6.
Yeah.
I know you discussed that your nomination choice on that last time. You just thought recency bias, and obviously the single player's got very good reviews this year, which I've still not got around to.
It's being seen as one of the better Call of Duty games. It's got clean gunplay. Call of Duty every year just sells more and more copies and has more and more player time. I just thought they might have just dropped at the right time to sneak in and grab this award. I was wrong.
That's fair
was
play.
Biased and voted Warhammer 40k, knowing it probably wasn't going to win. But I mean, it's a great game, but it's a very niche fandom.
I'll be honest, when I saw our votes, I thought one of us was going to get this.
Yeah, so the winner did indeed go to Black Myth, another game I've asked for Christmas. I think it came out at the same time as something else that was really big, so I chose the other game. I can't for the life of me think it was what it was. I think it might have been Elden Ring, but don't quote me on that. Just didn't get around to it. Obviously, a lot of people loved it, so fair enough.
Oh, yeah.
One of the best action game. Best VR/AR, one that none of us have dabbled with, but we put our predictions down anyway. The nominations were Arizona Sunshine, Asgard's Wrath 2, which a lot of people thought was going to win, Batman Arkham Shadow, Metal Hellsinger VR, and Metro Awakening. I went for Metal Singer VR because I have platinumed the non-VR game, and I had a shitload of fun. So I thought, I bet in VR that is sick. Batman 1, you two got it right. Do you reckon the game's actually better than Asgard's Wrath 2, which is known as like one of the best VR titles, or is it the name and the fact that you're Batman?
The name definitely helped. It being set in the Rocksteady Arkham universe, which is beloved, helped. But based on what I've heard, it is actually a lot better than anyone expected it to be.
Fair enough. People
were going into it going, "Oh, I get to be Batman, it's worth the risk," and they were like, "Holy shit, this is surprisingly good."
I was like, all right, Batman Arkham, it'll win off its name.
Yeah,
name value definitely won't hurt.
Because I'm also just not that like intrigued by VR games anymore. There was a period where I was like, "Oh, VR is going to be cool. It's going to be the next thing," and I'm like, it's kind of novel.
I'm of the opinion now, hot take, that VR gaming is less gaming than mobile gaming. I have more respect for exclusively mobile gamers than I do for exclusively VR gamers. Because VR gaming just doesn't have enough going on.
Yeah,
It doesn't.
The
biggest game in VR gaming is still fucking Beat Saber 12 years later.
My problem with VR has nothing to do with the games itself. So my parents / my family, last Christmas, my dad got us a MetaQuest, and it's one of them ones. It's fun for like the first 2 weeks, and then the novelty sort of wears off, and I don't think we've used it since.
Yeah,
it's hot, it's sweaty, it's heavy. I personally get really motion sick.
We're still talking about VR here, right?
What are we talking about here?
Can confirm this is VR. I think I could play about 20 minutes of Resident Evil 4 max before
it's
the
definitely
motion sickness. Before the motion sickness started kicking in. Con, you'll enjoy this one. I was playing a Madden career mode.
Oh, did you get sacked?
That in VR is actually really fun. Again, you just get so hot and sweaty.
The amount of clips I've seen of 50-year-old dads trying that out, and they try to avoid the sack and just run into a wall.
It's really good fun. I was having a good time with it, but I can only do it in such small periods that it's not even worth booting it up. Which is a shame. And speaking of, Con, mobile gaming versus VR gaming, we had the best mobile game of the year. We had AFK Journey, Balotro, Pokemon TCG Pocket, which we all went for in very much recency bias, I think.
Yeah.
Wuthering Waves and Zenless Zone Zero. No real surprise, Balotro won. But we went for Pokemon.
I've got to be honest. The main reason I went for Pokemon over Balotro was I was aware that Balotro was a one-man dev team, and I did not know how good the mobile version of the game was.
Oh God, don't.
So I was like, I know the PC version is beloved. I didn't know how good the PC port was, and Pokemon goes nuts.
Yeah.
So I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if Pokemon wins that.
That was kind of my thinking. I was like, oh, it's also on PC. It's not like just a mobile game where it's like this is just a Pokemon mobile game, and like Pokemon fans love Pokemon. So, but maybe it was just a little too late.
Yeah, because we've got to think Pokemon Pocket. When did it come out? Like the end of October, start of November?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. I mean, we're all loving it still on a daily basis. Obviously, at the time of recording, the new promo came out yesterday.
Mythical Island,
you saved up points for 3 new packs.
I think I only need 6 new cards out of the 68.
Nerd.
Well, I mean, we love it. Balotro, I downloaded it when it first came out and never ended up really playing it. Recently reinstalled it onto my iPad. I thought if I buy it through Apple, I can play it on my phone and my iPad when I'm in bed or whatever. And I have logged a ridiculous amount of hours. I am obsessed. It is fantastic. It rightly so won a few awards, which we'll be going on to in a sec, and I can't put it down at the minute. I want to play Marvel Rivals. I want to do this. I want to spend time with my girlfriend, but no, Balotro.
Live with her. You spend 8 hours a night right next to her. She can give up some time to Balotro and Marvel Rivals.
Oh, this is the thing. She goes to bed
watching the.
she goes to bed and reads her Kindle. I'm laying there playing Balotro on my iPad. It is just absolutely addicted, and rightfully so. Won that one. And guess what else it won? It also won the best debut indie and the best overall indie game of the year.
Yeah,
that I don't think that was a shock to anyone, was it?
No, not really. Plucky Squire was a debut indie. The premise of the game was fun. You've heard my rant on this one before. The Platinum was broke. It was so buggy that the art style and the premise of the game was just overshadowed by the amount of bugs, which is a shame. And then Animal Well, one that I've got installed and haven't played. Same with Never. Manor Lords has popped up there again as debut indie. So a lot of big titles, just Balotro.
I think this year has shown that indie devs are really ready to make a big splash in the more mainstream gaming space. Because I don't think I've ever looked at the 2 indie categories and recognized over half the titles.
That's true.
Which I think is a really good sign, and me included, I'm trying to get better at it. We do need to spend more time trying to support indie devs right now, because they're making some of the best games you've ever seen. Like, isn't the story the guy who made Balatro was his wife wanted a game like it, so he built a version for her, and then it just kind of spiraled from there.
I'm not 100% sure, but that would be sick if it was true. I mean, 90% of indie games nowadays are all on Xbox Game Pass. So if you got Game Pass, just give them a download. If you like it, you'll probably play it till the end. If you don't, you don't have to play it. You've got the download. Add all the games to your wish list. Obviously, Jeff was promoting all the games throughout the night that will be coming on to. Add them all to your wish list. Support the devs. It's the best way to do it.
Exactly.
Best community support. We had Baldur's Gate 3. Final Fantasy 14, Fortnite, Helldivers 2, and No Man's Sky.
Fortnite Battle Pass.
Bon, you went for No Man's Sky. Explain your rationale behind that one.
So No Man's Sky was the biggest scam game ever released when it came out, and they've spent the last 10 years, I think it is now, which is crazy, just fixing their original broken promise, and they've now surpassed it, and the game is now phenomenal. So I assumed they were probably in with a good shout, because you don't fix a game that well and change the opinion of a game that well without supporting the community and having a really good interaction with the community. So I had a instinct that they might do pretty well.
I don't think you're wrong there. I think, have they not already won something though, like last
Quite
year?
possibly.
Because like I think they won something around the time when they did that really big update, and everyone was like, "Oh, they've fixed the game. Like this is now No Man's Sky." And I mean, it shows what a dedicated dev team that owns their mess up and sticks by fixing it can prove that, look, you can turn the community around. Because I'm pretty sure that game now is mostly positive on Steam. So it's
that game is seen as beloved now. There are people coming to play that game for the first time who don't know what the trenches were like day one release.
They weren't there. I was there, man. Speaking of trenches.
Speaking of trenches.
Malevolent Creek, motherfucker.
So, Hori, we went for Helldivers 2.
Yeah.
This is one where the support at the start, I mean, was fantastic. Obviously, they did have that slight blunder with the whole PlayStation membership.
But
the actual gameplay content was
and they did the update.
Really good, wasn't it?
They like owned up to messing up balancing, and they kind of reverted a lot of the nerfs, and everyone was like, "Oh my god, it feels fun again. This is great." They've still been doing like the special orders and those like community missions. Like there was one they did where they gave people, they've done it before, it's like there's 2 missions, you've got to pick one to focus on as a community, and one was go to planet, save kids, the other was go to other planet, unlock new rocket launcher or new weapon or something. And the community actually saved the kids, and then the devs matched what they did, or like whatever the scoring was, they matched that as a donation to save the kids.
Yep.
Oh, that's really cool.
It was stuff like that. I'm like, oh, surely Helldivers 2 wins this. Like, they've done so much with their community. But then Baldur's Gate 3.
I mean, I know Baldur's Gate have released a lot of updates this year. But I am surprised that it was able to beat out No Man's Sky, Helldivers, and Fortnite. Because Fortnite is always in the conversation.
This is one
because of the amount of
they just have so many updates.
Yeah.
For Final Fantasy 14, I don't know much about the online play for that.
Not a fucking clue.
But Baldur's Gate 3. I mean, fair enough. Can't argue that. Which is a similar rationale for the next one. The best ongoing game. We got Destiny 2, Diablo 4, Final Fantasy 14, Fortnite, which we all put down, and Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 won.
I'm going to say it.
These are 2 that I think intertwine again.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it.
Strange.
I've said to Josh on a number of occasions when he's asked me to come play Fortnite, I'm never playing Fortnite again. Fortnite was robbed. In the year of our Lord and Saviour 2024, I'd like to point out I was doing my GCSEs when when Fortnite came out. I now own a home.
Makes me feel old.
Yeah.
You are.
And it's still breaking its own records.
Well, yeah, the most recent concert event, end of season event, broke their all-time player record.
Yeah. I don't think in good conscience you can say Helldivers 2, which only came out in February, is a better ongoing game when it's not even a year old than Fortnite, which is still breaking its own records 7 years later.
I guess your argument for this could be that Fortnite's new update hasn't really been them doing anything that evolves the player experience because they've done old school Fortnite.
No, I disagree.
Old school Fortnite is fun.
Look at all the stuff they've added to Fortnite this year, though. You've got like Lego Fortnite came out this year.
True.
And they've announced Bricks Lives, and they've announced the racing game.
League, yeah.
Fortnite is the metaverse now.
Surely Fortnite's already won this before, though.
They've probably won the last couple.
Yeah, so let Helldivers have one. Fortnite can have it next year when they bring out Brick Life.
Here's the thing. The Helldivers dev team deserve awards. But I don't think this is an award that actually should go to anyone other than Fortnite right now.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Like, Fortnite should be winning this. I'm fine with Helldivers taking it because they didn't get community support. But like Josh said, these kind of intertwine again.
Yeah, there is a bit of overlap in these ones. I think maybe they need looking at potentially, but who knows? Games for Impact was next up. Nominations were, let me scroll out because I think there might be more. No, we had, I'm looking at the wrong category. Here we go. Games for Impact. We had Close to the Distance, Indica, Never, Life is Strange, Double Exposure, Senua's Saga's Hellblade 2, and Tales of Kenzera. I went for Tales, it was one of the only ones I'd played. A few of them I've started, not finished. I platinum Tales, really enjoyed the game. Con, you went for Close the Distance.
Yeah, so I've not played any of the games, but I had a look through the game and what their plot was, and I made my prediction of Games for Impact based off that. I can't remember what the plot is now because I did these 6 weeks ago, but based on what I'd read about the stories, I thought that was in with a good chance. I wouldn't have been surprised if Senua's Saga had won either, being a AAA game that also had a pretty impactful story. I wouldn't have been shocked if that had won. But shout out another indie game as well with Neva. Love to see that.
Yep, Hori, I can see you went for Senua's Saga, which it fits the category well. It's all to do with psychosis and stuff. Obviously, I played the first one. I platinumed the first one actually.
Hellblade really 1 was so loved and well received. I was like, I'd heard good things about the second one, so I just kind of presumed. I was like, Connor, I haven't played any of these, but I was like, probably a solid chance that Hellblade 2 could take this. But
never ended up winning that one. Yeah. Innovation in accessibility. This is recognizing software and/or hardware that is pushing the medium by adding features, technology, and content to help games be played and enjoyed by a wider audience. We had Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Diablo, Dragon Age, Prince of Persia, and Star Wars Outlaws. I'm very glad.
Why was Call of Duty nominated? Does anyone know? Because I tried to look this up and I could not see a fucking reason this game would be nominated.
I haven't actually looked to see what they've added personally.
Because when I saw this category, I was like, oh, maybe I'm misunderstanding this because I've got a decent amount of hours in Call of Duty. I've looked through their settings. I don't see anything that is innovation in accessibility in there. In fact, I'm going to list a bit of a soapbox moment. Yeah, charging 20 quid so people can hear properly.
Oh, you already knew what I was going to say.
Yeah, I don't know how Call of Duty have got a nomination here. If someone would like to comment down below to let me know, I'd much appreciate it because I was baffled they got nominated.
I mean, Prince of Persia won, which I'm very happy about. So their system is nuts. You can tweak anything ever. The difficulty, you can break it down into speed, difficulty of certain enemies, difficulty of this, that, make this bigger, make this smaller. It is, the amount of stuff is quite overwhelming, and none of it affects trophies, which is quite nice. So yeah, I didn't know much about the other ones, realistically.
Because I looked it up a bit with this one, and I was like, I saw that Prince of Persia, just everyone was saying it, how in depth you can go with the settings is why it's so good. But,
yep.
Yeah.
Love to see it. Best performance. We had Brianna White from Final Fantasy, Hannah Tell from Life is Strange, Humbly Gonzalez from Outlaws, Luke Roberts, who plays the protagonist in Silent Hill 2, and Melina Jurgens, who did indeed go on to win with her performance from Senua's Saga's Hellblade 2. I mean, any of them could have won. They were all really good. To my best knowledge, I've said a couple of the games I haven't played, but I can only see them.
My full thing for picking Melina was based off when they showed off the Unreal Engine stuff with the face tracking. And I was like, I know she did a great performance in the first one. And I was like, seeing that, I was like, she is going to do a great performance and they're going to be able to translate it perfectly into the game. I was like, surely Hellblades, because they're just the triple, like they've got the ability to really capture a performance and properly sell it. And I was like, I'm sure they'll nail it.
Having not played any of the games, I didn't feel comfortable saying who I thought was going to win. Because I'm like, I don't want to say I think this actor will do a good job when I've not played the game.
You don't know.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair enough.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. I was sit on that fence forever.
We had another Senua Saga winner here in Best Audio Design. This one to me was a no-brainer. The game is literally focused on the audio and the psychosis and hearing all the different voices from each ear, etc.
How the fuck did Call of Duty get another nomination here? Best audio design. They're charging people to be able to use the audio.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that one.
How? What are we doing?
Premium, innit?
It's crazy to me that they were taking in nominations for best audio design. They went, what are Call of Duty doing with their audio this year? Oh, they're charging people an additional £20 to be able to hear. Oh, sweet, nominate them. What are we doing? I expected Senua's Saga for the reasons you said. I wasn't sure if Silent Hill 2 was going to do pretty well, because as a general rule, horror games audio is like a huge thing. So I thought Silent Hill might take
Build the suspense.
Yeah, man.
No, we all got that one right. Clean sweep. And another clean sweep following that, also to do with audio. We had the best score and music. Astrobot, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Metaphor, Silent Hill 2, and Stellar Blade. I mean, you don't have to know the games or have played the games to know that Final Fantasy has always just got unbelievable music.
I've listened to more Final Fantasy music than Final Fantasy game time. I've never played Final Fantasy. I've listened to a couple of their soundtracks.
Oh yeah, like everyone knows it has incredible scores, so it was a no-brainer.
Oh, but wait, what if it won the award because we all assumed it was going to have great music? Has anyone checked?
Yeah, everyone just.
The only other one I would have maybe guessed would have had a chance would have been Astrobot, because I didn't know like what the music and stuff. If there was like, because I know there's a lot of nostalgia stuff into that game.
The Astrobot, the music was cool. It was very fitting to the levels that you played. A lot of it got quite repetitive if you're like stuck on a level and you're just hearing it over and over again.
Tilt me. It would tilt me so fast.
There was a couple of bits where I just thought, if I hear this bloody song one more time. But no, Final Fantasy VII, I thought that was a bit of a no-brainer. Best art direction nominees were Astrobot, Black Myth, Shadow of the Erdtree, Metaphor, and Never. Me and Hori both went for Elden Ring. Obviously, that game is just unbelievable to look at. Conman Astrobot, another colourful, vibrant, pretty game. Was all wrong. Metaphor won.
Yeah, I fucked hard with the Astrobot art style. That was the only one where Astrobot was nominated that I really wanted it to win. So I'm like, I like what you've done with how that visually looks.
Metaphor, obviously, huge game this year. The JRPG just style. Atlas went from like quite futuristic look into sort of more of a fantasy setting. And I suppose everyone just ate that up by the looks of it. I mean, it won the category. Best narrative. So now we're getting to the big dogs. The last three of the night. I'm pretty sure they weren't in this order, but the big dogs. Best narrative. This is for outstanding storytelling and narrative development in a game. We had Final Fantasy VII, Like a Dragon: Infinite Wealth, Metaphor, Senua's Saga, and Silent Hill 2. We had Congo with Final Fantasy, Hori with Senua's Saga, and I went for the correct answer with Metaphor. I haven't actually played. The only one I've played is Hellblade 2. So I just had a feeling Metaphor would win. Just
Well,
because
yeah, I mean,
it's such a long game with so much text, typical to the Persona games.
I should have
just
really
thought, like,
thought about it
narrative,
because
yeah.
the narrative in Persona is well loved in those games, so it was bound to be just as good. But I mean, also Hellblade 1 was a well loved story, so I presumed Hellblade 2
I
would
once
also.
again took a punt with Final Fantasy always does well.
I mean, you're not wrong, it does. Best game direction. So this one was awarded for outstanding creative vision and innovation. Astrobot, Balotro, Wukong, Shadow of the Erdtree, Rebirth, and Metaphor. Huge titles, I feel like. It could have gone anyway. Astrobot did indeed win. Me and Hori went for that, with Con going for Shadow of the Erdtree. I just feel like...
I wanted Balatro to win.
I feel like because it could, based on the description of the category, it very much could have. Instead, Astrobot also fits it well. Innovation, some of the stuff in the levels and the haptics and the stuff you can do with the controller, it's all just fantastic and, in my opinion, deserved. Obviously, I've not played a lot of the others, or a few of the others, but Astrobot.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow of the Erdtree is not really innovative. They did it in the base
it's just
game.
another Souls game. Yeah,
well, they did it all in the base game. It's just a DLC. Right?
Yeah. Valid.
I'll be honest. I wanted Balatro to win, but I thought Erdtree had the best chance of beating Astrobot, and I didn't want to vote for Astrobot.
That's valid. Well,
PlayStation here.
You're in denial because PlayStation are on top. Game of the year went to Astrobot, which I went for myself. I platinumed it, loved it, fantastic game. Got the controller, got a couple of accessories about. It's just
controller's better than the game.
Fantastic. I mean, you're not wrong. That controller's a thing of beauty, but Con, you went for Shadow of the Erdtree, controversial one considering it was a DLC.
So I've not played any of these games, to be clear. But the one I spent the most time interacting with in any way was Shadow of the Erdtree. I watched no less than 4 streamers complete playthroughs of the Erdtree content. I loved it. I thought it was phenomenal. Anyone who knows me even remotely knows that a game like a Souls-like is not a game I should play. It would not end well. So I have to live vicariously through streamers. I wanted Balatro to win, but I just knew an indie game was never going to win Game of the Year, especially on a year like this against Black Myth, Wukong, Elden Ring, and Astrobot.
I mean,
fair enough. Hori,
Shadow
you
of
went
the
for Wukong.
Erdtree. Yeah, I mean, Shadow of the Erdtree, great game, but it's DLC. I was like, I feel like it sets the wrong precedent if it wins.
Yeah.
Astrobot's great. I just thought Black Myth Wukong also was well loved and also was kind of like, it's a Western, not Eastern, sorry, like fantasy game that's done well in the West for like the first time ever as like a story. And also, like, it's a great game. I just thought it kind of was a bit more unique than, don't get me wrong, Astrobot's great, but it is, I wouldn't say anything remarkably special in like what it's done story-wise or anything. But I also understand why Astrobot won.
Yeah. I feel like this could have been a top-up. For me, it was out of Astrobot, Rebirth, and Metaphor. I haven't seen the votes, and I'm not actually sure if they release it, but I assume Metaphor came second. I don't know if that's data that people can actually see, but yeah, Astrobot Game of the Year. It might be my personal Game of the Year. Who knows? Yeah, Astrobot, we've won 2, 3 awards throughout the night. Best Action Adventure, Best Game
Metaphor
Direction,
also did
and
well.
Game of the Year. Yeah, Metaphor got a good handful, except the big one, which is tough to see. But overall, shout out to all them games and the winners and the nominees. I mean, what a year for games we've had.
Yeah.
It's been a good year.
A very fantastic showing. Astrobot, Game of the Year. PlayStation on top. Sorry for all the Xbox fans like Con.
Yeah, can we now get an Xbox version?
Hellblade did well. What are we talking about?
Yeah, valid. Can't argue that. Yeah, that was the nominations and our results for the 2024 Game Awards. So apart from the actual awards themselves, obviously the Game Awards show each year comes with various trailers, which is probably the part most people watching the show are actually looking forward to and the reason they're tuning in.
Adverts.
Yep, fair enough. There was a lot of adverts, same as every year, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. They got to pay somehow. What a show! Just off the rip. I know we've all watched it back now, and I feel like there was something for everyone in this one. Whatever genre of game you're into, there was something coming out next year or the following year that you're going to be interested in.
Well, in my opinion, the biggest thing was, of course, the news from Naughty Dog that they've been releasing The Last of Us 2 for PC. Because, it can't be a Game Awards without The Last of Us getting some kind of announcement.
It's true.
I mean, it is true. It is indeed true. But it's Naughty Dog, mate. They can do what they want. They are the GOATs, and there's no denying it. But we kicked off the pre-show. Ninja Gaiden, all the Ninja Gaiden fans are going to be buzzy with that one. One move away. This was the sort of cozy puzzle game where you could see them organizing the stuff that was in the car, and straight away, because you could see the arm, I think everyone just assumed it was a VR game, and it's not, which is very surprising. A lot of people I've seen in the space have said, yeah, like also assumed this was VR. The fact that you could physically see the arms picking up all the stuff, but I suppose it's going to be like a unpacking.
Yeah, it reminds me of Unpacked.
First-person packer.
I mean, I might give it a go.
Yeah, I mean, I've done unpacking. I've platinumed it on PlayStation.
Did you know Josh collects platinum trophies?
So it'll probably be one I'd check out. Wishlist that on Steam. I think I already have. Slay the Spire 2 Early Access is coming 2025. Card games are all the rage at the minute. If you're enjoying Volotro like me, I've not played Slay the Spire 1. It is on Game Pass, to my best knowledge. So check that one out before playing the second one. We got some Dave the Diver DLC. I'm pretty sure the last couple of awards there has also been DLC shown. This is the In the Jungle DLC. I have Dave the Diver on Switch. Very much enjoy it. I don't know if I'll be going back for the DLC. Is what it is. That comes out late 2025. This one looks quite jokes and was one I noted down that we could probably play on stream. This was Thick as Thieves. It was like a first-person immersive multiplayer. One that we should definitely check out nearer the time.
Is this like a Payday meets Among Us?
It sort of looked, it was sort of like, from what I grasped from it, there was like, say there were 6 of you in a lobby, you're all going for the same treasure, you've got a different type of character, and it's going to be like the first person to get the treasure and get out. That's what it looked like. Whether it's probably much more in depth than that. So I thought, obviously, get us slot as a group on there. That'd be
chaos.
A good laugh. Hasn't got a date at the minute, so it'll be one that we need.
GTA 6.
Yeah. Well, it's not even got a year. I don't even said it. I don't even think it said 2025. One that you two might recognise, as I know you're very much in the loop with the new TV show with the name Secret Level. It was escaping me. Shadow Labyrinth, which I haven't watched it yet, but is apparently based on an episode of Secret Level. I'm not sure if you have got to that one yet.
I've just looked at it on Steam, and it absolutely does look like it's a game for the Pac-Man episode of Secret Level.
Well, so it's a Metroidvania Pac-Man made by Bandai Namco, coming 2025, and apparently, it was literally based on Secret Level, or
you play as the swordsman with Pac-Man following you.
Yep, it looks class. I'm loving Metroidvanias at the minute. Obviously,
honestly, with how much I love the Pac-Man episode, that might be added to the Steam wishlist.
I mean, it looks class in my opinion. Definitely one to check out. Tales of the Shire, I believe, was originally supposed to come out this year. Got pushed into next year. Don't quote me on that.
I think it had a bit of early access or something.
Yeah, it definitely rings bells. I've seen people playing it.
Yeah.
Some streamers. Again, that's like a cozy game. Very Switch / handheld game. All them type of games I prefer playing handheld personally. One I'm sure a lot of people will be checking out because of the IP. Midnight Murder Club, another one that's probably a good co-op one for us lot to play together. That's I believe that was the one that sort of had the Phasmophobia like in-game chat.
Oh yes.
I believe so. That's got a cross-play beta actually available now. Could be a fun one for us lot to check out, and
a little bit of chaos.
Probably do a stream for it. And we had Kiora, no date on this one. Very much looked like a Terraria clone. For all the people that play Terraria, probably love this one. The next one really intrigued me. So the people that made Sifu have made a football game. It's like a cartoony football or soccer game called Rematch, which is rumored/slated, for summer next year. This
pending GTA 6.
it was like I can't remember if it was third person or first person now. It was like a third person, like face on.
Yeah, it was like close, like almost like Madden's camera angle.
Yeah.
It's got a weird vibe to it, but I want it to be successful purely so EA shit themselves a little bit.
I mean, it's made by Sifu, so it might have a more niche
audience.
Yeah, every
made
goal
by the people that made that.
You concede, you age.
Can you imagine?
Your team
you get
gets
more and
older.
more washed every time you concede a goal.
Every run you do, you start your career. It's like a literal career mode, but every goal instead of every year. So that one I'm very much looking forward to. No date, obviously, because of GTA summer 2025.
Running.
No one knows when anything is coming next year. Be patient.
So this is going to be the theme for this segment: is coming 2025. No date. We have got Solasta 2. I haven't played the first one, mostly because it's a turn-based RPG, which aren't for me unless it's Pokemon. Has its audience early access 2025.
Not even giving dates for fucking early accesses.
Yeah, literally. They're like GTA coming out. No one's going to check out early access of Solasta 2, unfortunately. But that rounded off the pre-show. I mean, some big names in there for the pre-show. Slade Spire getting early access dates. Tales of the Shire getting a date, which I'm not sure it already had, to be fair. Obviously, Seafood Devs showing Rematch. Some big things. But then the main show... The main show always scares me because people get their expectations too high, in my opinion.
Fair.
We know Jeff Keighley's got the sauce and he can pull in the big names. Nintendo don't like to cooperate in a lot of these big events. They just like to do their own Nintendo Directs.
You could have just finished with Nintendo don't like to cooperate. Right.
Yep, I mean, valid.
Also, Nintendo are famously very good at cooperating with people and
as long as
working for a solution that makes everyone happy.
Hashtag Power World. But wow, people had their expectations high. Obviously, Jason Schreier came out kind of funny games a couple of days before, and he said there was like a couple of announcements that would make everyone be like, and I feel like we had quite a handful, in my opinion. Kicking off the show, which one that could have closed the show? We had a long form trailer for Witcher 4. CD Projekt Red coming out. Obviously, we had the announcement already that Witcher 4 was in development. We now got a long trailer showing that Ciri, you're going to be controlling Ciri, is the main protagonist.
Yep.
A little bit older than Witcher 3. And then the trailer closed with Geralt doing the like ad screen on the screen, obviously. But wow, we've all watched the trailer now. Good lord.
Very cool trailer. I enjoyed it greatly.
I'm very much on board with them switching over to Ciri now. I know apparently I forget his name, the voice actor for Geralt had said something in an interview about not being the main playable character, and apparently got a slap on the wrist for revealing that too early.
Oh, okay.
And had to go and apologize. But I mean, Witcher 3 was incredible. I loved Witcher 3, so
I should play that at some point.
It'll take you a while.
Yeah, I was about to say, enjoy spending 100 hours in that world.
I bought the game and the DLC for like £5 when I first got my PC because it was on sale, and as I do, got distracted.
Yeah,
it's on the backlog.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Despite being a big RPG guy, I could never get into Witcher 3. The combat, I really didn't like the combat. I've tried it a couple of times and I just couldn't get into it. If this as an improved combat style, I will very much be there. I'll probably be there anyway, just because I feel like I'll be missing out otherwise.
Yeah.
I'm ready to get burnt again.
Yeah, just there are certain things from Witcher 3 that I hope they don't bring into Witcher 4, but I'm very much looking forward to it. Again, no date.
Well, yeah.
I feel like it might not even be next year.
No, I think that'll be a 2026.
Yeah. Still exciting to get something so big. And then
I've got to be honest, I want that game to come out just so the next Cyberpunk game is the main priority.
Being worked on, yeah.
Yeah, I want that game out so that they can put all their energy into Cyberpunk 2.
And then another one that could have closed the show. And I feel like a lot of these announcements that happened this year haven't been leaked. I didn't see anything about some of these announcements. This one included, we had all these beautiful scenery, and then you're thinking, hang on a minute, I recognize that class. From Software pops up. I literally jumped out of my chair. I could not believe my eyes. Because Elden Ring Night Rain was shown to be coming out 2025. Again, I don't believe it had a date. I did try and note down all the ones that do have confirmed dates. This is a co-op experience, because on PC there are mods to smoothen out sort of co-op and friend play, because it's not the best. There's like, you have to be on the same console currently, and it's just not smooth at all. Whereas this is an actual separate co-op experience, and good lord, it looks outrageous.
Said as a co-op survival.
Yeah, it's a co-op survival is the tagline to come with it. What that means in the Elden Ring sense.
It's 1 or 3. 2 is not an option.
Okay, that's interesting. So yeah, I'm being the survival. I'm not 100% sure how it's going to work.
Zombies.
They said it's a separate entity, so I'm assuming it's going to be like the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC, where it's technically part of the main game. You're just paying for the add-on. I'd assume. Don't quote me on that. I'm not sure if like you can port over some of your classes, weapons, etc., or if it's literally going to be a separate entity. But either way, CD Projekt Red and then FromSoft's first two things, you're either setting the bar too high early on,
True,
or that's just Jeff being so ballsy and being like, we're kicking it off with this. Guess what we're going to have at the end? We're still going to be able to kick it off.
I'll be honest, after that start, I was certain we were getting a GTA 6 trailer at the end. I was like, that is like the only game that can kick them to the front of the show.
That would have been quite a way for it. Like, no leak that this trailer was going to be at the Game Awards, and then it's like, boom, ends with GTA 6.
It's so a lot of the rumors going into it were that Half-Life 3 may finally be shown up.
They say that every year.
Exactly.
Every year.
Half-Life 3, Portal 3.
If you believe that we're going to get Half-Life 3, I've got a bridge to sell you.
Or a GTA 6 trailer. And obviously, a GTA 6 trailer was more likely. But we all know that Rockstar are a bit weird with how they like to do things. I mean, like they shadow drop everything pretty much.
Well, I think after the first teaser one getting leaked and then they had to drop it like a day early, I feel like this time they are going to keep that locked down. So an award show adds too many hands to control.
Yep. They want that getting out in the universe.
Yeah.
Following that, another big one for a lot of PC people. More PlayStation games coming to multiple platforms, which is always a good thing. We've got Final Fantasy VII Rebirth being ported on the 23rd of Jan. I mean, won awards at the Game Awards. Obviously, it's Final Fantasy. That's probably going to sell loads on Steam and have a high play account.
Yeah.
And then a big one that I saw a few people pop for. We got an untitled project from Japan Studio, the makers of Shadow of the Colossus, with no date. It was very vague.
Yeah.
Announcement of an announcement type thing.
It literally was. It was them going, we're making a game. We're not going to give you any information really about it. No date, no nothing.
This like slight tease of a weird mech robot thing.
Yeah.
By the way, we all know you love Shadow of Colossus, so now you
Here
can
you
enjoy
are.
waiting.
I feel like sometimes it's quite nice just to have confirmation that like they are working on something. But
It's nice to know your favorite developers are
Yeah.
making a game.
yeah, rather than just like complete silence, but to get that minimal information and detail about it is a bit peak.
Yeah, but for their sort of games that are quite like, there is a lot of like artistic story into them. It makes sense that they're going to be vague because they don't want to reveal a lot.
Yep.
So.
Yep, that's fair enough. I'm not sure if any one of us have played the first one. I feel like Con, you
Yeah.
have, but yeah,
Yeah.
I thought so. Outer Worlds 2, 2025 again. No specific date, just a yearly time frame.
I've got to be honest. I'm amazed that this is even 2025.
Okay.
How
was the first one now?
I'll look it
19
up
while
maybe.
you're talking.
I want to. Here's the thing with the Outer Worlds. I want to say 80 hours in Outer Worlds 1.
Impressive.
I don't think I played more than 15 minutes of the main story. The game like literally lets you out in the wild so quickly that I went, see ya, I'm gonna go space murder hobo. And I jumped from planet to planet doing chaos, doing side missions. I have no idea what the main story of the game was, despite spending between 60 and 80 hours in the game, because I was just off doing random crap. Which is why I love the game so much. Because it is a space game where very quickly it's like, be free, you psycho.
For me,
so yeah, I was excited.
This was my favorite piece of creative idea for the trailer. I love this trailer for that, like the marketing idea behind it, of being like, we've got a sequel to this game, and the sequel, and then
number
like this
two,
and Fallout 3 number 2, also known as New Vegas. It was just like that idea. I think they did something similar with the Outer Worlds 1 trailer.
Yeah, they had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
The Outer Worlds team seems to have a lot of fun. Obsidian are a really good group of developers.
Yeah. Just that like kind of meta joke at yourself.
And I'm also pretty sure, I might be fucking waffling here, please correct me if I'm wrong. They're owned by Xbox now, which should mean it's a Game Pass Day 1 exclusive.
Possibly.
Or not Day 1 exclusive, but it will be on Game Pass Day 1.
Yeah.
Which is an even bigger W.
I'm trying to think if Obsidian, because I know Baldur's Gate wasn't on Xbox straight away, was it? But I think that was down
Larian.
to. Ooh.
Yeah.
Baldur's Gate isn't Obsidian.
But do.
Because I remember when Xbox bought Bethesda, they already owned Obsidian. So everyone was like, oh my god, New Vegas 2 remake with Obsidian.
Yeah.
Are Larry not partnered with Obsidian, or have I made that up? There's like some sort of like family ancestral tree going on. I'm sure of it. But I'm looking now. Outer Worlds is sitting on an 85. And it actually came out in 2019.
Okay.
Late 2019.
Obsidian made one of the previous Baldur's Gate games, I believe.
That may be where
or the IP, and then Larian took it over.
Okay. I knew there was some sort of intertwining.
There's some cousining going on or something.
Yeah, family tree. But yeah, I've not played the first one. It's one that I always see on Game Pass, and I'm like, I want to check it out, and then I look on how long to beat, and I see how long it is, and it just puts me off from starting it pretty much.
Fair enough. I do recommend it though; it is a lot of fun.
And then the next one I cannot wait for. So I love Joseph Fares, and whenever he comes out on stage, it's always a good laugh. Handsome, funny guy. He's like the people who made It Takes Two.
Yes.
Another coming back with another co-op adventure, because they also made the one with the two friends / brothers in prison.
Oh, them as well.
I'm pretty
Escape Plan.
That makes
no, it's
sense.
not the one. I can't remember what it's called. But I'm pretty sure it's the same people. They basically just make co-op games. And
they do a fucking good job of it.
Oh, 100%. And this one has a date.
Oh my god.
Yeah. He does not fear Rockstar.
No, I think it's because a lot of people would just assume Rockstar will be late in the year, if not pushed back to 2026. So he's gone for March, which, I mean, it's a pretty good time. can't go wrong with March because I don't think there's a massive slate of games early next year. Obviously, you got Assassin's Creed in February, but I'm not sure how stacked March is.
I think they also know their market is a lot of couples. Often where the one half of the couple doesn't really play many games. So they'll know when they're having a break from GTA to play games with their partner, they can throw this on.
Yeah.
So, comment down below if you want to see me and Hori play Split Fiction.
Oh, 100%. I will be there watching you play.
They have absolutely stolen our flow, by the way. The sci-fi dude and the fantasy dude. Come on. They can change the genders of the character all they want. I know who they stole from.
So, like Con says, this is called Split Fiction. You'll be split screening one fantasy character, one side, two completely different worlds sort of intertwining, and it just looks unbelievable.
It Takes Two has a bunch of like really fun, cool mechanics for like the co-op split screen.
Yeah.
So
me and Jenna have tried to play it 3 times and get distracted because that's what I do.
I haven't played it because I'm single.
No, to be fair, I played it with a friend. I played it.
But yeah, I mean, it looks fun, and yeah, maybe me and Con will play it or something. Then
that'd be a fun one for us to do on stream for sure.
And similarly to It Takes Two, only one of you needs to own the game. So
Which, can I just say, is a brilliant practice from them.
Oh,
especially bearing in mind, all they do is make co-op games. They are cutting their potential market in half.
So when you two go to play it, one of you buy the game, just split the money.
Not me.
Chuck a night.
Yeah, it was quicker. It was quicker.
We'll have to watch that one back.
I'll get it in the
edit. Next up, we had one for you, potentially, Hori.
Steel Hunters. Absolutely one for Hori.
Steel Hunters. Nice mech game.
Already got access to the playtest, just haven't installed it yet.
Fair enough. Is there one you're looking forward to? Heard about?
I mean, it's mechs, so I'm like instantly hooked. It didn't click when I was watching the trailer. It's from the people that made World of Tanks, World of Warships.
Okay.
All those games. Yeah, so it's like they know how to make a multiplayer war game.
Do you want to know why they've gone to mechs? They were sick of people in their community leaking government secrets.
There's still time. This is where... Have you seen what the US is making? And it's a Gundam. So yeah, I mean, it looks cool. It's an interesting take because you get mechs and then you seem to have a mechanical pet that you can take control of. Until I play it, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm sure knowing what World of Tanks is well loved and is a well polished game, I'm sure this is going to be actually quite good.
Fair enough. I'm not a mech guy myself, so I'll take your word for it. One that got a big pop for, but I didn't know much about because I've not played the first one, Black Frost The Long Dark. This one's actually been slated. It was the first game at the showcase to have a 2026 date. So obviously, still a long way away. They know they've got work to do on the game. Don't want to rush it, which I'm always a big fan of because who wants a game with loads of bugs? Believe it's a survival first-person game. The first one got a lot of love. I don't know when it came out and how old it is.
The first one came out a while ago, I seem to think.
Yeah.
That one's getting a lot of love online, so one we'll probably check out. And I mean, we're probably going to be waiting quite a while to hear any more information about it. But
plenty of time to go play the first one and see if you like it.
Yeah, exactly that. That's probably another reason why they got this booking in so early, to get people to think, you know what, go play the first one.
We're definitely not going to get in time for March, and then GTA 6 coming out, so we'll just push it to 2026.
Respect it. One that a lot of people are excited for, Gearbox were indeed here, showing an extended trailer again at Borderlands 4. Con, you seem very excited, so we'll go with you first. What were your thoughts on this showing?
I am not a Borderlands nerd in the sense I've been there since day one. I had annual leave I had to take like 4 years ago, and I had no plans, and I was very bored. And then Borderlands 3 came out, or was coming out on the Wednesday. So on the Monday, I bought Borderlands 2, played it, loved it, bought Borderlands 3, and put 180 hours into Borderlands 3. The game is so much fun. It's just pointing and shooting, and you're always getting new guns, and you can min-max so much. Don't get me wrong, looter shooters are such phase games for me because I can't play it for a year straight. But sometimes I just want to grind the fuck out of a dungeon a million times
Hits the
to
spot,
get a gun that does 1 more damage per bullet. Sometimes that's what my brain needs, and Borderlands does it in a more fun way than any other game I've played. So I'm very excited for a new one. And by then, I hope to have a spaceship PC and 12 monitors, and it'll be great.
And hopefully by then everyone's forgotten about the film.
I was going to say, yeah.
Could you imagine how much more hype this would be
film?
if the film was good? Could you imagine if that film would have gone nuts and they released this?
My
Everyone would be like,
hype
oh
for
my
this,
god.
I'd imagine that was probably their intention.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
That or
Absolutely.
they saw the film be made and like, shit,
Quick,
guys,
release the
spin it
game.
up. We need to get this game made.
We need a trailer, quick.
We're going to need to save ourselves. I mean,
it
I get
just
the
looks like
hype.
more Borderlands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw
People who
some
like
people
Borderlands will be
being
there.
like, oh, the characters seem boring and very like generic. And then someone showed a screenshot of the team of characters from like Borderlands 3 who are very bland and look all the same. And like, what do you mean? This is
Yeah.
Borderlands.
Their personality comes through in the dialogue and the game
Yeah.
itself. Until you get a character trailer, you know nothing.
Next up, we had some DLC for a game. Clive from Final Fantasy 16, voiced by Ben Starr, the GOAT, being added to Tekken 8. I've seen so many reaction videos to this one because so many people were expecting Tifa from Final Fantasy to be added to Tekken. So when it was Final Fantasy but not Tifa, everyone was like, what? But also at the same time, like, yes, this is sick.
I love it when people think they know what's going to happen and they're wrong, but only a little bit wrong.
Yeah, they're sort of like they're on the right lines. So obviously there's been a leak, Final Fantasy, so everyone in there has gone Tifa. Just completely like forgotten. Oh, actually, 16 came out this year. It's not all about Final Fantasy 7. But I'm sure all the Tekken and fighting game fans are looking forward to that one.
Mm-hmm.
And then one that stuck out like a sore thumb, we had a trailer for Splitgate 2. This one made the pacing feel really weird because we're getting all these big games and big names. I'm not saying that Splitgate's not big.
It's not.
I mean, I didn't want to be the guy.
It.
It seemed very out of place. I feel like the reaction videos I've seen from the whole Game Awards, they were always, a lot of the people were like, this game isn't out yet. They like everyone just assumed the game was out, or the opposite where they didn't know there was going to be a second one.
They did that play test weekend.
Because we played a fair bit.
Yeah, which a lot, they had a bunch of content creators, like, so loads of people were playing it, which is usually what happens when games launch. And then I think people kind of just presumed it died off and was still out, but actually it's just no one's playing it because it's not out yet.
Yeah,
I will say, we had issues with it. They have already said they've listened and they've got maps now with more verticality and better portal placement. Like they've listened to that. So I'm hopeful, but I'm like, I don't like, until we play it, it's one of those where like, have they actually listened properly?
I'll be bullied into giving it another chance, but I'm not excited.
It is frustrating because Hori, like we say,
I had this great game come across my table recently.
We played about 10 hours.
Oh, the beta, yeah.
The beta. Obviously, we played a lot of the first one.
We played a fuck ton of the original.
Yeah. We played about 10 hours, I'd say, of this one, and
I think
the gunplay felt clean, really clean. It's just like you say, the maps were not it.
Well, we said it when we played it, like the maps and the game mode that they put in the playtest, like beta, was clearly there for people that had never played the game to make the entry level like as low as possible.
Make it feel more arcadey, yeah.
Which then we got bored of that very quickly because we were like, we're not experiencing Splitgate. The guns feel better and the class system's kind of cool, but like the maps don't feel great and the game mode doesn't feel great. So I'm still like, until it's out and we play some of these more interesting maps and see what the game modes are like, it's hard to kind of judge if it's better than the first one or not.
The only negative review video I've done on my channel for a game is of the Splitgate 2 alpha, and I played Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League.
You put a lot of hours into that game.
It may have been, according to my Steam Rewind, the game I spent the most time playing this year. Which doesn't sound right to me, but I can't argue with them.
It's because that's Steam only, though, isn't it? So.
Yeah.
So yeah, again, I've just checked Steam and it doesn't have a date. It just says 2025. Yeah. So I feel like they're not going to be one that's going to be impacted by GTA. So
I think that's just
the game's just not ready, essentially.
So here's the thing: you say they're not a game that will be impacted by GTA. Every game is impacted by GTA.
Okay, yeah, they are, because they can't. They're gonna like. It's already like, can they pull the players in?
Yeah, they can't afford to lose
then also have to compete
players,
with
yeah.
They have to be the only game coming out that month.
They need to create their own month.
Yeah.
Just the 13th month.
Introducing Floggenbergy.
Splitgate will come out on the 12th of Floggenbergy. Right. Following that,
Still the 12th and not the 1st.
We had Virtua Fighter teaser. I believe the last actual one came out, God, over 10 years ago, and then since then they've all just been like remasters and all stars. So the fighting fans are going to be looking forward to that one.
A lot of people on Twitter seem very excited.
Yeah,
and it was by the Yakuza devs. So obviously, all the Yakuza fans are going to be buzzing. I believe it's Ryu Gatoku, off the top of my head. I've probably butchered that. I do apologize. And then they showed Project Century, which at first, when it first popped up, I thought it was Sleeping Dogs 2. The similarities are outrageous. It looks pretty cool. I'm not a Yakuza guy. I know this isn't technically a Yakuza game. It's just by the same people. But it could be one I'm interested in. I really enjoyed Sleeping Dogs, the BTEC GTA. So it might be one.
It'll be one you keep an eye on.
This is one I believe they're working on. There's no dates or anything. It's just showing, oh yeah, by the way, this is the game that we're going to be making. Quite a cool one. And then we've got a Turok Origins trailer. This one threw everyone by surprise, because I had heard of it and I googled it just to make sure. It was like a N64 like dinosaur game. It was on like PS1, I believe. A proper throwback.
I remember it being like a dinosaur, like a proper old name for a game, and it being like dinosaurs or something. But
yeah, because when it originally came up with the dinosaurs, I assumed it was going to be. Do you remember when there was like an Ark trailer with Vin Diesel?
Yeah, I thought it was Ark as well.
So,
I thought it was the new Ark.
I did nearly guess Ark, but like
the technology is what started to throw me off.
And then it was funny because they showed a bald man, and I was like, "Is that Vin Diesel?"
They switched out Vin Diesel and hoping we don't notice.
I don't think that is him.
Did Vin Diesel find out his character can die and he pulled out?
He didn't fancy it. To my knowledge, it hasn't got a date, but you can wishlist it on every platform except Switch, I want to say.
It'll be interesting to see if it is similar to Ark in any way. Like if they've pulled some of those sort of things to try and pull some of that market.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see. No date on that one yet. One that we discussed briefly with the actual nominations and awards. Helldivers 2 DLC, Omens of Tyranny, it's called.
I love that they had the Helldiver from the trailer in the game come on stage and do it as if he is an
it was a cool presentation. It looks cool. It's just one. There's so many games on my backlog, so many games that I want to check out. Am I going to go back to an update in a game that I've not played in 6+ months?
My thing, I think they're a little late on this. Like, this is the enemy type, I think they're called the Psylocke, if I remember right, that everyone started theorizing, like, back when it was all the hype and everyone knew these were an enemy from the first one. So they're like, oh, are these things appearing? Like, is this hints at them coming? It was kind of like, and it might have all been slow build up, but I think the build up with the in-game story they were telling was a little slow. But
okay, I get what you're saying, but the game's not even a year old. How quickly do we? Like, it's not like this is just a because they've been doing content updates. Yeah, It's not just like this is content updates. This is a whole DLC.
Oh, yeah.
I think there's different levels here.
I also think this might have come sooner had there not been this struggle with the balancing that probably took a lot of longer than they anticipated.
Yeah.
Because them having to go back and rewind some of the nerfs and all that is definitely time the devs. They've obviously pulled some of the team to refocus on, right, we need to get the game straight before we bring out this DLC. But there's a warthog.
The vehicles being added looks cool as shit.
A warthog, the new enemy type, it's cool. I probably will check it out at some point, but yeah, like you say, going back to a game for a DLC, it's tough, especially when like a new game like Marvel Rivals is just out.
It does look quite fun. Gary Whitta, who you may know was a writer on Rogue One, he's the biggest Helldivers 2 fan I know. Whenever I watch him, he said the other day that the new like big mob is harder to kill than the Bile Titans were, and we know how hard they were to kill. So
from the people that have played the first one, and obviously we were like, when everyone was hyped about it, they're like, oh, you guys aren't ready for when the Psylocke come. Like in the first one, they were a brutal enemy, so it makes sense that they're even harder.
So it's one that I'll probably watch people play and probably won't go back to myself. It's a bit peak, but it is what it is. Following that, Capcom came with a bit of a throwback. I saw a lot of people popping off about this because I don't believe there's been one for like 17, 18 years. Onimusha came back. It's going to be called Way of the Sword. Looks stunning. I haven't played any of the old ones. I believe they were mainly PS2 games, and then there was a PS4 standalone or remake, I believe. The game looks great. I'll probably be worth checking out. 2026 is going to be quite a while yet. So
yeah.
Different people by then.
Yeah, facts. Probably won't even have a computer anymore. And then one that I'm looking forward to, we had first Berserker has got a date. I don't actually know if it had a date before that ceremony, but it's one that I'm very much looking forward to. I'm pretty sure Ben Starr is a voice actor in that, who plays Clive from Final Fantasy. This looks stunning. It has got a date of March 27th. So that will be coming out the same month as Split Fiction. Two completely different games. I don't think the people playing Split Fiction and they're opposite ends of the month, so we've got time to play both. So that's a W.
I will still be playing Marvel Rivals.
A lot of these games, they showed Xbox logos, but they didn't really say if they were going to be on Game Pass, which was quite interesting. So I suppose it's one that you got to add to your wish list and come nearer the time, you'll see if it's going to be it. But I'm looking forward to that one. Another one I'm looking forward to, Dying Light the Beast. So I still can't really remember if this is a standalone game or an expansion. I think it's standalone because it relates to the first game, not the second game. I love Dying Light 2, and this is more of just a smaller, from what I've read, like 10-hour experience compared to the main game, which took me quite a while.
Fair enough.
No date.
Yeah, it's standalone.
Standalone. I did think it was. Summer 2025 again, no date. Worried about the competition. You like killing zombies and parkour. Two of my favourite things. Whack it into one. I highly recommend that one. A game that strikes me as Hori's type of game the most. Hunt Showdown. That just seems like your type of...
Yeah, I gave it a try when it first came out. It is like the extraction shooter-esque game, but set in like this Wild West horror fantasy world where you like can also hunt AI like beasts and monsters in your fireplace. From what I understand, the DLC and like microtransactions got a bit wild in the game.
End up getting review bombed.
Yeah, because it was getting to like points where like if you wanted any chance, you had to be like buying the gun packs and stuff to get like access to certain guns that were stronger. Like things like all games like that try to do live service end up either going a bit pay to winny, or lack content, and I think it kind of got in that muddy area. I mean, having put the Post Malone little trailer was pretty cool. I'm sure the people that love that game are going to be excited for it, but I don't think I'll touch it.
Let's put it this way: on Steam right now, granted the game came out in 2019, which was an entire pandemic ago.
Mm-hmm.
To buy the collector's edition of the game currently costs £191, and that is with a 61% discount.
Good lord.
Yeah.
Don't quote me. I have a feeling it recently got added to Xbox Game Pass.
Possibly, but it won't have all the extra stuff.
Yeah, it will not have all of the expansions.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. It's taken a while to load. I can't even see it on there, so I might be fibbing. I thought I remember them saying that, but it's not one that either of us, any of us, are going to play.
It's a cool collaboration for sure.
Oh, definitely. I don't know if it's an expansion or a DLC or it's an in-game event. I ain't got Scooby.
DLC.
Yeah, fair play. There we go. Next up, one that I'm interested in, Stage Fright. It is by the people who made Overcooked, which is a game I very much enjoy.
Is Overcooked Switch only, or am I imagining?
No, it's on Game Pass.
Yeah, it's like
we should do a run through together one night and just get angry at each other.
I don't know if our friendships would survive that game.
Yeah, we've just spent like 3 years essentially running a failing business together. We definitely couldn't get angry over cooked burgers together.
It is
might break us.
Stressful.
I
can't remember if I've played
get
one or
drunk
two.
and gaslight all of you.
I can't remember if I played one or two. Me and my mate Ollie, and it is stressful.
Oh, it's all the thing with the second one. I remember is like you hit a level where it just suddenly gets so complex and intense, and it's like you go from being like mild sort of like tension, but you're like, oh yeah, we're getting the hang of this, and then it's like suddenly you all hate each other.
Oh, Jenna said to me not that long ago she'd like to play Overcooked together. And I looked at them in the face. I was like, you need to put at least 100 hours into video games in general before I
you even
consider putting our relationship through that.
So yeah, another co-op game.
Yeah.
Year of co-op games coming up. Or it looks like co-op games are on the rise again.
Which is good.
Yeah, I mean, more... Again, it's getting more people into gaming, isn't it? Overcooked's like the type of game.
Yeah.
I feel like people... Typically, boyfriends are asking their girlfriends, do you want to play this game? Just to get them involved. You can play it with your mate, you can play it with your family. Maybe we could see some of these games in the family category that we was discussing.
Overcooked is the new Monopoly, just destroying families.
Generally, Split Fiction could win family game.
Well, it could win Game of the Year.
It could.
I mean, because GTA 6 is coming out next year, but it could.
Yeah,
because I'm 95% sure It Takes Two won Game of the Year the year that it came out.
It Takes Two did.
So
I might as well just give GTA 6 the award now, to be honest.
I mean, it might be shit, but I think it would crush the world so much the world would actually end.
I think it'd still
just win on its name.
There's absolutely no chance. One that was a bit of a cock tease, actually. Game of Thrones King's Road.
So what, 6 years too late? 10 years too late?
And it's a mobile game. Which,
I think it being a mobile game would have made money 10 years ago.
Which I personally don't think they made it clear enough in the trailer that it was a mobile game.
The graphics is what gave it away.
Also, I'm not surprised it's a mobile game because that's the only like sort of devs that would want to make.
I don't know why they wasted the money advertising it at the Game Awards.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it's a strange one. I suppose the Game of Thrones fans might enjoy.
I don't know.
Two of them that are left post the show fucking them.
I mean, we won't discuss season 8. One that a lot of people should be excited for, including Yukon. I know you meme Naughty Dog a lot, but Last of Us Part 2 is getting a PC port.
I've had my PlayStation for a year and 3 months. I've still not played a single second of The Last of Us.
Oh, that literally like angers me, like beyond words. But Yep, 3rd of April, I believe is the date. I don't know if this is the remaster, or if it's just coming.
Who knows? Is it the remaster version too?
I'm actually gonna double check.
It's probably the base one, and then people are going to put out a mod
I believe
to
it
make
is
it
the
the remastered.
I believe it is the remastered one.
I would be shocked if it wasn't the remastered.
What, they're going to give us the original one when there's a remastered one? That just means they don't believe in their own source.
I didn't even know the part 2, the original, was even on PC. It's so confusing. But either way,
Wait,
you need to play it.
The original part 2 is already on PC, so they're releasing the remastered PC.
I can't really tell. Either
and
way,
you wonder why I meme the fuck out of that company.
I don't
It
blame
is
them.
the
What
new
a game.
Skyrim.
What a game.
No, even Skyrim was clearer than this, because they just go, Skyrim is now available on this device.
Following that unbelievable news, we had a gameplay trailer for Den of Wolves, one I wasn't really too familiar with. It looks quite co-op shootery.
Co-op highest FPS. Now this could be fun to play together.
Oh, wasn't this the Payday 2 creators?
Yeah.
Yes.
It was, I believe.
And I was like, oh, it's sci-fi Payday, which
essentially
hopefully goes better than Payday 3.
Yeah, because I remember when that was first shown, I was like, oh, I definitely want to check this out. And we just never did we?
Payday 3 flopped so incredibly hard.
They messed
Which is insane when you think of how much of an insanely culturally significant game Payday 2 was.
They just tried to push it too far with
Fortnite Battle
locking
Pass.
off skills and stuff, and yeah.
Everyone wants everyone to play their game for 100 million hours now, and anything less is a failure.
Yeah, I mean, 150 hours on FIFA. Won't discuss that one. We had a throwback to my childhood. We had a Sonic Racing.
I can't believe we're getting Sonic Racing.
Teaser.
I mean, I can. The films have been doing well.
No, I just can't believe we're actually getting it though. You know, like Pinky kind of moment. Like that felt wild.
I'm checking to see if there was a date. I don't believe there was.
Question is though, it probably won't.
It's on all platforms, no date, just coming soon.
It's going to be on all platforms.
It looks cool. I mean, it's a Sonic Racing game. We know what they are. We haven't had one in so long that I think.
Do you remember when every single IP wanted its equivalent to Mario Kart? It felt like every 3 weeks there was just gonna. It was like Crash Bandicoot Racing, and then they did like 3 of them, and they were a lot of fun.
Looney Tunes Racing was so sick.
Well, Sony was always trying to come up with their thing to compete with Mario.
Yeah, Sony was so horny for Mario,
and then it was
instead they re-released The Last of Us 12 times.
The Mario Kart came out. I was like, oh shit, we've got to do a racing game.
I'm pretty sure there was like a PlayStation All Stars Racing. There was like a DreamWorks one.
Yeah,
I feel like every company was.
There's a Disney one that's out there that's relatively new, I think.
Yeah, that came out within the last couple of years.
It's called Fortnite Racing.
I'm pretty sure
Disney Speedstorm came out in 2023.
Speedstorm, yeah, and that aged like shit, I think. So
aged like milk. So good we couldn't even really remember it.
Yeah, I know exactly. But I mean, it wouldn't be one that I'd probably buy if it was on Game Pass. I'd probably check it out. I could imagine going out my way to play it.
I agree with that.
And then we ended with a series of bangers. One I'm looking forward to, Mafia: The Old Country. It's given a window. I'm not sure if it already had one, but we saw an extended trailer. Summer 2025.
This game is definitely waiting. I know we've joked about it a lot. This game is waiting to know when GTA 6 is coming out. Yeah. This game does not want to be within 2 months of GTA 6 if it can avoid it.
No.
I'm looking now. I think Mafia 3 was 2016.
I was going to say, Mafia came out ages ago.
That was the last one. And then they like remastered it as a collection during COVID, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, I mean, everything they've showed, there's some to it. I haven't played. I can't remember if I've played Mafia 2 or 3.
Yeah,
I played one of them. I don't know what one it is.
I played a bit of one of them, but it's so long ago.
I've never got into the Mafia games. Maybe I'll give The Old Country a try.
I know the Mafia trilogy or 3 apparently is a really fun platinum. It is one that I actually have on spreadsheet backlog, whether I'll get round to it. I mean, this one's summer 2025, so I've got time. I don't know if the stories are intertwined or if this is a separate thing.
I mean, this is the old country, so I'm going to assume this is a prequel.
Yeah, it's from the trailer. It's set back in Italy, and whereas the Mafia games are set in New York. I want to say.
Yeah, that rings bells. Either way, one I'm very much excited for. One that we all popped for.
I want this game so much. I want it now.
Aaron Paul and Laura Bailey came out on stage, and being the main two characters in the game, their chemistry. It's like they've been best mates their whole lives.
Yeah,
Laura
they came across really well. I'm so excited for this game. This game is right up my street. I want it. The trailer for it was awesome.
What it was. It seems like a Telltale game in which you're making decisions, and it's not like
So do you know what it
visual
reminds
novel.
me a little bit of? It's almost like, Papers, Please, where you get the passports and stuff, and you've got to decide if you accept them in or don't. It's almost like a similar idea where you're going to have to probably match up. You're going to get a job, missions. You need to pick a hero, and then you're also going to get the Telltale dialogue story behind it all.
I think it's the next step of gameplay above a Telltale game.
Yeah.
So in Telltale, it's just make one of two decisions.
Yep.
In this, it's going to be you've got decisions to make in dialogue and stuff, but there's also more things to do, and maybe you can walk around the office a little bit and stuff. I'm excited for it.
It looks great.
The voice acting cast is nuts as well.
I mean, yeah, the cast is ridiculous. I'm looking now. It's got 2025 window.
Of course.
I mean, that's just the theme at the minute, isn't it? So
at this point, Rockstar, can you give us a release date just so everyone else will commit to when their games are coming out? I've got a life to plan here.
But yeah, that looks fantastic. Very much one that we're going to be all looking forward to. There's quite a big cast of people that we know. Jacksepticeye's in it. I'm pretty sure Moist Critical.
Yeah.
Alana Pierce is in it.
Jeffrey Wright, I believe.
Jeffrey Wright's in it. Yep. I mean,
it's a stacked voice acting cast. I couldn't believe it.
This is going to be a good one,
especially for something that I don't think anyone had heard anything about beforehand.
It literally could be a TV show.
Yeah, I would watch it. I would be there.
So yeah, no date on that one. We'll all be keeping our eye out on. I can imagine. And then one which I believe was one of the games that Jason Schreier was talking about, where there was going to be a huge
I think so.
A sequel to Okami, a much beloved, quite cult followed franchise. I wouldn't say it's like everyone knows about it.
Back in PS2, right?
Back in there, yeah, Capcom.
Back in there on PlayStation 2.
So we got a teaser for the new game.
All I saw was someone on Twitter tweet the director going, "Is this trailer AI? It looks a little bit AI." And you just went, "Go fuck yourself." And that really made me laugh.
I mean, the crowd pop for this one was nuts. Again, no info. It's more of a, we're making this game. It's coming out. We want to prove it to you. So, I mean, Capcom are on the rise. I feel like last couple of years they've been pumping out games that are actually good, rather than just pumping out games like you.
They were a sleeping giant for a while. They didn't do a lot for, it felt like 10, 15 years. And now they've woken up and like, oh wait, we own some of the most beloved IPs of all time.
Following that, we had Crimson Desert, which I'm pretty sure we have seen before. Yep, this is one me and my friend are looking forward to, actually. RPG, looks good. Late 2025, which to me is surprising because that's obviously the rumored slate for GTA. Whether they're banking on GTA not coming out, or they're just so ballsy they think, you know what, or they're giving that time frame so that they can slip into 2026.
Yeah, but I suppose they've got time before Witcher 4 comes out, because obviously that's probably their biggest competition.
Yeah.
Late 2025 in my head RPG allows you to release anywhere from like September to February 26, like without anyone really saying too much. So I think that gives them a nice window, to be honest.
And then to round out the show, good lord. So despite already having Witcher 4 extended trailer, Elden Ring Night Rain Final Fantasy Rebirth coming to PC. We've got a port of The Last of Us, which I'm going to sneak in there. 'Cause I know,
I love how he's gone Port of Last of Us and
I
just
knew he was going to say
and just
that.
glazed over Outer Worlds 2 and Borderlands 4.
Yeah.
But Borderlands 4 we already knew about. It was just an extended trailer. Not saying that obviously we knew about The Last of Us. Dispatch and a sequel to Akami.
Last of Us 2.
Onimusha Way of the Sword. All of these games. It could have ended it there. But no, we had one last thing. Naughty Dog in their bag, straying away from Last of Us. Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet, which I'm not sure if I like the name. I think it's a bit but wow. This game looks unbelievable.
I'm intrigued.
I am sold purely on the fact that they have got so many brand rights.
Oh, mate, they had adverts out the wazoo. The
fact that the spaceship is branded as a Porsche, it's set in if space travel happened in
the
80s, which then means you have like Sony, like they had the Sony like CD player, like all that was branded as Sony Music. There was the jacket is, people have noticed, is very Akira themed, which is a beloved cyberpunk anime. I'm very like, they're gonna show you how a sci-fi cyberpunk RPG is done, Starfield.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Because I guarantee you, this game is not going to give you as much freedom as Starfield did. Because
no, it's a Naughty Dog.
What Naughty Dog game does, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I'm excited for this game. I think it'll be good. I'm curious. I do agree that I like the idea of like an 80s retro futuristic theme. I, on the other hand, land on the other side of brand rights. Because while that makes it feel more like they actually left in the 80s, they're also going to be beholden to more kind of you can't tarnish our brand bullshit. Whereas if you make something that is clearly a Porsche, but not a Porsche, you can make a joke of it breaking down and being a piece of crap. Whereas Porsche aren't going to let you make a Porsche spaceship that has a bunch of issues with it. It has to run smooth as shit.
Depends.
But is that Naughty Dog going, this is the fucking money that we have to invest in?
Also, like the Sony, all the like, so I bet a lot of the branding is stuff owned by Sony, so they can do what they want.
Probably.
I am going to skip over all the nonsense I've been seeing on social media the last couple of days about the main character.
Yeah, it's every game at the minute. I'm sick of it. Get a fucking grip.
I think that showcase of that game was so good that there's no point.
If you didn't watch that, go, all that looks cool as a bare minimum. Yeah. You don't enjoy gaming. You just want to be angry about stuff.
But as an outlet, we've got to just ignore that and not promote it in any way, shape, or possible. But that game, you know it by now. I'm a huge Naughty.
Yeah.
Last of Us picture on the wall.
Man's more excited for the Last of Us port than he is for Borderlands 4. Is crazy.
I'm just an absolute slut for it. I can't wait. Obviously, they said it's been in development since 2020. This could be 2028 for all we know.
Who knows?
I am against announcing a game that far in advance.
Because obviously they're working on. We've got season 2 of Last of Us next year.
Yeah, but
we know they're working on Last. So I'm assuming this is a whole separate team working on this one.
I would guess maybe late 2026.
I think
that
that's
would
what
mean
they'll be looking
6
for.
years of development. And
It's
it'll be long
not
enough after
GTA.
GTA.
Yet.
Well, yeah, they're not. Until they're closer to it, they're not going to commit, are they?
No chance. But overall, I mean, for me, that's a 10 out of 10 show. That's like matching PS5 launch Sony, where they just showed like Wolverine, God of War, and all those type of titles. I mean, there was stuff there for everyone. Whether you're into fighting games, RPGs, ish, bonkers games coming back from beloved series from back in the day. We've got some new games, crossovers. I just feel like it had it.
It's really nice to see old IPs we've not seen for a while and brand new IPs instead of just like what feels like the same 6 series we've had for the last 10 years. Cough Final Fantasy, cough The Last of Us.
Right, and rounding off that, after an Unreal showing from Jeff at the Game Awards, an Unreal showing from in the cutscene year in review quiz. This is a 10-question quiz to round off the year. Obviously, we know you two have been going head to head throughout the last few months, trying to better each other. And who is in the lead at the minute?
I'm dominating him. I've not kept track of my score, but he beat me by one time, and I batted him by 3 or 4 every other time.
I'm on 17, and I'm pretty sure Connor's on like 20 something.
Well, this is your chance at redemption. So this is a 10-question quiz covering games that came out this year, were in the headlines this year. So if you've been paying attention, you may know some of them are
locked in on Throne and Liberty.
Some of them are easy, some of them are. If you've been paying attention, you might know. But year in review, we kick it off with question 1. We've actually discussed this one quite a bit, so you should know.
The Last of Us Part 2.
In January, Naughty Dog released yet another Last of Us entry. What game was it? And this is in January this year.
January this year.
Naughty Dog released yet another Last of Us.
Okay, I believe I know the answer.
I'm gonna.
Sorry. Oh.
The fact you guessed there. I have my answer.
I have my answer.
I feel like it's the obvious one, but I could be wrong.
Right, go
on. Is it The Last of Us Part 1 remastered PC port? Going off the success of the show.
And Hori?
I did The Last of Us Part 2 remastered.
Hori was the correct answer.
Was it actually?
It was. The first remaster of Last of Us Part 2.
PC port for the TV show? Was that later last year, maybe?
Couldn't tell you, mate. This has been so bloody
He
finally got him.
He can't keep the straight face any longer.
Question 2. Which of these 3 options is not a stratagem from Helldivers 2?
Oh, fuck. Yeah. Okay.
The orbital walking barrage, the orbital napalm bomb, or the orbital rail cannon strike? I'll repeat those again. Which of these is not a Helldivers 2 stratagem?
You've been techie here.
An orbital walking barrage.
I've got it.
An orbital napalm bomb, or an orbital rail cannon strike?
I think I've got it.
I also think I have it, but I want to be clear here. I'm not going to show it because actually we're not monetized. I've not done this entire bottle. We were about here when we started. Like, I think.
Yeah. Get the excuses out now.
I think it's the orbital napalm bomb that isn't a stratagem. I think the napalm bomb exists, but I don't think there's an orbital one. But the walking was throwing me off. And I think that might have been too bait, but
I also have napalm as mine because there's definitely a plain napalm one.
But I don't think it's orbital.
But I also, so here's my thing. It also is throwing me off because I know the walking one is correct. And I know there is the rail gun, but I feel like you're being techie with the wording. And it's not like it's just orbital railgun, or like you're adding on something extra. But I'm locking in napalm.
Yeah.
You're both locking in napalm? Napalm is correct.
Hey.
So what did I say it was? Oh, it's because there's an orbital napalm barrage, not a napalm bomb.
See, so okay, so it because I was unsure if there was an orbital napalm, but I had a feeling it was called something else. But
yeah, there were so many different orbitals, and I was like, right, what 3 can I pick? So try and mix it up a little bit.
Trick question right there.
All right, question 3. Which classic series of games were remastered this year and received very poor reviews, currently sitting at a 58 on Metacritic?
Oh, Can I ask one clarifying question?
Yes.
Is it a trilogy?
A collection, a series of games.
Yeah. I've got what I needed. I know the answer. Was that this year?
Which classic series of games were remastered this year and received very poor reviews? Currently sitting at
Either I've
58
gaslit
on
myself into something else, or I'm amazed that was this year.
I have no fucking clue.
I'll give you 10 seconds, sorry.
If I'm wrong
was
here, I'm
remastered?
actually
What was
happy because there's no way this was this year. I've got to be wrong here.
I have no idea what's been remastered.
Just say The Last of Us. You're probably right.
I considered it, but
I mean, that's been 10 seconds.
I'm gonna. Okay.
Lock in an answer, please. Sorry.
Yeah, I've got it.
Go on. You go first, seeing as you're unsure.
Final Fantasy. Like,
so,
presume you mean the series as a whole.
It's been a long fucking year.
It has.
So it might be this, but I thought this was 2023. Is it the GTA collection?
You're both wrong.
Oh.
Okay, was the GTA collection must have been last year because that also bombed.
I'm pretty sure it was last year. The correct answer was Star Wars Battlefront.
Oh, yeah.
Came out, I want to say, similar time to Elden Ring, because I remember talking about it with my mate while playing Elden Ring.
Yeah.
But yeah, the reviews were absolutely toilet.
Yeah, I forgot because they remastered it.
2021.
They launched it, and the servers were atrocious.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad I was wrong there because I didn't want to think that game would come out this year.
And it's 30 quid on Steam.
Yeah, that was the thing. It was like full price, and you couldn't play.
It was end of March, which was when I would have been playing Elden Ring.
I felt Star Wars Final Fantasy was a bit of a stretch because there's so many. I was like,
and do you think a Final Fantasy would get a 58?
I mean, there is some bad ones.
Yeah, fair play. Right, question 4. You both got that one wrong. So, Redemption. Nice vague one.
Yeah.
Loving. What game does the following summary relate to? All right, listen up. Controlling the Arisen, you must explore, take on quests, fight monsters while being caught up in a geopolitical conflict between two kingdoms.
Following the Arisen.
Controlling the Arisen, you must explore, take on quests, fight monsters while being caught up in a geopolitical conflict between two kingdoms.
Now,
this
I'm going to go
game from this year.
Yep.
This is a horror game. I'm telling you right now, this is a horror game. This is a mech game of some kind, and it's bullshit that horror gets such a layup. Christ. I'm going to say something I know is wrong because it's the only game I can think of. He actually knows mechs. I'm just here like, I don't know, Optimus Prime.
Controlling the Arisen, you must explore, take on quests, fight monsters, while being caught up in a geopolitical warfare between two kingdoms. You can have 10 seconds for.
April, May time, Horry, because he's going the year in order. That's the mech game you're looking for.
I don't.
Were you not in your mech phase at that point?
Well, no, I don't know what came out when. I'm not confident it's mechs.
Controlling the Arisen. If that's not a mech.
Arisen could be zombies, it could be.
What are you thinking, Diablo? There's one sound together, team up.
That came out last year.
I love
was there a DLC
debate
though?
in between you. I love it.
Wait.
Did they not release a massive expansion this year?
Read the description one more time.
You got one more time.
Okay.
Controlling the Arisen, you must explore, take on quests, fight monsters while being caught up in a geopolitical conflict between two kingdoms.
Oh, I think I have an answer.
Oh, okay, now.
Nah, there's no way I'm right. But I'm going to stick with it. I have an answer.
Wait.
It is wrong, but I have an answer. Christ, you can see steam coming out of Hori's ears. Where his
I'm
brain's
just
working
gonna-
So hard.
You got 5 seconds to lock in an answer. This has been a long
Just
question.
because. Fuck it. I have my answer.
Right, Hori, go first because you're less confident.
Throne and Liberty.
Is it Hades 2? There's no way, right?
You're both very wrong.
Awesome. Was it a mech game?
It was not.
I didn't think it was.
So the Arisen is the name of someone who has been chosen to challenge a dragon. And the game was Dragon's Dogma 2.
Ah, okay.
I tried to do like the general, like you must explore, take on quests,
Yeah.
fight monsters. I thought it sounded
I
so
nearly
vague and
guessed
RPG.
Path of Exile 2, but I don't know the story.
It's also
Behind
too
that.
new. He's going in a year's order.
Am I though?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't 100% trust
You can
that.
change your order of questions now, but up until now, you've been going in year order. I know what you are.
Well,
Okay, well, neither of us got it right, so.
yep.
Yeah,
Question
I'm still
5.
losing 1-0. Up on the year, though.
Right, question 5. In June, Bungie. Yeah, I promise you, it's not actually all in. In June, Bungie released Destiny 2: The Final Shape DLC.
Oh, God.
Whoever gets it closest takes the point. What Metacritic score is it currently sitting on as of today's date, the 18th of...
Oh.
I was about to get angry because Hori's played so much Destiny in his
I
life. He was giving him a layup, but Metacritic score.
I also didn't play Final Shape because I was just done with Destiny 2.
Did it do well? Did it flop? What are we thinking?
I think it did okay. But scores can change. A bad update could tank
Is it
that
as the
score.
scores of today?
As of like today's date, what's it currently sitting on Metacritic?
Okay, I have an answer.
I also have an answer.
So
Oh,
closest gets the point.
1 second. Because you can gamesmanship this here. I think we should both message Josh our things so we can't change them.
I mean, I'll hold my phone up because I've written it down.
Okay, cool. I'll go first then.
Yep.
76.
76.
Is it going to focus? I have
No.
67,
Oh.
but it doesn't want to.
So
it doesn't
Hori
wanna
with
focus.
67. Con, what was yours?
76.
76 to flip way round. Con is the winner.
What was it? Was it higher?
It's sitting on an 89.
Oh, wow. See, I thought it had been received quite well at first, but I didn't know, like, Bungie have a good history of fucking up and pissing players off.
It's on a 90 on PlayStation, average across platform 89.
I knew it was one of the better ones, but I kind of had in my head that it fell off.
Because Bungie do that.
I think also some personal bias went into that decision with my score then, because I'm just sick and tired of Destiny 2.
In my head, I was thinking, do they play Destiny? And I couldn't think for the life of me. So
I literally played up until the DLC before that. And in the DLC before that, I just got burnt out halfway through it. And I was just like, I can't. I'm not spending another 40 quid for a DLC that might be good.
Valid.
Yeah.
All right, question 6. One that I
1-1. Let's fucking go.
was on your radars. It's very niche to your podcast. And I thought you might know it, you might not.
Oh,
So
fuck.
Star Wars Outlaws was a game which released, unfortunately, with very mixed reviews. But what is the name of the main protagonist?
Oh, God.
Cal Kestis. Fuck.
I don't know why. I have a name and I don't know where it's come from, so I'm just going to put it down.
Oh.
And this is either going to be somehow my brain's pulled this out of nowhere and it's correct, or you're all going to go, who?
I have a name that I know is wrong because it's also the title of another game.
Right, Con, I'm going to let you go first.
Neither.
I went
Hori?
Clara.
Clara can't be right, can it?
It's not. K-Vess.
K-Vess. I feel like neither's closer than Clara.
In my head, I was thinking, I don't know if she's been in any of like other Star Wars related things.
No.
And then I was thinking in my head, because you do Star Wars, have you covered anything Outlaws? And I was
If
like,
the game
that
had
it was
seemed
bad.
remotely interesting, we might have.
Unfortunately,
there we go.
I paid so little attention to that game after it launched because of how poorly it did. So,
I mean, you can't argue that, mate. Right, this one, picture round.
Oh,
a picture round.
Yep. Question 7. What is the name of this deadlock agent?
oh, fuck you!
Shit.
Oh,
Easy.
Thank
I
you.
feel like this is a targeted attack on me. When
Do you
you know
know what
rage
would have
quit
been
off this
smart,
game.
Josh? Is if you
Yep.
picked the new one that just released, because I have no clue what his name is.
No, well, I wanted it to be one that Con could actually get, and I'm not going to give my rationale behind it until you both answer.
I haven't.
Con, you can go first.
Is it Wraith?
Hori?
It's Rafe.
Thank
Rafe is the
fuck.
correct answer. I really wanted to put a
I would have
deadlock
got
in.
so much more tilted if I'd have also got that wrong after what that game put me through.
So I wanted to pick a deadlock game because me and Hori loved it so much. Con, not so. And Con, I remembered Rafe was your main when you did play it. So I thought if I put it down, no, you played a lot of Rafe. You. Yeah, I promise you did. Boot up the game now.
You should have put Bebop. See if Con could remember my main.
I was looking at them all, and I was like, I don't want to pick a really obvious one.
7.
But I wanted to pick one that Con might remember, despite his hatred for the game. Yeah, you both get a point for that one.
That game made me rage so hard that I had a fucking existential crisis.
Right, question 8 relates to a news story, very early January, coming out of December last year. Good lord, we don't talk about that one. This month marks the question 8. This month marks the 1-year anniversary of the GTA 6 trailer. Who tried to sue Rockstar in December/January for using their likeness in the trailer?
Do we need to know his actual government name or what he goes by?
What he goes by.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
I think.
I didn't expect you to get his government name. Plus, who said it was a male?
Me, just now. And you.
Oh,
who
fuck.
tried to sue Rockstar for using his likeness.
I think this is what he goes by.
Yeah.
I'm sticking with what I've written down.
Ori, you can go first.
El Diablo?
Florida Joker.
Oh, it is.
The Florida Joker is the correct answer.
I can visualize him with all the fucking tattoos and
everything. In first place, baby. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah.
He tried to sue Rockstar for like 10 million or so.
For just a freaky looking dude in the trailer that he claims was him.
Yeah, current like face tattoos and stuff. And he's like, oh, that's me.
Literally.
So that's Florida Joker. Me now.
Yep.
Crazy. What a fall off from horizontal.
2 questions left. Question 9. Which game peaked with the most concurrent players on Steam this year with over 2.4 million players?
Oh, I know the answer. Lock it in.
You know.
Lock it in.
I'd like
to put time pressure on.
Right, Hori, you're nowhere near as confident as Con. I will repeat the question. Which game peaked with the most concurrent players this year on Steam with over 2.4 million players?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident.
Yeah, you can go first.
Black Myth Wukong.
He is correct. It is Black Myth Wukong.
Is it?
Yeah.
It is. How are you so confident with that, Con? I thought that you might have a mix-up with another game.
Another game? Like, fuck would I? What, do you think I thought Marvel Rivals was putting up their numbers?
Well, there was earlier on in the year, a game broke the record for Steam, obviously apart from PUBG, Power World.
Yeah.
Power World.
That was so long ago, I would have been convinced that was 2023. But Black Myth Wukong was 3 months ago, and it was breaking it. Because the peak was while we were all asleep, because it was the eastern part of the world where it was 2.4 million concurrent players.
Power World had 2.2 million concurrent. Second best this year.
200,000 people difference is a pretty big difference.
That's still bonkers.
Also, I played it on Game Pass. Fuck Steam.
In my head, I was like, you two might get those two like mixed up because obviously it was like breaking like big news at Power World like had the record. So, but
I
no, fair
didn't
play.
know that Power Word had got the record. In all fairness,
You two are absolute gamers.
I can't lose. I can just tie. This is all I live for.
Question 10. It was only right and only fitting. Team Asobi's Astrobot won the game of the year for 2024. Astrobot is the 5th entry in the Astrobot series. Is this true or false?
I have an answer.
I also have an answer.
This is the 5th entry. Is it true or is it false?
False.
I'm saying false.
It's true.
Shit.
There
5 Astrobot games and he's still dog shit.
So-
That's crazy.
There's obviously
Playroom.
the play test room. Yeah.
But you got Playroom VR,
Oh, come on.
Astrobot.
Get out.
Astrobot Rescue Mission, which was like the main VR. Then you had Astro's Playroom, which was the base PS5 game, and now Astrobot. 5 entries into
2
that series.
VR games out of the 5.
Yeah, I didn't even consider
That's
VR. I was
embarrassing.
expecting it to be like 3.
I thought we were talking about actual games. Sorry.
It's funny. Astrobot Rescue Mission's like got stupidly high score on Metacritic.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
pretty sure.
because no PlayStation game ever gets reviewed really well for no fucking reason. That never happens.
All because they just make really good games.
Well, I finished the year on 21 points.
90.
I finished on like 12 more than that.
I don't
Well,
know about that.
that was the
I
last
finished
quiz.
on comfortably more than that.
Yeah.
That was the last quiz of the year. That was our year in review. I mean,
Bum, bum,
hopefully.
So when do we play
2020.
Carrot in a Box?
bum. My carrot in a box.
Fingers crossed. Sorry, as a better in 2025. I'm going to
Yeah, I'm going to be
start
studying over Christmas.
going forwards. I'm going to start keeping scores more documented, so we can actually keep it like running
Strict.
going. Yep. No, going forward, there's not going to be. You're not going to have any.
4.
If there's a game franchise, you've got to pick the game, not just. You can't just say Final Fantasy when there's 16 different games.
Hey, you said series of games.
Yeah. Fair play. On some of it, I'll let you off. But yeah, that was the last quiz of the year, Con. Big congratulations. You are the biggest gamer.
I'm
Myself.
such a fucking nerd. Ooh.
You are one big gamer. But yeah, that was the last quiz of the year. Hope you
Awesome.
enjoyed it. It was a good roundup for the year.
Yeah, it was.
And off the back of my continued dominance in the gaming quiz, let's recap the year of gaming. There's been a lot of good games this year. I know we've not always been playing the same things at the same times, but with stuff like Helldivers, more recently Marvel Rivals. I know I've been playing a lot of TCG Card Drop Simulator. According to Steam, I put in an ungodly amount of hours in Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League that I simply don't remember. We of course had X Defiant, which has now announced it's shuttering. But what are your guys' some biggest memories from gaming this year?
Spending several hours playing MMOs for an
You
unlimited
playing
grind.
MMOs? No way.
I've just
don't
realised I
believe you.
completely forgot off that like quick recap. Power World. We played
Power World,
so
very-
much Power World.
Very early this year. It was like January, I think it came out.
We,
Do you know what?
we did an entire video on my channel for Power World, which was a lot of fun.
Also, oh yeah, and I'm the Power World champion still
You are the
holding
Power
on to
World
that.
champion to this day.
Yeah, it's the only thing I've beat you at.
Maybe we should jump in the new year and do a rematch. Apparently,
Maybe.
there's been like a fuck ton of DLC.
Yeah,
It's
well,
the first
it
time
would
what
be
the game looks like.
overwhelming now.
There was one announced at the Game Awards, wasn't there?
Yep. A
That
lot
was
more,
coming
lot
out.
more Pokemon rip-offs.
Do you know what? I'm
That
I'm
Raikou
pulling
looked
up
a bit
my
similar.
Steam in review because I haven't actually looked at it.
You know
I've
what?
not
It's
looked at mine
literally just
either.
come out, so it's probably the best time to do it.
I feel like I haven't played much Steam.
Apparently,
Deadlock
I
would
played
probably be
6
my
more
most-
games than last year on Steam.
Well, I mean.
But my longest streak was apparently 47 days. That was probably playing Rust.
You playing Rust? No way.
30% of my playtime this year, well, 27%, but we'll round it up, was on Rust.
Does it tell you how many hours at any point?
Probably if I get further down. 16% of my playtime this year was Deadlock, and the game's not even out.
65% of my playtime, but I don't play a lot on.
Yeah, most of my games are on Steam. Where's
Content
where we-
warning. We had a phase of playing content warning earlier this year, which was a
Oh,
lot of fun.
that was
yeah.
actually a lot of fun.
So, this This spider graph shows the kind of games you spent the most time in. The funny thing is here, the categories are MOBA, MMORPG, racing, extraction shooter, destruction, then Warhammer 40k.
It's just got its own genre.
Yeah, like, and that's most of mine split across Warhammer, MOBAs, and MMOs, which makes sense. I'm trying to see if I've
my
played
games this year. I played 22 different games. I played 66% of my games with mouse and keyboard. That's a big upgrade from me, Mr. Controller Boy. 25% of my playtime this year was Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League. 15% of my playtime this year was Cyberpunk 2077. And 13% of my playtime this year was Marvel Rivals. I already have 30 hours in Marvel Rivals.
I'll rate that. I think I've got over 15 by now.
What was your longest streak, sorry, Hurry?
Let me go back up.
My longest
47
streak
days.
was only 10 days.
47 days. I had a 17-day streak on Brighter Shores, and that only came out last month. It's so funny going back through. So it's like last month for November has been Brighter Shores. The month before that of October was pretty much 100% Throne and Liberty. Go back again, it's Deadlock. You go back again, it's Rust. July was All Once Human. Forgot about that game.
That's been and gone.
I've been in 3 playtests this year. Woo!
Yes, now.
Spectra Divide, Splitgate 2, and Mecha Break.
Do you know what my 4th most played game on Steam was?
What's that?
Deadlock.
You played about 1 second of that as well.
I played 11 sessions.
Okay, we've got a timeline. We played finals at the beginning of this year?
January, I saw that. Yeah, it was January because it came out late the year before that, so we must have hopped.
I had a bit of CS2
I was
there
also
as well.
CS2 was one of my most played. Then Helldivers 2 came out in February.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got my PlayStation 1 up. I've got 26 hours of Helldivers 2.
March for me then blended between Helldivers 2, Rust, and playing a set of course.
I had a little bit of Counter-Strike.
Oh yeah,
Content warning was April.
Yeah.
A surprising one for me. I've got 20 hours in PlayStation Valorant, which is quite a solid amount. Quite rogue.
Is that when one of your mates is on your account?
57 hours of Elden Ring.
Solid.
151 hours of FC25.
My August and September was Cyberpunk. That was it. What else was I playing in August and September?
Rust for August for me, which was actually from March onwards was Rust, a decent amount, and then September was Deadlock came out, and Space Marine 2.
July, my most played game on PlayStation was College Football 25, which was great fun this year. Still surprised it wasn't in the sports category.
I am such an all-or-nothing gamer, by the way. So October, 100% of my playtime was TCG Card Shop Simulator. November, 100% of my playtime was TCG Card Shop Simulator. December, 94% of my playtime was Marvel Rivals.
Respectable. I've got an interesting stat.
Go on.
It got very mixed reviews when it first came out. I've told you before I love mine. I've got 40 hours playtime on PlayStation 4 this year, which I'm very happy with. And get my use out of it. Obviously,
it's just so ugly.
Whoa, never. Wow. Yeah, 40 hours on that, which was 10% of my total playtime. 12 platinum trophies this year.
Only 12.
Seven. I think I'm on 49 total. I think. I've got 74 gold, 165 silver, 315 bronze, and I went up 26 trophy levels. Good lord.
I mean, we've all put in some solid gaming numbers.
Yeah, we did some gaming.
We are gamers. What was your favourite game of the year?
Ooh.
Because obviously we've got ones that I'm like most played, like FC25 is my most played. It's definitely not my favourite game.
I want to say Space Marines 2. It's between that and Helldivers.
Game that is brand new this year, or game that we played this year for the first time that was the most fun?
Both. Just your gaming experience of this year.
Brand new game for this year is probably Helldivers on Marvel Rivals, but I'm aware Marvel Rivals has definitely got a bit of recency bias to it. Game that I never played but finally got around to playing was definitely Journey. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, it was only 3 hours to play the entire fucking thing.
A great experience.
That was a lot of fun. It was really nice to do that. And I've still got 6 other like games that I wanted to play for ages that I bought dirt cheap that I need to go and play and make reviews on. But right now, I need to heal stuff as Cloak and Dagger, so it'll have to wait. But I also like you say, like I put so many hours into like Madden and FC24 and all these other games that I just end up hating. But they're just easy to do while you're like watching YouTube or whatever, man.
Yeah.
It's a compulsion.
Okay, Con, what was your least favourite game this year?
Deadlock. Not even close. I know, like, we joke that I get really angry when we play games. I get that. But I never get so angry I want to throw something or hit my desk or anything. Like, I just, like, I'm verbally angry, but I'm not physically angry. When I rage quit stream that night playing with you and uninstalled Deadlock, I literally, I know I joked earlier that it put me in an existential crisis. I got so angry at that, and it made me feel angry in such a new way that it fucked me up for 2 weeks. It took me 2 weeks to recover from that head loss because I got so existential. I'm like, why am I getting so angry about this fucking thing? And that's why I'll never re-download it, because I felt so horrific in every way about that. I was like, nah, not doing that again. Fuck MOBAs, dog shit games.
So I'm looking now. Bearing in mind the game's not out and the horror yours will at least double. I've got 62 hours, and it's without a doubt one of my top 3 games of the year. It was one of them games where every day you finish work, all I could think about was, I want to play Deadlock.
Yeah, Deadlock is good.
None of my IRLs played, so I was playing with Hori and your friends most of the time.
How many hours do you have?
62. Yeah, I know yours is going to be vulgar.
I have 184.
Yeah, there you go. Like,
I haven't played it for a while.
I removed it from my library, but let me see.
I haven't played since the 19th of September.
I had 20 hours in Deadlock.
I played in October.
So, because I've not played since ranked drop.
I've played a couple of times when there's been.
So, you last played on the 19th, did you say?
19th of September.
So I last played on the 18th.
Okay. I think it got to the point where it was so good, and then
it reached a point
stuff came out
where other stuff came out, but also like in game we were hitting that point where we started to notice frustrations with some of the gameplay, like the way towers works and stuff, which have been patched and changed pretty dramatically, which I have gone back and tried and feel better. I've just not got re-locked into the game.
Yeah, I think that's what it is for me.
But yeah, Deadlock is great. I would say it's Deadlock. Space Marines 2 I loved. It was a lot of fun. And Helldivers 2 was.
Power World's definitely up there for me.
Power World was also good.
I want to go back and play more of it. I need to play enough of it that it feels like a Minecraft style game to me, where that sometimes my brain will just itch a little bit and remind me about it, and I'll go and do a world.
You want to play it for like a week and then
and then just put it down for another year. That's what I want that game to be. Was it only up this year? Or was
I would say Rust is the game that I seem to always go back to every year for periods, and they're like I don't feel like they get enough credit because they are essentially a live service game, and the amount of updates they put out to keep that game feeling fresh. Not all of them are well loved by the community, and some have teething, like some are changes that some people in the community might not like, but overall, they do a really good job of adding in content to that game. So I mean that's why that's always on my.
Mine's sort of stealing from previous years, but because of the DLC, Elden Ring this year sort of took over my life a little bit. So I hadn't originally finished Elden Ring. So I came back to it this year knowing that I wanted to play Shadow of the Erdtree DLC. I ended up platinuming the base game, which I feel like once you've done that, you're a gamer. If you platinum Elden Ring, you're a gamer.
Yeah, but have you done it on a dance mat?
I haven't.
Have you done it with your brainwaves, you absolute beta?
I haven't. I've done it with my hands on the PlayStation controller. Just an absurdly good game. I saw the orchestra in, God, when was that? April, I want to say. That was fantastic. This year I've just been obsessed. I actually haven't finished it. One where it came out, I was obsessed with it, and then so many things were coming out. I moved house like the day the game came out, which wasn't ideal timing. So obviously that threw a spanner in the works. I couldn't play it as much as I wanted to when it was first launched. So it's one that I've got to go back to. Deadlock, loved. I've played quite a few smaller games that are from previous years this year, and I platinumed the Order 1886, which I very much enjoyed. My mind's gone so blank now. Tales of Kenzera, I'm pretty sure, was that early this year or late last year? Either way, I played that this year, loved it. Prince of Persia's fantastic.
I do need to give that Prince of Persia game a go.
I'm coming towards the end of that one now. It's on PlayStation Extra, like the middle subscription, so if you get that for a moment, for cheaper than the actual price is. But I've had a really enjoyable year in gaming. I feel playing a lot more different games than I used to. I think my portal is probably responsible for that, because I feel like I don't have to be sat at my desk. I can play it downstairs. I can play it in bed. Balotro, I'm very much enjoying. I bought it at the time and I've come back to it. I've probably hours on it. Just the roguelite element of it, just replaying. I'm just absolutely addicted. I actually got my high score run today, and the dopamine hit when you hit a good run is next level. And along the wave of mobile games, Pokemon TCG.
Been a lot of fun.
We've all been addicted to that.
True.
I've bought the Battle Pass. I'm just loving it at the minute. I've always been a Pokemon fan. Always wanted to dabble into actual TCG. Sort of dabbled into Lorcana and Magic this year, but coming back to Pokemon, which was like my roots. Getting ones on your phone that you don't have to worry about.
Yeah.
Collecting. They don't take up space. They're not going to get bent. They're just there on your phone. Very much enjoying that. And like you say, rounding off the year, what a game Marvel Rivals is.
Yeah.
I think I've got about 15 to 20 hours at the minute. I haven't even touched a single ranked game yet.
Yeah, no, we need to get
I'm just enjoying it. I'm Psylocke main at the minute. Very Psylocke. She's probably going to get nerfed at some point, so I need to keep running her into the ground before
these DPS one tricks. You know what I mean?
I mix it up. I've played quite a lot of Mantis, Psylocke. I don't like tank. I'll admit that straight away.
It's all right. Hori and Luke can play tank.
I've played quite a bit of Jeff the Landshark, quite a bit of Hela. So I've got a couple of DPS and a couple of healers that I'm quite confident with, but I just look forward to playing that game again. And as you know, I am playing Infamous at the minute. Recording a video for that, which is very fun. The game is fantastic. I never actually time playing the PS4 master essentially with upgraded graphics for PS5, which is very good. But I just think overall, it's what a year we've had. I've started a controller collection. Astrobot one's in there. I managed DualSense, which I was very stoked about, and that is a thing of beauty sitting up there on my
You need to get some other controllers then.
Oh
yeah, get some good ones like a 360 controller.
It's funny you say that.
64.
A Helldivers 2 DualSense has been announced.
Oh, that would probably be quite nice.
Still PlayStation.
Yes, it's a great remote. Great remote.
I've had a great year this year. It feels like I've not played a lot, but I have played a lot of new stuff. Loved Power World. Although it got bad reviews and the game's kind of being shuttered, I will go back and play more Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League eventually. I like to meme on it, but at the time when I don't have any looter shooters that really interest me, it does scratch that itch a little bit. The kind of infinite scaling of the end dungeons is awesome. You can always just kind of chase, like, making it more difficult and improving yourself. So I will have another fit of playing that at some point soon. The only issue with jumping in and out of that game is the control scheme is quite unique, which means if you're not playing a decent amount of it, trying to get back into it, you feel like a baby deer again. You're trying to find your feet and get going. Starfield, I've jumped in and out of a few times this year. Still love the game, a lot of fun. I need to go back and finish the DLC I fucking paid for. And then, as always, you'll have, you know what it's like. I've played Cricket 24 this year. I've played EA Sports PGA Tour Golf this year. I've played Madden 24 this year. I always have a sports game to just fall back on because I love sports so much. I hate sports games. I love sports.
That's valid. That's a valid take.
Yeah, fair.
Hori, a quick year in summary from yourself.
I mean, I've played a bunch of MMOs this year because I was just hunting for that itch. I'd say Throne of Liberty was fun. Brighter Shores is definitely the one that's hitting the best at the moment, and that's still relatively fresh. But yeah, like it doesn't feel like I've played that many games this year, but knowing how I play games, every month I was like, I end up being just hooked on one. Like, it just takes over. So I've had some good games. Power World was obviously a lot of fun. I forget that was the start of the year. It feels so long ago.
It feels so long ago. I would have said that was late last year. 100%.
Yeah, same. Deadlock was like a huge surprise of the year. And
it's still not out.
Yeah, the fact it's still not out and it's still getting great numbers. Like, obviously, initial hype has died down on that game, but that is understandable. It's still in development.
People got exceptionally hyped because A, it's a new Valve game, but B, it was secret. It was
also hard to get into it. Yeah, and
it's just like Splitgate's initial hype when that came out was the servers
because the servers were so choked.
So you had people queuing, and everyone's like, "Well, I'm in now, so I'm not fucking leaving." The second they fixed the server issues, everyone fucking ran off because they didn't feel exclusive anymore.
So yeah, I mean, it's been a great year for games.
Will it continue next year?
Always. Next year's gonna be better.
The biggest question
going into next year,
with
starting with Marvel Rivals.
Will GTA 6 come out in 2025?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm booking a week off work. I'm doing at least a 24-hour stream from release.
I feel like something significant would have to delay it to 2026. I honestly think I would love if, I don't know, August, they drop a trailer and like, yeah, the game's out in 2 weeks.
I need them to not do a complete shadow drop because I need to get the time off work.
And every 2 weeks developer and publisher in the world needs to know when they can post their games.
That's their problem.
It's hilarious coming into the new year, and we know when no games are coming out in 2025.
If I'm GTA,
no one wants to compete.
Here's the thing: if I'm Rockstar, if a dev of like a kind of potential to pop off, but would definitely be hurt by GTA 6, if they're just like, this is our release date, and we're the first ones to say, fuck it, we're just gonna say when ours is. If I'm Rockstar, I'm like, we'll respect that because you actually stood your ground first. Everyone else, screw you.
or they'll do the opposite. They'll be like a big company will be like, yeah, we're going to drop our game. Like, say CD Projekt came out, was like, The Witcher's going to come out September 1st. Rockstar come out, we're going to drop ours 30th of August or something. just to like...
Oh, yeah, that's the other thing. Or Rockstar, someone announces their date and Rockstar picks it to see, purely to be like, have an internal bet of like, will this studio change their date now we've announced?
They would 100% as well.
I mean, like, all jokes aside about the size of GTA 6, let's be completely clear. There is a more than likely chance that the next time a GTA game comes out after this, we're in our 40s.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Oh,
probably definitely, because it's only like 6 years for him.
If GTA comes out next year, it'll be 12 years after GTA 5.
And that gap ain't getting smaller.
It's only 11 for me because I waited a year for it on PC.
That's
Oh
tough.
wait, what are you going to do when it comes out, Horry?
They
'Cause
haven't
you'll have no
said.
friends.
Well, no, that's the thing. They haven't confirmed or like they've said nothing about if it's on PC day one or if they're going to do their usual shit and
Well, there
make
we
us
go. At
wait
least
a
I've
year.
got one guaranteed viewer for my 24-hour stream.
Mate, I'll be climbing the Marvel Rivals ranks. Solo queue.
Oh yeah, because your brain will keep you entertained for that until the summer.
Absolutely not. But no, I think 2026 is going to be a good one. Episodes going forward, we will be continuing to cover all the news. Quizzes will be continuing.
Yes.
January's episode will be a sort of extended one because obviously we haven't covered any of November and December's games.
You know, this episode's been so short.
Yeah, exactly. So it'll be a nice recap in January. We'll be discussing what games we're looking forward to at the early quarter one, essentially, of 2025. Because although we know some games like Assassin's Creed, we don't actually know a whole lot else. We've got a couple announced from the Game Awards in March. But apart from that, we'll have to wait and see. We'll also be doing a this year, which for those who know what that is, it's essentially a sports style draft for video games. So that's going to be very fun. We could record that and have it as a separate video, which would be quite fun. My IRL will be joining us for that. It'll be the four of us. Might get quite competitive. Who's going to draft GTA 6? Is it going to fall out of 2025?
No, I'm going all out for that.
Surely, are we doing draft order?
It's randomized.
Oh, so it's whoever gets first pick then.
Pretty much.
Let's be honest.
Do
Whoever
you,
gets
but do
first
you
pick,
take?
if you don't take
the
GTA 6,
CMC fear.
But do you take the risk? Is it going to come out?
yeah, fuck yeah.
It's
But either way-
absolutely coming out. It's worth the risk, even if it doesn't.
For sure. Well, I've had a good year gaming with you boys, and I hope it continues in 2025.
Thank you for all you've done this year, Josh. We
Yes,
massively appreciate it. I look forward to your segments every month, and I know the viewers do too.
I hope
They've
so.
told me, every single one of them, personally. I get DMs every week. When's Josh back?
Yeah, it's just me on my alt account. No, I appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much.
Awesome.
Of course.
And thank you very much, Josh, for spending the year with us. We appreciate him so much. We would never say it to his face, but he truly is one of a kind. Let's get into some nerdy news. Starting off with just a little sprinkle. Godzilla and Marvel are doing some crossover comics in 2025, which would be fun.
That's
it looks
an
like Godzilla's going to be fighting
Hulk.
different Marvel heroes, including like Fantastic Four.
That could be quite cool, I suppose. Actually.
Yeah, that's one of them things that's kind of like going to be like a niche collector's item where people are like, this was really cool.
Does that now mean there is a world in which Godzilla, Pacific Rim, and Marvel will exist?
Yes, that's how the multiverse works.
So now there is a Marvel mech.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like this.
Tom Holland has launched his own production company alongside his brother, with projects currently in development. One of which is called Burnt, and it's being written by Rodney Rotham, who co-wrote Into the Spider-Verse.
Okay.
And an adaptation of the book thriller The Winner by Teddy Wayne. This is according to the Hollywood Reporter. There's also an expectation that his production company will be in some way involved with Spider-Man 4, although that's not been confirmed yet. Shout out to Tom Holland. He's not done a load of stuff over the last year, acting-wise, but with a production company and his new alcohol-free beverage kind of popping up this year, he's clearly been setting up smart business decisions in the background so that going into this year when he's going to be filming Spider-Man and Christopher Nolan's film, and I think there's another film he's attached to, he's going to hopefully be in a good position to succeed. And I mean, I know we both love Tom Holland.
Also being very smart as like I know he's not young for a celebrity.
I think he's like similar age to us.
But he's not like child celebrity.
No.
But as a young celebrity, he is very much setting a future-proof businesses and stuff that are going to help him in the long run.
Just a weird bit of fun news that I don't know if you'll care about, but I'm intrigued by.
I saw this.
Yeah. Malcolm in the Middle's getting revived on Disney Plus.
With the original cast or
yeah.
something.
Yeah, they're back.
I presume they're just older?
Yeah.
They're just doing it older? Does that mean Walter White's got to come back?
This is my favourite thing because, ironically, it was just last week in the press, Frankie Muniz was saying how him and Bryan Cranston still talk all the time, and how Brian's always asking how he's getting on and making sure everything's okay. So they still have like a little bit of a father-son relationship. And I saw that like a week or so ago. I was like, oh, that's really nice to know. And then this comes out, I'm like,
Because also he has no memory, like a memory of Malcolm in the Middle anymore, right?
I can't remember. I think he
Or he has
gets
spotty
and
memories.
loses bits of it because of his condition.
So I wonder if this is like also a part of a way for him to like remake some Malcolm in the Middle memories.
I just like the idea of him reading a script and going, oh, this is running fun. It's like that's the episode we're calling back to. We've already done that one.
Yeah.
Okay, so this bit of news was updated literally today, but I'm going to keep it all in one piece.
Okay.
James Gunn has confirmed that he's not received a first draft of the Batman 2 yet.
Mm-hmm.
This would be seen as a big problem. There is a huge but to this. As part of a lawsuit, Matt Reeves had to talk about his writing process. I don't know what the lawsuit was about, but this is just public information. And he said that he doesn't turn in drafts when writing a film. He writes chunks and sends chunks off to get read, and then he just builds the film from there, and he does a first and final submission. That's how he writes.
Fair.
And he's also confirmed that the script is basically done. So, yes, James Gunn hasn't received a first draft yet, but the first and final draft is basically done.
It's just James Gunn having some fun on social media.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't lie, but it's just kind of caused the confusion and people have got weird panicky about it. Everyone relax. They know what they're doing. They're very experienced filmmakers. It will be okay.
Trust the process.
There's been a mini kind of DC slate update based on like release dates and projects and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what we know is currently in the pipeline and its current release dates. So we have Superman coming in July 2025.
Yes.
We have Supergirl coming June 26th, 2026.
Mm-hmm. We
have a Clayface film coming September 11th, 2006.
2006?
2026. It's been a very long day.
It has been a long session.
The Batman 2 is due October 2nd, 2026.
Stacked, yeah.
And then Dynamic Duo is due June 30th, 2028. It's just heartbreaking to think that project's 4 years away because it sounds so cool. But because it sounds so cool is why it's going to take so long.
Yeah.
Goddamn artists taking time to do their work well. Ugh, you sicken me. So yeah, there we go. That's a bit of a clearer picture of what we've got currently coming from DC film-wise and when it's looking likely to come out currently.
Yeah.
And of course, basically all of them dates will change at least 2 more times.
Yeah.
According to Deadline, Hayley Atwell is returning for Doomsday as Peggy Carter. This comes alongside the reports that her and Chris Evans, who is also rumoured to be returning, were originally coming back for a separate project, but they couldn't get a story nailed down, so now they're coming back in Doomsday. A lot of them words scare me.
I wonder if they're either going to use them, there's going to be some time hopping again and they go visit them, or this is going to be this alternate world where we have RDJ as Doom is also there's Peggy Carter around and Chris Evans is still Cap.
Yeah, I really don't know. I'm very curious to see. It just scares me. It feels like they've had a couple of projects that haven't been universally beloved and made billions and billions, and it feels like they're going, when was the last time we made a load of money? Just do that again. And that scares me a little bit. We'll have to wait and see, though. According to numerous reports, Sony's deal with Disney did not block them from including Spider-Man in their projects. That was the decision made by themselves because, and this is a quote, they were tricked into believing that fans would watch any film with a Spider-Man character even if it didn't have Spider-Man based on the success of Venom. Which is why if you cast your mind back many, many years, Horizontal, we reported that El Muerto was in the works.
Oh yeah.
The success of the first Venom film with Tom Hardy had them convinced that if it was a Spider-Man character, people would turn up. At no point did their deal with Disney and the MCU mean they couldn't use Spider-Man. They made that decision themselves.
Yeah, which people have realized they could have used Tom Holland if they wanted to.
Yes, the entire time.
They could have also brought Andrew Garfield back.
There was no kind of deal with Disney that said they weren't going to use Spider-Man.
It just makes it more confusing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love that this has come out now as it's all ending. Almost like Marvel being like, let's just give them one more stab in the back to the so the fans really hate their decisions. Maybe they won't do this ever again.
Back to good news.
Yes.
We got our first Superman poster.
We did.
Now, you're the graphic designer. I'll let you take the floor in a minute. I'm going to start with my in-depth analysis. It kicks fucking ass. I love it. The vibe is immaculate. We have a tagline, Horizontal. There is no big heads. Just vibes and taglines.
No, don't get me wrong. Like, it's just the main character on a poster, which is pretty standard. But they have been somewhat creative, because I also want to point out people that keep hating on the big head poster, or like, oh, it's just the main character just posing there. Unfortunately, we're never going to get away from them because they're in contracts. In their contracts, they agree, like the actors say, "Oh, you agreed to put me on this many pieces of marketing." Would I love to see like a really artistic, graphic design, creative Superman looking? But yeah, cool, of course. But the chances of getting that is slim. I think it looks great. I did see some people trying to be like, "This looks like CW vibes." And
I don't understand this discourse at all.
Loads of people, yeah, but people in the comments are like,
"This is Sony-Verse weirdos."
It's a poster. How are you getting that?
I love it.
I think it looks great. I mean, we're both so hyped for this trailer tomorrow.
I love the color mirage, giving the idea of speed.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how much I missed taglines on posters until now, but the look up tagline kicks so much ass because it works on so many levels. It's like, yeah, look up for Superman, but it's also look up for hope, and it's great. It looks so good. David Cornsweat is nailing the power pose.
Yeah, true. He is.
Dude looks like he's actually flying incredibly fast. I love it. Have you also seen the animated version of the poster?
Yeah, I think you sent me the animated one.
Also looks kick-ass. That just appearing on my timeline and 2 days ago had me so incredibly excited.
I've just looked it up again. Someone's done a comparison. The first MCU poster and the first DCE, they have
Iron Man one is so fucking cold.
Yeah, and they actually like both hit so hard, which gives me even more hope.
And then today we got the teaser for the teaser tomorrow. We got a look at the Daily Planet, and it actually has the fucking Daily Planet vibe on top. Very bright, very colourful. I'm excited. I have no words other than excited. I need this trailer so much. It sucks so much that we're not going to get to properly dissect this trailer until the new year because of timelines.
Yeah,
but I'm incredibly excited.
But yeah,
we live in an exciting time.
Still hope we get some sort of Super Bowl, even if they like have like a bit of a meta-y.
I think that'll be an extended trailer. Possibly.
That, or it's just Superman throwing a football being super American.
That would also be really funny. Both Deadline and In Schneider confirmed that the Nova Disney Plus series is still in the works, which is good news.
Okay.
We've not heard anything about that for a while. Maybe it's not going to happen until post Doomsday kind of vibe.
Possibly. Now. Or they kind of rework the idea after like seeing Agatha's direction and how they're doing it. Maybe they wanted to restart.
Puck News has reported that Netflix used AI of Sir Christopher Nolan's voice to announce their film division's accomplishments this year at their Christmas party. I hope, if this is true, he sues them so hard that Netflix becomes Nolan's flicks.
I hope he is able to get actual hard evidence of that.
Because that is insane.
That
So
especially
unethical, so
also
rude, so evil.
with the fact that I remember telling you about the Arcane poster that got extended using AI.
Mm-hmm.
Netflix clearly don't give a shit.
No, they don't.
And they're not even asking permission before doing this stuff. And like some people go, well, it's a Christmas party. It's like, so?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's the precedent. Like, if they're doing a Christmas party, they don't give a shit. They're going to do it in actual projects and stuff.
Exactly. Not to really give Netflix any advertisement, but if you've not seen The Batman with Robert Pattinson by Matt Reeves, as of right now, it is available on Netflix UK. So if you've got a Netflix UK subscription already, you can go watch The Batman if you've not already seen it. I do highly recommend it.
It's Netflix's turn to have the kid.
Yeah, that film's getting passed about. Everyone gets turned. Secret Level has been renewed for a second season. We discussed this briefly during our Secret Level review, but it's worth bringing up in the news segment. The show's a lot of fun. We both enjoyed it.
Yeah, we did.
I'm glad it's been given a second season.
Me too.
And hopefully we get to see some more games that we enjoy playing get an episode.
I hope don't get us wrong, like they managed to get some big hitting IPs.
They did. D&D and Warhammer are huge grabs for your first season.
I imagine this comes out late next year, similar time. Imagine we already have GTA 6 out. Imagine Rockstar had already worked with them on a Secret Level episode.
That would be very cool. That would be very cool. The crazy thing is, a lot of the games that I play that I'd like to see get a Secret Level episode will never get a Secret Level episode. And I say that because Cyberpunk does its own things. What else am I thinking of here?
Yeah,
I play a lot of Marvel superhero games. They already do their own films. I'm not sure if you're aware. Like a lot of the games I would sink a lot of hours into are from IPs that already kind of do film or TV themselves.
They should do a Lethal Company one.
Oh my god, yes, they should do a Lethal Company. No, they should do like a 30-minute episode, which is just based on games like Lethal Company and Among Us and stuff like that. Like, imagine like your soul goes through each game.
Fair, yeah.
That'd be really cool.
I'd love to see some like indie games, real hardcore indie games.
Imagine a Balatro episode.
Imagine. Or what's the one that everyone was playing, the Liars one?
Oh, Liar's Den.
Yeah, imagine that as an episode.
Yeah, I do agree with you that if they were to go reach out to some indie devs who've had successful games, that could be really cool as well.
Yeah.
Deadline reports that executive producer Nate Moore is leaving Marvel Studios. Nate has been there since 2010 and helped produce both the Black Panther films Eternals and Captain America Brave New World. This is, of course, a big loss. This is someone who's been a part of Marvel Studios for a long time, worked on some very big and successful films. It's not necessarily, oh no, what's happening? It might just mean he's on to bigger and better things. That's not a problem. But it's
next
still
week,
nonetheless.
Nathan Moore has joined the DCU.
Imagine, start poaching staff, cause chaos. And literally, as of mid-recording tonight, because we've been recording for so long, a Variety article is suggesting that there are now discussions happening about a season 2 of The Penguin, according to Matt Reeves. Apparently, he's talking to the showrunner, whose name I forget, I apologise, and a season 2 might now be on the cards.
Yeah, I mean, we were hopeful that maybe we would get a season 2, but we understood that this probably was never written necessarily to have a season 2.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully they can make it work. It'll be super exciting.
Yeah, it would be really cool. And it would also start to give DC a bit of a cachet again. that would allow Warner Bros. To not risk cutting their funding if one thing goes wrong, which they need.
Some news that you, I think, have forgotten.
Okay.
Greg Fraser is not returning for Dune Messiah. You sent me that earlier.
Oh, is he not? Oh, did I send you that? Yeah. It's been a really long day.
But instead, Linus Sundgren is going to be a cinematographer.
Yeah, so Greg Fraser has made the choice to just do Batman over Dune, and the La La Land cinematographer will take over.
Also, the No Time to Die cinematographer. I mean, he's done some great films, so I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. Hopefully he is considerate enough of the styling of Dune that he doesn't try to like overly change anything if it looks weird.
Yeah, it's one of the difficult ones because he won't want to come in and just like copy someone's idea, but at the same time, if you go too much, whether it's just as good in a different way or not, you're gonna have people going, "Well, that doesn't look right."
Yeah, you kind of got to
used to the first two.
Also appreciate the project you're stepping into, which I'm sure he will. So,
yeah, but very, very exciting times. And with that, our 2024 season comes to an end.
Yes.
Thank you so much if you managed to get through all of this.
Amazing if you have.
You're an absolute goat. Go down and comment that you got to the end. Say the words, Happy New Year. And I will make sure you get a nice comment back shouting you out. It's been such a blast. We've had a great year. Thank you to Hori for being an amazing co-host as always. Thank you to Josh for coming on and joining us for his monthly gaming segments. Such a nice addition. And thank you to you guys for tuning in. And we'll see you in the new year.
See you in 2025.